it if it's a small and local universe.
Well, I don't call it universe. I call it world. This is where we
It
live.
says, I mean, are they saying this thing is conscious? I mean, it's still a tool, right? I mean, I think they're just.
According to him, he basically says yes. He says that in every single one of those single one of those instances, there's real people just like you and me. That's the way that Jordy Rose puts it.
Because there's something called general intelligence, right? And then there's self-awareness, and then there's spirit. I mean, in my opinion,
the term general intelligence is given to us, public, just to. It is. They also give a date, like 2035, when we will achieve this level. But actually, that is the date when this entity will be officially introduced to the world as a living entity, a sentient, intelligent, super intelligent, a god, which speaks with all the people in the world in the same time.
It'll be like a new version of the internet, where basically it is a massive super intelligence, and everybody bows to it.
He's already doing this. Google does not provide the same answers to all the people in the world.
And all the Globers can go live in there. I'm sorry.
Is it the same entities that contact, that use people as mediums, saying they're aliens? So we are from the star system, and we have come. Jesus was one of us, and we want to.
They can impose.
Are those the same people? Type of. Yep.
They can impose as any kind of these people, like all the characters from all the games, computer games,
All the Glovers can go. All the Glovers can go. They can all go live in there. All the Glovers can go live in there, and we can go visit them.
It's been at least like 5 years since, I don't know the exact date, but one of the original Google investors, very rich man, he took out, I forget what the name of the status is, but like if tax exemption for starting a religion in which you worship AI as God, and I'm pretty sure he got his tax exempt status. Yeah,
there is the Google Church already for years by now. They have Google Church prayers.
Do you put Bitcoin in the collection plate?
Yeah, they accept.
I'm sure they accept Bitcoin. Why not, right?
The church needs a Bitcoin wallet. Right?
I want to put a fish.
Bitcoin collection plate.
A real fish.
Well, how about, because the internet is like one giant brain, or neurons, is that not enough for these entities to, like when I saw Legion, I mean, when I saw Anonymous and they're like, we are Legion, we do. That's when the idea hit me. What if the internet is already full of these entities?
Those are
spirits,
not
corporations.
Hey guys,
I know. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying Anonymous is.
What's up, new guy?
That's where the idea came from.
I'm a silver member.
Came from. The idea came from I Am Legion, right?
Who's trying to say hello? Come on, guys.
Hey, bro. What's up? Sorry, man. Sorry, I didn't want to lose.
Yeah, no, sorry, guys. I just haven't been on for a long time. Been doing some personal stuff, but now I'm back to, smack the Globers.
Welcome back.
Yay, welcome back.
We still smacking. Just
still smacking, man. I'm here to hear the good word of the level plane.
you will hear such pretty things.
I swear, man, everywhere I go, and when I try and tell people about the way the world is, they just write me off. So lately, I just haven't had a chance to talk about it, but I'm glad to be back. Man.
Don't cast your pearls to the the swine, because they don't want to hear about it. They're just gonna turn on you and eat you.
Yeah, don't say the words flat Earth. Just ask them how far away you can see a lighthouse.
Yeah.
You just gotta pick the people you talk to. You know what I mean? That would be open to it. I think.
Be like, hey, have you noticed looking down the beach there? I could actually see little kids running in the water. I could see that just the other day. It's at least 3 miles away. That's just with my eyeglasses. That's with no zoom. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, I don't know what people think. Honestly, I'm not sure what NASA's motive even is, but like I've been in this server for probably years now. I remember it got nuked at one point and they had to make a new one. Like people just want to destroy this place because they don't want to hear the truth.
NASA.
People are so afraid of the truth that they try to silence it. They don't even want to think about it because the moment you think, you realize everything has been taught is just a lie.
NASA, man. And NASA, Google, CIA, these are all the same people. You know what I mean? What is Google?
Yeah, I don't go around. I don't go around wanting to shut down alien believing groups. I don't think anyone's doing that. But funny enough, it's not that NASA's, or it's not that people are just trying to shut down this server. They're trying to shut down all dissidents because you can't say too much on Facebook these days. Like if you say the word pedophile, you're getting put in 30-day hold. If you say anything against the mainstream narrative, they're gonna put a little thing that when people click, they're gonna tell them that this information may not be, valid, or like what this is a lot of goofy shit that the powers that be are doing. I wish people could see it so they could laugh as hard as I do.
These are informational weapons.
Fact checking, they say. They fact check everything we tell them. Yeah.
That's one thing to have
different folks.
It's one thing to have an opposing viewpoint, but to think that the person who has the opposing viewpoint doesn't have a right to that viewpoint is absolutely insanity. Like, complete communism. Yeah.
If Wing Chun was flat Earth and somebody came to me, and he was a really big guy, I'd probably, teach him only the stuff that would benefit him. You know what I mean? Because I know what kind of. So I think in that way you can also kind of feel people out and where they're at. You know what I mean? And then find a way to.
Hey, did any of you guys vote in the last presidential election?
No, I didn't. Fuck no.
Yeah, I didn't either, because I'm pretty sure. I'm honestly pretty sure the vote don't even matter, and that just someone behind the scenes chooses who's going to be the president.
It's decided. It's decided before they even tell you who's running. They know who's winning.
I lost my.
My asshole's better than your asshole.
They make small tweaks. They make small tweaks along the way, so people don't really pay attention to the primary races, or even who's saying they're going to run into the they're going to run in the primary. So I pay attention to what's happening before primary season, who's been doing what, who's looking to run in the primary long before they get to the general. Look, and that's where all the fuckery actually That's where the entertainment is. If anyone actually is into politics, it's into that shit before you get to the fake ass general. Because by the time it gets to the general, they already done rigged the shit. They already put the two people in that damn near nobody wanted in the first place. And then people go, oh, okay, I guess I have to go with my side because my side is this person. And this person has been democratically chosen. What a load of shit.
We're screwed with the worst of both worlds again.
Man, the global elites that rigged this election, they're the same people that teach evolution in school.
Absolutely. Because remember, to get on the board of education, what must happen? Oh, you must get voted in. No one knows that either. Like,
there is no vote.
So if I wanted to change the curriculum, if I wanted to change the system,
throw them out. I guarantee you, they take all the ballots and throw them out.
Just remember,
there's a bit of that too, probably.
Just remember something. We had the choice between a giant douche and a turd sandwich, and the turd sandwich won.
We didn't have any choice.
That was your choice: a giant turd or a douche sandwich, or a turd sandwich.
This is me reading, my side anyway. Being, thinking I'm a Democrat, or thinking I was a Democrat. This is the sentiment of. I think I'm a good read of energy, like as a whole. I'm paying attention of, what people are doing online, what people are saying in person. And my feeling was everyone was already upset that Bernie got cheated last time, right? So this time they're like, oh, he's definitely going to hand them their asses. And then now this is where people get it fucked up. He was no longer anti-establishment during this entire race. So the people that wanted him to win said, hey, Bernie, they're kind of pissing in your face and we're behind you. We know what happened last time. So just take our energy, because that's what this is all about, your supporters, and throw it at them. You know what we're saying. Just echo our sentiments. He would not do that. So they then look to people like Tulsi Gabbard, like, yeah, she's kind of trying to, she's coming at the establishment, and all she has to do is help him a little bit because he really doesn't want to play that game where, for whatever reason, they're like, well, for optics, he can't really go against the establishment, which is exactly what they claim he did in the first race. But now, all of a sudden, now that he's actually popular, is the most popular senator in the U.S. in history, so-called, right? Even though that's true, for whatever reason, he has to act like a weaker person in order to get along with that. None of that made any sense. So they started thinking, well, maybe I'm going to go for this person. Maybe I'm going to go for that person. This person and that person is pretty much just thrown under the bus, not giving much coverage, whatever. So they're like, okay, well, we hope that Bernie's going to, and then somehow, okay, Elizabeth Warren siphoned off that energy, all these other people. And then eventually it got to some fucking how Joe Biden, who's the person that everyone, despite not liking Kamala Harris, not liking Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, any of these people, the one person they did not want was Joe Biden. And somehow, that's what we got.
He's the very thing that they're voting against, right? He's been in politics for like 50 years, right?
So he's lost every single presidential race he's ever ran. He ran a few times.
Interesting coincidence that right as Bernie dropped out of the race was around the same time that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. You don't think there's any correlation between that? I guarantee you these guys are behind it.
No kidding.
Listen, that boy, before all of this Russiagate shit started, what's that boy's name? That boy that worked for the DNC. Snowden? No. Man. he got robbed, but they didn't steal anything but a flash drive. You know, like they didn't steal his wallet, they didn't steal his phone, but his flash drive went missing. And for whatever reason, people who were investigating were told to stop investigating. What is his name? I can't remember, but it was a young kid that worked for the DNC, and he was supposedly going to expose the DNC for being biased. And then the whole purpose of the DNC is so that it's not biased and that all of the candidates on the Democratic Party have a fair shake and the money is allocated evenly, yada, 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 yada. He was going to expose that that wasn't the case. And boom, he gets robbed. He gets killed and nothing was taken but a flash drive. Oh my gosh.
Killed for a flash drive. Yeah. Coincidence.
And how did somebody know a flash drive was taken?
That part I don't know. I don't know that. I guess you got a good point there.
Can you have Bitcoin keys on a flash drive? That might be the future.
Can't you though? You can, right?
Yeah, I think you can, and
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if people get murdered in the future for them.
Yeah.
Does anyone think that Joe
With
Biden
the Bitcoin, with the Bitcoin,
Does
they
it
will
looks-
take
Does anyone think that
down
Joe
the
Biden looks
banks
different
and the
now than he did in
government.
2016? As if like he was replaced by a different person?
Jim Carrey.
I don't know. I haven't looked at the man since the primaries. I really don't give a shit about him. I don't know.
Same ears as Jim Carrey. Or maybe I'm just crazy.
No, I think you're right. And then they replaced Jim Carrey with a monkey.
Jim Carrey had a nervous breakdown a couple years ago. Completely lost his shit. Too much adrenochrome. Much too much. Way too much. One drop is all you need. Sorry, that was a Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas reference.
So you guys don't believe in science?
I think science is the religion of Baal.
What do you mean by believe in science?
I'm sorry, man. You guys are gonna have to learn. I just like adding humor to this bullshit.
Speaking of which, a second ago when Lou said general awareness, I was thinking, general awareness, that's when your superior officer is walking through the camp and you got to keep your head up.
Hey, you guys do realize that Jim Carrey was on Epstein's flight list, right? He was on that island.
Oh, yeah.
Him, Epstein, and Stephen Hawking were probably doing shit that was unheard of. And I guarantee you that island wasn't just for pedophilia. It was probably a government operation that got the lid blown off it, where they were working together to manipulate the United States.
Well, yeah, like what does Stephen Hawking have an interest in for a pedophile island? Like, just like
exactly.
to watch.
His dick doesn't even work. He couldn't even be over there doing pedophilia. They were over there doing planning and doing things that we don't even know yet. And the fallback from it and the aftermath is yet to be seen. But I promise you, something big is coming as a result of this.
On a flat Earth.
We're living in the something big, and the something big is all they have to do is make sure people don't really give a damn about what's going on. That's it, man.
First, they crushed the
Nobody
economy.
does. That's why we're sitting
Second.
here existing on the outskirts of Discord. Because they won't let us into the mainstream. Because these ideas would shatter everyone's reality. I remember when I first came here, and it took me a while to embrace it, but then I realized it made more sense than the tripe that I'd been taught previously.
That's true. I do wonder, like, if they weren't playing interference and we could on a mainstream level just get like I guess the three points, like, because I mean those are so basic. If we could just get that to the mainstream at the same time where everyone goes, huh, I think it would break reality as we know it. Like it might be worse than what we think we're experiencing right now. I don't know. I mean, I at the same time, I say let the chips fall where they may, because at the end of the day, I'm not going to fight for a lie. I'd much rather accept, because we all accepted in some small part the delusion all together. Together we did that. Which is why I'm always saying, sorry, I'm gonna finish it. I'm not really fighting all of these other people that we're talking about or imagining. Like I'm fighting my neighbors. You
haven't noticed though that even with these 3 points, that almost everybody who goes through it doesn't phase them one bit. They're perfectly fine accepting, telling you yes, it's a belief, but it's a justified true belief to them, and they they just as soon as you're done with it doesn't matter. They're arguing for with the presupposition of a ball, with the presupposition of motion, with the presupposition of gravity holding everything to the ball. Like they have no problem. It doesn't phase them at all. So like you started out with that saying if we could get the 3 questions out to the whole mainstream at once, that would make a big difference. I don't think it would. Every time I see somebody go through the 3 points, it doesn't phase them one bit.
Maybe. What if we? Because I've been thinking about Drace. I think it's Drace. Or was it Roger? I'm not sure which one. It could have been Drace or Roger, but they're saying, incorporating the 3 points with on the scale of 1 to 10 after each point. So we'll start, before the 3 points on a scale of 1 to 10. What is your belief in the globe? And it's like, okay, a 10. Okay, after the first point on a scale of 1 to 10, if it's still a 10, then right there we can tell whether they're being honest. And I think they would be able to too, if you try to quantify it. I think we should try that and see if it works, how it works.
Yeah, that might be interesting. And I think you'll see, yeah, some of them, you'll get it, they'll go from like a 10 to like a 9 to like an 8.9, and that's how most of them are going to go. But you're going to also have a whole bunch of them that are just going to say, I know for a fact 10, 10, 10.
Yeah.
What up, Elijah?
Hey, what's good, Reverend? Chilling?
Hey, looking live stream. Check that out right there.
Hold on. I'll be right with you in a second. Trying to get up out this laundry mat.
No problem.
Cool avatar.
Oh yeah, I had to change it up.
Yep. Okay. I see what I'm looking at here.
The original photo in the left top corner, that's the original photo.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the photos, I put it through like, kind of like Photoshop and just edit the photo to see, just something different. Does it look 3D or 2D? The original photo.
It kind of doesn't look 3D if you ask me.
Yeah.
Like when I look at the bottom left, looks like a coin.
Like a penny. It looks weird. That's all I can say on it. This is where maybe we take the argument, and I'm just saying, far as for me, take it to people just started looking at my office was the moon. You know what? Take your time throughout your day. Go look at the moon at nighttime. Just yourself. Look at the moon. And if the moon
and don't glance at it, stare at it for hours. I'm telling you,
it's simple. I got time lapse on my YouTube where the moon goes across the sky. The shadow never changes. Go back the next night, set the camera back up. The moon has a different phase, but yet it moves throughout the sky, same phase. Just maybe it shouldn't come at people, people hard or anything like that. They need to start looking at obvious things. That's what got me on it. The moon. Certified, easy.
I agree. It takes time.
I also agree.
Well, I'm staring at the moon right now, and I'm wondering why the craters are blue.
Would we call that moon gazing, kind of like sun gazing?
Because it's
fake. Is that good for you?
I'm staring at it too, and I'm wondering why I can see through it.
Exactly.
Take a picture of it.
You're staring at nothing more than a projection, man.
That's what I think it is.
Take a picture. Take a picture.
Made
take a picture of what you see.
And he's seen a what do you call it?
I love it because I just picked up a P900.
Yeah, my phone shows it up as a dot.
No, I come at it from a different angle a lot of ways. Well, tonight, the moon that you see right there, that's tonight's moon. So I had to take a picture of it. I had not a bad telescope because it was hooked up to my DSLR, and that's the best I can get because I'm not gonna say one zoom because it's 500 millimeters. That's what I caught, and I got more pictures. You want me to post it up? Let me know. But this is what I saw. What's up, Crypto?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was unmuted. My apologies.
You good? What's up?
Yeah, man. It's been a while since you've been here, Red Man. What's going on?
Taking moon pictures. That's me.
Still flat.
If you look at the pictures
behind it.
Right? Sorry, was that Rehab?
I said we all know that they are behind it.
Who's behind it?
The reptilian.
The juice on the floor.
Oh, right.
The juice on the floor. Can somebody clean that up, please?
Let's see if I can get more pictures for y'all. What we got?
Has anyone spoken to Siam? Or Matthew watches. I better change your name back.
Siam didn't answer the last time.
Thanks. Hey Nathan, haven't seen you in a while. How's your trip going?
Never been better, dude. We just got done playing pickle paddle something. I don't know. It was cool.
What's the next part of your itinerary? Where are you headed?
We're going to Miami next. We're in Fort Myers.
Oh, nice. So Vagabond's down by you.
Nice. Yeah, anyone in the area, email me, flatearthflyers@gmail.com. Send a phone number. I'll call you, vet you, make sure you're cool, and then we'll probably hang out.
Wait, so Vagabond is not in New York anymore?
Nope. He's in Florida now. I don't want to say exactly where, but yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm getting the fuck up out of here too.
Yeah. I hear New York fucking sucks now.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's like California, Chicago.
That's a pretty big insult.
I just crashed the drone like a retard, but I think it's good. I think it's just the wings.
Yeah, you guys got the Fly More pack with the extra props?
No, I haven't got extra props yet. We just got what was sent to us, but I'll get some more today or tomorrow.
How are you guys liking flying that thing?
I'm getting really good at it. I just I was fatigued, bro. We've been going hard all day, and then I was at the dog park with Gio, and I was like, oh, let's throw the drone up, and I just didn't survey the area enough, and I ran right into a light post, dude.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, and I thought it would be more broke than it was, but like everything was still working fine, completely functional, but the wings are all broken, so we'll see.
Were you going full speed when you hit it?
No, not really. Like, just like half speed.
Yeah.
But it was nighttime, so the sensors didn't go off or anything. Normally during the day, the sensors would go off. It wouldn't let that happen, but
right.
Oh well, darn.
So, Elijah, those are the moon pics I got for you today. Moon is
thanks, Redman. I appreciate that. I've been meaning to bring something up for the Australianers. I don't know. Is that what you would call them? Australian? I don't know. Cause someone down there, over there, whatever. They were saying something about the moon's position being behind the sun instead of in front of the sun before the something about it being wrong during that particular time of the year. I just never really brought it up. I forgot. But I'm gonna dig in. I'm gonna dig through my photos and find it so that I can go back to the post I was looking at, so I can bring up the topic. Something about it being in front of the sun instead of behind. When I say in front, I mean, like, I guess the moon is quote unquote rising before instead of after or something over there.
I like to see that.
Redman, is that a P900?
No.
Yeah, I've seen that before from a plane.
No, that's a DSLR. D5200.
Oh.
Sorry. A P900, I can get closer to the moon versus what I have.
Yeah, I have one from Crackville, and actually, let me see this. If I could find it here. Probably in my...
I gotta go shower, guys. Y'all be blessed. Have a good day, all right?
Later, Nathan.
Have a good day.
Take care.
Peace out, guys.
Let me see.
If you're looking live stream, that's the setup I have right now.
Out of your hair. Have a good one. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, shit. Am I hot micing right? Yes, I am. I was telling the ladies in the laundromat bye.
Thank you for drying my drawers.
Hey, Eli, does your girl know that you're cracking onto the ladies in the laundromat?
No. I'm 50 minutes past close, so I was saying thank you for allowing me to.
Oh,
I'm joking, man. I remember you had a bit of a. I'm not going to go into it.
Dang, that's a nice looking camera. Shoot.
No, my girl wishes I was talking to some other girls or something. She thinks I'm so boring. She's like, "Why look through your phone? Why?" Because it's unlocked. I don't have a lock screen. I'm like, no. I'm the most straight arrow guy there is.
Do you remember when we were trying to flat smack her and she was like, "I don't care about your friends."
Yeah. They're not your friends.
That was brilliant.
I had to go out there and prove her wrong.
Well, we actually had a good conversation with Crack the other day, actually.
Oh, nice.
But if you look in live stream, that's what I took that photo with the moon with that camera set up.
Yeah, thanks for that, Redman. Appreciate you bringing us those photos. And Lord knows, I can't take any, Damn, and again, it looks like the moon is going straight over my head, bruh. Not straight, but it's like, I had to careen my neck up. So, it's like, once it reaches the halfway point, you guys know what I mean, halfway, like if the sun is coming up and going down halfway is like noon and shit. That's what I mean, like the moon, the other night, it was like 80 degrees. And I was like, damn, that's kind of high. I'm not saying that's not what's supposed to happen in the metal or anything like that. I'm just saying, as long as I've been paying attention, I don't really see it pass overhead. So now I'm in a time where it's passing overhead, whereas before it's always been like more towards the south, like 45 degrees or so, like blocked by all of the buildings in the city. Now there's not a chance of it being obstructed at all because it's just straight up.
So do they say that the moon? What about what they claim the moon's orbit is? Right? Isn't it supposed to just be in like a perfect orbit along the equator of Earth, or does it go up and down north and south of the equator?
It's
definitely not doing that.
The sun.
Oh yeah, I was about to say it's definitely not going right over the equator.
Nope.
Right, because if you're in New York, right, and you see it overhead, that would mean that it's like way off from the equator, like maybe almost 45 degrees, like 40 degrees.
No. If I go out in my garage right now, the moon is directly over my head.
Right. I'm just saying, according to their model, though, what do they just say that the moon does? Do they say that it goes off of like north of the equator or south of the equator?
I've never heard anybody claim anything about what the moon does. They claim about the sun. That the sun,
right? But they claim that's because of our
out.
They claim that's because of our tilt,
right? But they never say anything about the moon. If anybody claim anything about the moon, I call bullshit.
So if I were in South America right now, what angle would I see it in the sky? To the north, presumably.
I've never been there.
Well, I don't know where you are in relation to me. I just know where you are in relation to me on a map. You get what I'm saying?
I'm gonna go out there and take a picture of the moon right now, and I'll go out there and take a picture. Well, no, not take a picture, but give you a picture of what the moon was on that date, and you'll see something different. Let me go take a picture right now for y'all.
I feel like I noticed seeing it higher up in the sky at a higher angle, more above my head, as opposed to further south, like I normally see the moon. I've noticed seeing that the last few days too. But I'm wondering. I don't know what to think of that, but what angle would someone in like Chile see it at? My question.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in the south. Did you say you're in the south? South of the equator?
I'm just wondering what someone in the south would be looking at. I'm in Oregon.
So you know how we all look at the moon, it feels like it's our personal moon.
I'm south of the equator right now. It looks flat over here.
But you look up at the moon, and it's like it's everybody's moon. The stars are your personal stars to where you're located, right? So you have the personal stars, but not personal moon. And this is speculating here. What if it's like the stars are closer than the moon?
I don't think they are.
I don't know, but
I think they're all relatively the same distance away. They're pretty much the same distance.
No, or wherever because since I think it's all projected, whatever it's projected onto would be relatively the same distance. More, you get what I'm saying? Like if there's a dome, like they're all at that distance, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh well, and in my star trail, when I catch the moon and the stars at the same time, they move at the same pace. The sun never moves at the same pace as the stars and the moon.
Yeah. And that would be, and by parallax, if the stars are farther away, which they say they're much, much, much farther away, like, trillions of miles farther away, the moon should be lapping them, like just blazing past them by parallax, but they move through the sky at about the same speed.
So the guy who just said he's south of the equator, what do you see the moon in the sky to your north? Well, anyway, I'm guessing you would.
No, he didn't say he was in the south. He was wondering what they see.
I could have sworn he said he's south of the equator. I could have sworn he said that.
This guy, Gabriel Donato, said he just took a picture of the moon from Brazil.
Well, post it up. Let's see.
I'm going to give him the embed.
Oh, just now? Yeah, I do want to see that. A just now photo?
Yeah.
While it's right overhead for me, I do want to see that.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, Gabriel Donato, you can post it.
Yeah, post it, but also, tell us what direction you're looking. Are you looking to the north or the south?
I'll give you a better photo.
It's on the Earth's ecliptic about 23.4 degrees north of the equator.
Yeah, but what degree is it to you in relation to your horizon?
Well, it follows the same path.
Or matter of fact, 90 degrees from above your head. Where is it from there?
Well, I'm pretty close to Mexico, so I'm not sure.
No, 90 degrees above your head. Where do you see the moon?
Oh, got it.
Let's see.
Give you my degree.
About.
Bam.
I don't know. I'm not good with degrees.
Share this.
Okay. How many hands? Like if you were to put your hand, like say, like you're about to chop suey something, like put your hand that way. How many hands away from your face would you say the moon is? 4. So pretty low towards the horizon.
Yeah. It's pretty much. It's pretty high up there.
How is it pretty high? Can you take a picture of this? You're in Brazil, you said?
I can't share any pictures or anything.
Oh.
I'm taking a picture right now.
That was Gabriel Donato who was in Brazil.
Oh.
But if you're not good with degrees, like 90 degrees is straight above your head, straight out in front of you, the horizon, that's 0 degrees. 45 is exactly halfway between. So I mean, that should help.
It's maybe at about a 52.
So it's above.
It's higher than 45.
And you said you're where?
Elijah.
Lake Havasu City, Arizona.
Oh, you're not south of the equator. It doesn't matter. You're south of the United States. Yeah.
It's pretty close to
I'm in-
Mexico, man, but that's not.
I'm in Georgia. I should be lower than anybody else right now. You see my degrees. You see my moon.
I want to know how many degrees into the sky Gabriel sees it, and is it to the north?
I'm seeing mine directly east. You look in the live stream. I posted it. Bada bing, bada boom. Damn, Hank.
Oh, sorry.
He turning pots over in that mother trucker. You want to cook tonight?
Yeah, I'm cooking for the kids, bro. Come on over. Take off your shoes. Come in.
No, I only do ribs. That's on the weekend.
Man, I can't buy ribs. Too much bone in the price.
Well, I'm trying to get my weight up.
All right, I took a picture. Hank, I'm gonna send it to you in a DM or a PM or whatever they call it on this thing.
I think he gave you live stream roles.
Share it.
Yeah. If you can see it, you can post it.
I only gave posting like image embed roles to Gabriel to post his. Who's that needs it?
I'll post it for you, bro.
Me, but that's just so I can post this one picture of the moon I just took.
I'll just give you the role. You abuse it, we take it away. You're good to go.
Cool. Bam. Like I said, I got a shitty Samsung phone that's $100, so it's not the best picture.
Samsung what?
It's A10.
Bro, you can
it
do a
looks just
pro.
Looks as good as my free one.
If you see the photo that I just took, now I did this from my Note. It's a Samsung. You can go to the Pro. You can turn down the iOS. You can turn down the iOS so you don't get so much light blur. You can. This is what I took from my phone. Right now, you can do the same thing.
Really, at the top of the hour? That's what you just took that? That's pretty good.
Yeah, I just took that from the freaking cell phone.
It's all right. That's much bigger than my cell phone can get.
Yeah, when I go to Pro, it's even worse.
No, it's not. You got to adjust the settings. Don't be lazy. Adjust the settings and iOS. It'll work for you. You got to practice with it a little bit.
I got 100, 200, 400, and 800. And it doesn't really...
Go down to... Let me look at my settings. Try to help you. All right. So, go back to Pro.
Oh, there we go. I can adjust the game.
iOS and the aperture. Aperture right now is 750 and iOS is 50. I'll take another photo. You'll see it. No, let's go, baby. Where we at? Bam. Yep.
I think it moved on me.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's like the same.
No. I'm finna take another photo for you.
I'll post it. But it's the same.
Bam.
I used to have a better phone.
All right, so
it would even pick up the stars. You know, this one won't.
But to post up what I just took right now. Bam. Live stream text. I took that with my cell phone.
And this is the one that I just took.
No, you gotta zoom in.
It's all the way zoomed in at the max.
Really?
That's how mine is. It's horrible.
No
This
way.
phone sucks.
There's a tiny little thing on mine too.
Okay.
But I can't complain. So the moon, I'm just going by timeanddate.com. It's 34 degrees above the horizon, 34 degrees elevation for me here on the West Coast.
Not
So
for
it's kinda
me.
interesting. It's almost directly east. It's at 81 degrees. 90 is
You got
east, so.
you got 81 degrees.
The direction of the moon is almost directly east. 81 degrees, in other words, 90 is east, so 9 degrees, 8 degrees before direct east, heading 34 degree elevation.
Yeah.
So it's
I'm
coming
in
on
Georgia.
over.
I'm in Georgia, and I'm posting up my degrees right now. Yeah.
Are you looking at it? You looking at it just to the south of you, or is it headed more towards west?
No, it's coming up from the east.
It's coming up from the east. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
If you
a
look
trip.
Yeah.
So you can see it almost all the way on the East Coast, and I can too. Well, I can't see it. I didn't look. It's pretty low to the horizon, but at about 40 degrees, I can see it, I think.
I do you one better.
Yeah, we
I'll
can
take a
both
little
see it. That's pretty freaking incredible. Theoretically, I could see it if I got up to a high point. Looking to the east, I could see it.
Well, I'm gonna get off this call, but I'm gonna do a little video. That way you can see where the moon is for me. I'll be back.
Oh, I see it. Your location, it's coming up at about 92 degrees. That's interesting. It's at 8 degrees before east, and you're a couple degrees. You're looking at it a couple degrees after east, south of east.
I'm trying to figure out where these settings are he was talking about. I got
See, mine is from New York City. For me, the moon from east to 90 degrees, it's like 80, it's like 87. It's like almost smack dab over my head. Almost. And it's probably going to be a couple of degrees
dab
to the
on your
south,
head.
too.
Yeah, it's going to be really close to overhead or whatever, closer to it for you guys. So coming up higher for
But
Elijah.
dude said he could see it in Brazil. If he sees
lower.
it any higher than 35, 40 degrees, I'm going to jump up and down. I want to see. I want the dude from Brazil to tell us where he sees the moon.
Yeah,
well,
that's
where in Brazil? Because Brazil's a really long country too. If he was like,
yeah,
you know,
Oh yeah.
Depends on how far south. But if he's right on the,
you see the video? You see the video, Sonny?
Okay, yeah, I see it.
Live stream text.
Yeah, I see it. I'm on it right now.
Yeah.
Let me put the sound off. Okay, see you going up. Yep, I see.
What?
It. Okay. Is that
what?
Crack? Is that Crack I heard?
After what I said, and he said I'm in.
Oh, that's the Crackville family.
Yeah. But this is where I see it.
All that means is the car is broken down.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I've taken care of it. Just carry on.
Not the car. Okay.
It's not
Obviously,
directly above head, but it's getting there.
That's a pretty wide area. Think of that, from California to Brazil and then up to the East Coast.
Yeah.
That's a big triangle right there.
Yeah.
I bet it's almost 3,000 miles. No, it's probably, yeah, it could be almost equilaterally from east to west coast and then down to Brazil. Could be another 3,000 each way. Something like that.
But look, guys, think about this. As far as we've been, it's not that fucking high. We don't know how high it goes, but as far as we've been, is pennies compared to how far we can go horizontally. Like
yeah, yes.
You can go thousands of miles across the plane, but up there is only a few.
Yeah.
Tens of miles.
That's really crazy stuff. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Like, I'm thinking about it, the highest we've been, like, what, 28 miles or something like that, the balloon footage and stuff, 20 something miles, right? 24, 28. And I know that I can walk from here to Brooklyn. That's about 24 miles from Manhattan to Brooklyn, or maybe from the Bronx to Brooklyn. That's not that fucking far. That's not that, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's insane to think about, that where we can't go is only the next town over distance.
Right. I get you. Yeah, I totally get you. A place that we could each one of us ride our bicycle to, without too much effort in an hour or so. Yeah, but you can't go up any higher than that. That's astonishing.
Life is but a video game.
Why did we take pictures?
If that doesn't say that we're created and we're supposed to be here and can't do shit else, like if that doesn't tell you that, I don't know.
Yeah, really.
Okay, I did a little experiment.
Whoever did this said, well, I can't make it too easy for them to figure it out. That's pretty wild to think about there.
Okay, so where I'm at, I got this moon tracker app, and it tells me, what azimuth the moon will be at sunrise or moonrise and moonset, and what azimuth it is currently at, and elevation. So that would be the degrees from 90, I guess. 37.5 where I am in Arizona. So then I changed the location to Sydney, Australia.
Hold up, 37.5 is the elevation from horizontal. Correct?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that. It says elevation, so.
Yeah, that's it. Mm-hmm.
And then the azimuth is 84.2.
Okay.
And then I went to Australia and set my location at Sydney and looked up the same information. It says the azimuth is 106.7 and elevation is at minus 66.6.
So lower to the horizon. So lower to the horizon and more south. What?
Minus 66.
But isn't minus means it's
it hasn't risen yet. Okay. Yeah. It's below the horizon still. I get you.
So the only other thing I can maybe do is play with the time. Yeah, I'll set the time.
Yeah, we're not talking about something that's that much further up than these distances that we're talking about over land. I don't know how to do that math, but I'm sure somebody here could figure that out. I was interested in that for a while, but I'm just not that good at trig anymore. I've forgotten all of it. So if I had the tables, I could look the stuff up, the sine, cosine, tangent, whatever that stuff is. It shouldn't be that hard if you just take the angles, the elevation angles, and you put the 3 elevation angles. You should be able to draw lines from locations of supposed known distances on land. That separation, looking up at those angles, it wouldn't be that hard to like draw some lines at a distance and see what happens.
It says, because I changed it to nighttime instead of the daytime. 48.3 azimuth and elevations 11.4.
So it's coming up. It's 11 instead of negative.
Yeah, so it's like still low on the horizon.
What was the heading again? I think that's the heading. They're calling that azimuth.
Yeah, azimuth. Because north would be 0 and 360.
Yeah.
So 48.3.
So that's more towards the north. That makes sense. They're a lot further south. That makes sense.
I'm going to adjust the time further on to about, say, 3 a.m. And elevation's 29, azimuth is 10.
10, so almost directly north, 10 degrees off of north. Yeah. And throughout the night, it's going to pass a point for them where it's directly north and headed more towards the west. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it says when it sets, it'll set at 300.6 degrees azimuth. So that's west.
West northwest. That's showing its circular kind of like circuit. It's looping around, going more north as it heads west, going more north. You can only have that in an arc. That's
Which kind of
makes that last little
which
bit.
kind of
What
makes
were
me
you saying?
think that it's on the ecliptic, so it's following the same path that the planets would follow.
Mm-hmm.
And the sun. It's like it's a circuit, a racetrack, and they're stuck.
Everything is moving in that direction from east to west.
So if the globe model's true and the moon is orbiting the planet, then why is it lined up perfectly with the sun and the rest of
That makes absolutely no freaking sense at all.
Exactly. So
It's
another argument for us.
Yeah, so how someone can say in that someone could come in and say that makes more sense to me or it's more logical to me. I totally disagree with that. How? Like I want to hear how
I'm
logically.
I'm not really sure. Like I have a picture of what the globe model says that the Earth is doing because when I think of the globe model, I'm not thinking about how the sun goes overhead. I'm thinking about how we're tilted and how we're spinning. So in that thought in my head, I have no idea what the moon's supposed to be doing. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do get what you're saying.
Can I say this? No one can look at the sun with the naked eye, so you can't tell what actually is going on. The moon is the telltale sign of something's not right. I just posted a picture of
See, there's God rocking. There's God rocking in Utah, 45 degrees, and he's looking east. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're looking in live stream text, the first photo in the top left That was the original photo. It didn't do anything to it. The other photos, I photoshopped and just looked at it and changed the color, contrast, see what's going on. Check it out for yourself.
Yeah, you got to look at that. The original, like that's interesting.
I'll give you the original if you want that one.
No,
photo,
I can just I mean, when you just click on original, it gets real large, and it goes on like a larger. It goes on a full screen, more full screen. So, yeah, that's pretty incredible.
Bluetooth mode.
The damn thing is flat in the sky.
It looks like it is, man. It looks like a penny. It really does.
But that's because if it's a project, that's why I
projected
think it's not
image.
a dome. That's why I think it's a flat top.
Yeah, but if it's a live projected image, it could.
It's such a weak structure.
It could project.
But why do they say that?
Because it is a weak structure. The center would bow down. A dome would not do that at all. It's like the strongest structure.
Why do we say that? Why don't we have domes for all of the cages in the all of the tanks in the aquarium? Then I don't know. Like obviously there's a way to make it a flat top if the creator wanted it. Like I just don't know how.
Well, yeah, sure. You'd have to have a million different kind of beams and stuff, but a dome, that actual structure supports itself.
I don't know, but I don't know, man.
It collapses.
I can see
itself up.
Yeah, actually, he's got a point because a flat top would indicate some sharper corners, like from wherever the walls or the sides are going upward. So that would be that's a sharper angle. But yeah, I'm not saying that couldn't be done by the creator. Of course, it could have been.
Well, do you know that so the moon or the sun, like they seem to travel slow until they get to like a certain point, and then it seems like it just zips past. Like what if that has to do with it being a corner? Like if you think of yourself inside of a corner, like a side of a triangle or whatever.
Elijah,
and you shine the light. Okay,
Elijah. Which one travels faster, the moon or the sun?
I don't know.
What you seen?
I mean, I never see one catch up to the other. Like, so like experience wise, I don't know. Like, it just looks like, it seems like it's set by the day. I don't really know. Like, from my vantage point, what I can see is just like, if this is the moon, this is the sun, and they're both moving. You know what I mean? It's like one doesn't seem to catch up to the other, or the sun doesn't seem to. I don't know.
No. I'm gonna give you this. Just watch the time lapse videos. Something I put out. I'll start reposting my time lapse videos. That the sun moves faster than the moon. The moon fades out. The sun stays the same course across the sky. If you go back and a couple of my other videos, and you'll see it, that the moon, you'll see the moon phase out. The sun rays, as far as the light, you can still see it more than the moon.
I think it's because it's a stronger. I think it's because it's a stronger. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Because I've never seen the moon set. I just see it, kind of vanish after a certain point. But with the sun, you can see the sun until it appears to reach the horizon.
Oh, wait. Did you see my band of lights?
I don't think I did.
I reposted. Sorry. Y'all go ahead.
Wait a minute. Where the hell am I at? Oh.
Now, I'm gonna post
I'm
it
in
up.
the wrong chat.
It's a beautiful thing for everybody to see. Band of lights.
Yeah, but when people say the structure, I don't get that. Like, I mean, based on what is that? I'm not an engineer. I don't know, but do I really have to be? I'm not sure.
No,
Maybe I'm speaking out of ignorance. I'm just saying.
no.
Well, there's nothing wrong with aquariums having rectangle or cube or whatever you want to call it shapes. Like there's nothing wrong there. There's no extra
No,
supports there. It's just a tank. Now I just think of this as a bigger tank. What's the problem?
Sphere is the most
just
efficient shape.
According to okay, that's cute and that's fine. But what does that have to do with it possibly being like flat at the top?
Well, I'm actually with you on this one. I could picture it being either or, you know, kind of an expansive rectangular whatever or something, or sphere. But I'm more leaning towards the thing with the dome idea. But I was just going to point out, I think if it extends the container underneath the ground, I think it's more likely we live inside of a sphere as opposed to just ground with a dome. I think we should call it what it more
wait,
likely is. I mean, I don't know. It's just my guess.
let me ask you a question.
Are curved.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So, we're not even saying what the ground is. We're just talking about what's going on, kind of sort of in the sky. Now, if you want to talk about the ground that you stand upon, where have you seen curves?
No, I'm not saying it's curved. I'm with you. I'm saying it's flat. But what I'm referring to the dome above our heads that you guys are referring to. What I'm saying is whatever that container is, it's probably like if you go to Antarctica or wherever the edge of the container is, what makes you think it just stops right at the dirt? I mean, wouldn't it go beneath us as above us as well?
It could. I mean, you're totally okay. You can think that if you want, because guess what? Who the fuck can tell you that it doesn't?
We don't know.
I couldn't. You know.
Yeah, and I have a functional. Or go ahead. Well, I have a functional point about it, which is that with relative density, they have this silly thing with the heliocentric model, this molten core. But what I'm guessing is that it's a possibility that with relative density, once you get to the bottom of the sphere that I'm talking about, the density would be so, it might be lava down there just by default.
Okay, yeah. So, I'm just trying to figure out where you're at. Do you believe in a molten iron core?
He's a
no. I'm not talking about a core. The core would be the North Pole.
Okay, that went
like the center.
Okay.
I mean.
Okay.
I mean, we have volcanoes after all.
Yeah, but
Well,
go ahead, Elijah. I don't believe in that.
I mean, well, they don't claim in the heliocentric model that volcanoes are because of the core. So I don't know how that follows on a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's just all guesswork. But whatever. The point is, I think it's the point is we always talk about the dome. We're not allowed to go to the edge and touch, but maybe it'd be easier for some people, because I've explained it to some people this way, and I don't know, maybe it's easier, maybe it's harder for them to get their head around it. But the idea of, instead of just, oh, we live under a dome, like, no, we live in a sphere, not on a sphere. You get it? Like, the world exists, but we're not walking on the outside of a sphere. We are inside of a sphere. But either way, it's still a sphere, which is kind of funny.
Hemisphere.
Maybe we should call it a snow globe or terrarium. But those are just fun words to use.
Like, why couldn't it be like an Aztec type pyramid? You know, where it's still flat, but as you get out further south, like then it begins to, you know, kind of go down in a slant, and then, you know, I don't know.
Well,
I mean, there could be a number of things.
If the dome was turning where the stars are, that shape wouldn't work very well.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't think the dome is turning. I think that the lights are being projected on, and the lights are moving by some great mechanical works. That's what I think.
Sounds good. Sounds good for me. I like that one.
I mean, I'm just the reason I come up with these concepts is because I'm only thinking within what I've experienced here. Like I haven't gone any further. I'm not even using text to, like ancient text, you know, to really kind of shape my worldview. I'm just going based off of what I've experienced, what I know is possible here, and that might be a flaw in itself, but that's just where I go with it.
I like that new web browser, collecting Bitcoin. Just do your thing. Oh, if you go in that crypto tab web browser and you type in Flat Earth Research and you click on the number one link, straight the first thing down says 24/7 live Discord.
What?
Yeah. It uses Yahoo search engine. So obviously Yahoo's saying fuck it and just letting everything be unblocked.
Which browser is this?
Crypto tab.
Is that an extension or an actual web browser?
It's an extension for Chrome.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
So Elijah, if you ain't looked at Banner Lights, freaking awesome view. I loved it. Freaking awesome.
BTT going back up. BTT's going back up.
Oh, I gotta go back out and do some more star trails. Well, moon
I would
trails
do that, but my camera will fog up because I didn't prepare for that.
Man, you gotta get you a Bruno.
What?
You gotta get a Bruno. Bruno, like as in hold on. I'll find it for you. Looking live streams coming to you. Okay, other than freaking cars running down the road. Sorry. You set this camera out and 4 AA batteries, simple. You set it out, $200 camera. It takes the pictures, and all you got to do is take the SIM card out SD card. You play it. It plays like a video. You don't do nothing else. It's so simple. Anybody can do it.
Even a caveman?
Even the caveman, they'll be looking at it like, I can't figure this out.
Is that before the caveman? Is that like right around when he turns from a monkey into a man?
No, that never happened.
What?
I want somebody to show me some proof. Somebody got to show me some proof on that shit.
It's not what
I
I
don't
heard.
like cursing.
That's not what
don't
I
like
heard.
cursing. But somebody gonna have to show me some shit on that.
I don't know. That's not what I heard. I heard different.
You might have heard different, but I mean, it is what it is. So I posted in the live stream.
I heard
Get this
that.
camera.
I heard there was a big explosion. There was a whole bunch of crap came out of nothing. There was nothing, then a big explosion. Then all that
Okay.
hotness cooled down, and then a rock was formed, and somehow water grew on it, and then people grew from the rocks and water.
Yeah, all the hotness
Okay,
cooled
well-
down in 20 minutes.
No,
Right.
no. That's like a hot fart. After a while, the condensation on your, shit happens. But in live stream, get this camera. Anyone in this room, get this camera. You set time up. Let me take a picture. Oh, exposure. You set it. And go back and get it in the morning or daytime. Whenever you want to do it. You set it, and get it. Let it ride. And when you take the SD card out, put it in your computer, click on it, it plays the video of the sky. Or whatever you shooting at. Whatever you use it for, it does it. Let's see. I'll go to one of my videos. Let's see. Which one? Oh, my little girl's about to get me. Oh, that worked. Live stream text coming in. Wait, Discord. Incoming. Simple things that we can do. Actually, for yourself. Things we can all do as far as like taking time lapse. You want to prove this ball. Video. Get it out. Right there. Bam. Why is everybody quiet now? Yeah. Subscribe. Show your support.
Well, you
Help
can
me
see
out.
how the sky moves a little bit faster than the moon.
Okay. Check that one out. And all that matters how you set the freaking time lapse up. Let's see this one do.
Well, I'm poor now that I discovered cryptocurrency.
Poor.
You were cooler before
Get outta here.
cryptocurrency.
You don't want to invest in any crypto right now.
Watch your mouth.
No.
You might be super wrong.
I'm stupid. I said watch your mouth.
Well, actually, right now, sorry, I'm talking about buying. But if you had any,
No, wait. Elijah, what do you say? Am I wrong?
I said Job might be super wrong.
Okay, cool.
I just told him to watch his mouth. That's just funny to say to people. People at work say something, they're like, I need this. I'm like, watch your mouth. They're like, huh?
That's funny.
Man, they try to kick my ass up here cooking, man. They try.
If you go to my channel, you can see the time lapse videos that I shot. Watch them out and check it out. See where it goes.
I'm definitely gonna watch the that Band of Light video because I was told by the good bro MG42 Pillbox something
No.
about
Band. The name of it's Band of Light. Just the horizon and the light coming in off the horizon.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I love it. Best view I ever seen. Oof. Give me chills.
I'll just keep it to myself.
No, come on, bro. Come on.
Oh man, I'm also playing this game.
on,
I
bro.
don't know why it has to always glitch. No, I wasn't even really gonna go into detail. I was just saying he was saying something interesting about the Bands of Light.
Yeah. He knows some he knows some stuff. It's something about that is so weird that I didn't think I would see it.
Yeah, like because the only time I seen that like is like kind of like from a plane, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Huh.
Not asking you too much. How high? What you
Exactly. That's the interesting. That's the interesting question.
Yeah. How high do you sit in? If you got a house, if you got an apartment. Wait. Do you have a house, or what you paying for, or whatever?
Oh, me.
How
I'm
high
eight.
do you sit?
I'm 8 stories up.
How high can you get? How about that?
13 stories.
Dang, are you kidding me? I'm on the 8th floor too.
And this is what people are not seeing. Okay.
Which direction is your view? Vlad's on the 8th floor too. Holy crap! Who facing what direction? Elijah, facing what direction?
Me? Hold on, wait. Let me kill this dude.
Huh?
Playing Call of Duty.
Oh, what direction is your window facing?
My window is to the east.
I see. Mine's to the south. I got one where I can see the west too. I can look out my other window and see the sun. No, it's looping around. It's going way far north before it sets now. That's what I'm noticing every day. It goes a little further north. It goes further west. Like it goes up from the south. It's looping around to the south of me, and then looping around and going further north as it goes west. Right. So I have the sense of it looping around these buildings because it'll move sideways as it's setting. It's moving to the side, and then all of a sudden a building will block it because the building's further north.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, so it's coming around. It's weird. So it's like coming around these buildings that are to the east of me, coming around to the south of them, looping around and going like around the buildings that are to the south of me, coming back up north as it moves west, and then being blocked by these buildings off to the west. It's really a trip.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to throw y'all off. When I took that video, the band of lights, I was 49 floors up to see that. So you
49 floors.
Elijah? 49 floors up.
Yeah, that's a tall building.
Yeah, it's the fourth largest building in Atlanta. So
they just built one that's about 40 stories, a couple blocks from me. I watched them build it from the ground up. Trip.
That's why I tagged that in my YouTube video for as the bend of lights, because I've never seen it like that. Ground level, I got to see something different. We always see everything on ground level. Even when you go to the beach, you see it at ground level.
Yeah.
And never think to look at it anywhere else. When you get that high,
the one thing I want this generation to know is Earth is a closed system. You can't get out.
Anybody that's smart, I'm a span that on the back end. Anybody that's smart, you need the tire to put the air in versus putting the air around the rim. Put the air around the rim without the tire, you can't get it. You ain't going nowhere. But that's why I coined it band of light. Because we don't get up that high unless we get in the plane. And at that time, I'm worried about the pilot being sober, being in the right state of mind to guide me where he gonna get me to go. Nobody even thinks about that. They're like, this is my Uber ride. My Uber ride's taking me to my destination, and we're going to the destination. Nobody thinks about what else is going on. I'll leave it at that. Ready to eat, baby? All right, fellas. Time for me to go. I'm gonna eat.
All right, Redman. Thanks, man.
Later, Redman. Eat good.
Bro, we're gonna talk about that band of lights.
Another movie? Oh, that's cool. The last movie. You know what? I I'm sorry. I move too fast sometimes. Yeah, man. Later, Redmond. Thanks for dropping by. I always love what you have to show us, man.
Yeah. I got to share. If I don't share it to everybody else, no, there might be somebody else never see it.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
I'll tell everybody, when you go out, take pictures. No matter where you at, somebody else might catch that. Wait. What's going on in that photo? Hold up. I see something.
Yeah, just that one chance moment where somebody sees the right thing at the right time. You never know. Yeah. So that's awesome. I'm glad we're all here because somebody's probably going to pick up on that. Get that signal somehow. Amongst all of us, we're going to get the signal somehow, and then that's kind of amazing to me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know, because I will leave y'all with this. My granddaddy told me, you don't argue with a fool. A fool is somebody that believes in somebody else's beliefs.
Yeah.
I stand on what I can prove for myself.
Yeah.
I cannot argue with somebody else that believes on another person. I can only depend on me.
That's right.
This is the reason why I tell everybody, if you're out there, take pictures. Every time you get a chance, take pictures. Because you never know what the next person will see. So I'm gonna have me a good night. I'm gonna eat. You gotta get up at 3 o'clock. Same time as Elijah, 3 o'clock. You already know my time. It is what it is. It died.
It sounds like the chat's a little slow right now. Snow? Did I say snow? Anyway, I'm going to be showing a movie in the cinema here in about 10 minutes. So if you guys want to watch it, I mean, it's Old Boy. It's from 2013, starring Josh Brolin. So I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, and I'm gonna come back and show that movie in the cinema. If anyone wants to join, I just wanted to say that really quick.
Cool.
Watch that together if you guys want to watch it.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. I enjoyed the movie earlier.
Well, I was at work when that was going on, so
get Point Break.
Point Break. Oh, shut up.
Oh, shit. We're going to have to show that movie one night.
Yeah, when you do, send me a message, man. I want to check it out. I haven't seen it in a while.
I'll get it. If you, that would be cool if you hung out and watched the movie with us. That'd be fun.
Yeah. It's a really good movie, man. I haven't seen it in a long time. I should go ahead and purchase that damn thing.
What?
Which one? Point Break?
Why would you purchase it? I mean, it's just
Point Break. Yeah, so I can have it in my collection right here, so I can watch it anytime.
Oh man, I don't kind of purchase any movies.
Oh, you don't? Well, send me that one then.
Well, but I can't. I mean, depends on the size of the file. I mean, no, but yeah, I don't ever buy movies.
Well, what's the size of the file limit here?
As far as sharing movies across Discord, the files are too big. We can't send movies to each other. But.
All right. Well, yeah, I don't know what we could do about that.
But anyway, I'm gonna show Old Boy, and we're gonna watch that. If you haven't seen that one, QE, I think you'd probably like that one too. The original is a Japanese, it was a Japanese artist, but then they. The guy that made the movie was Japanese, but then they made it, into the, English version of it, and that's what we're going to watch.
I told you what I wanted to see, Point Break.
All right, well, we'll do that one night. Definitely.
I think he's saying he wants it on tonight.
No, we're not watching.
I'm saying.
We're not watching Point Break tonight. We're watching Old Boy.
No, we're watching Point Break.
Well, you can watch Point Break if you want to, but we're watching Old Boy in the cinema. And you can buy it if you want to, but I don't spend money on movies anymore. So
where's Bambi, that fungus muncher at?
Fungus muncher?
Yeah, she said that last night. I used that phrase today too on my show.
No, you're so fucking silly, bro.
It just hit me, man, because you said it last night. I thought it was pretty funny.
That's funny.
You should add Dulick or Dulick. Licking. What was it? Sponge. What?
The Dew liquor? Yeah, I remember somebody
Licking sponge muncher. What did you say? What was
I don't know. I remember Dew liquor.
I know. Well, what was the one you guys just mentioned? Hold up.
Oh, Dew liquor. Fungus muncher.
Fungus muncher. Fungus muncher. Dew licking fungus muncher. It goes together.
So combine them?
I think it goes together.
All right.
Kind of rolls off the tongue, don't it?
Anyway, I'll be down there showing the movie. I just want to announce it. See you guys later.
Later.
Or you could do the window licking fungus
I like
muncher.
window lickers. The Dew licking fungus muncher is pretty good, man. I might that does flow.
Right. Yeah. Awesome. Had some pretty interesting discussions the last few days on here. It's been pretty amazing. Should have seen it yesterday's stream with Pagus. I don't know if you're listening, but asked him the question about objective reality, if he thought there was one. And these guys have been talking to him for like a couple hours at that point, just running it into the ground, the globe that is. And so I asked him directly, is there such a thing as objective reality? He said no. I was like, ooh, okay.
Yeah, according to quantum mechanics, there isn't an objective reality.
There isn't one, according to
There is not an objective reality.
Yeah, that's bizarre stuff. I know. I looked into that a lot. I used to believe that. Crap.
Don't have to believe or not believe it. It's validated by experiment. It's just the way it is. Now, how do you define objective reality then?
Yeah, if there's no objective reality.
Yeah, it's important on how you define that.
Right.
Yeah. So I would how would I go about defining it?
You just can't be in the quantum realm if you're going to define objective reality.
Objective reality is something that there's a definition for it. I think I wrote it down somewhere. I don't know. Objective. Yeah, there's another phrase for it too. So it's some sort of to the effect. So something exists independent of the human mind. That something on that, something like that.
Right. Undefinable in human terms or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it exists independent of perception. Which quantum mechanics says no. It doesn't. It can't. By experiment, it can't.
So there's nothing independent of our perception.
Nope. In fact, one of the craziest things is that some of the result, it depends on the question that you ask. It depends on the context that you ask, which is really strange. How could something inside your skull cap have any impact whatsoever on anything outside it. But it does.
Exactly. That is just really bizarre.
Yeah, and it's context based. What? We're off. We're well off the reservation now. You're off. You're gone. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. But that's what it is. That experimentally, that's what it is. So what am I going to do? Say no? I can't.
Right.
And there's two things. That it's choice dependent. Right? Now that's profound because when I did the quantum mechanics presentation, it's choice dependent and context based. Well, the only thing that I know of that has free will
mm-hmm.
in it as part of its one of its quintessential attributes is quantum mechanics and Christianity. Listen, I'm just the messenger, man. I'm just telling you what's in literature. Right now, they didn't put Christianity on it. I did.
Yeah,
but you can't have something that's based on free choice and outside your skull cap. It just doesn't make any sense in an objective reality. An objective reality is one in which it exists independent of the human mind. That goes back to the old discussions they were quite heated, between Einstein and Bohr back in the day. Because Einstein said that he always thought that the moon was there when he was not looking. And God doesn't play dice. And Bohr said, don't tell God what to do.
He begged to differ, sort of. Yep.
Yeah, there was a heated debate between that was heated over some years, man, between him and Bohr, Einstein and Bohr.
I've read a little bit about that. Yeah,
it was they used to do it publicly.
It was an all-out battle.
Yeah, it was public. I mean, they respected each other, from what I gather, but still, they were on opposite sides.
It was kind of like the server.
The server's a microcosm of that. Yep, it was a big deal. Bohr stuck to his guns. In fact, he treated Einstein sometimes like a friggin' idiot. Good on him.
Mm-hmm.
So listen, I'm just saying, it's not my philosophy. I'm just telling you what the experiments say. How the experiments come out, and they're irrefutable. You can't refute them.
Yeah, that's good enough for me. Yeah, I can settle with that. And I've always kind of like thought those things when I first started looking into it. I'm like, so it seems that, what we're actually thinking is actually creating the reality.
Ooh, I don't know. Don't go too far now.
Yeah.
It's let me try to explain.
We're having some kind of effect on it, though. Apparently, no.
Well, see, this gets really squirrely.
It does. That's the whole thing. It's a razor edge. Like how do you how?
It's a multiplayer game. You are allowed to participate, but you can't alter the density.
The pattern. Yeah, you can't alter the pattern or density.
No, I'm not talking about interference patterns. I'm well beyond that.
Yeah, multiplayer game. So yeah, we're not able to edit the game or change the rules of the game. Right?
Exactly. We're allowed to participate. So, yeah.
Right.
That you got it. Exactly.
Right. So the participation level is our observations. It's hard to even talk about this subject.
It is. And this was spoken about by, chill out, relax. This was spoken about by Schrodinger and Heisenberg, where they both said that language is one of the biggest barriers in quantum mechanics because it's hard to put it into language that's understandable. It's one of the biggest stumbling blocks in quantum mechanics. They were talking about in the beginning, right? They were back there saying, "Wait a second, do we have words that describe this?"
Right.
No,
for such things as like the No, I got to be sure I use the right words here. The velocity of a particle at the the velocity at the same time as the location can't.
Oh, that's Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Right. So
You can't know the position and the momentum of a particle. You can't know either. Arbitrarily.
You need only one or the other. So like once
only one or the other.
Yeah, you can't. So that's really. How would you talk? How do you talk about that? Yeah.
Heisenberg's uncertain. You just. That's what it is. It's just how it is.
So is the cat dead or alive?
Well, that's Schrodinger's deal. That was sort of a tongue in cheek. It was a good analogy, though.
Yeah, Heisenberg. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because the radioactive decay is a probabilistic event. It's got quantum mechanics all over it, right? So if it's a probabilistic event, then there's a draw. You got to take a draw, and a draw from the potential probabilities of, now it sounds silly, is the cat dead or it's not? That's really silly, but thinking on it just at face value. But no, he's actually correct. You don't know. You didn't look.
Right.
How do you know that radioactive decay, this goes even deeper now. See, I could pull that out of Schrodinger's cat example, right? And then all their radiometric dating, I can flush it right down the toilet immediately. So thanks, Schrodinger. I appreciate that. Yeah, because that's radioactive decay is probabilistic event. It's got quantum mechanics. It's quantum mechanic. Well, everything is, but that one, stands out like a sore thumb. What was I looking for when you got me off my friggin' game here?
You went off into the. You went kind of like woo.
It's been a long time. Well, not a long time. It's been a little bit of time since I was playing with quantum mechanics. I go in and play in there every now and again. Not like I used to.
Yeah, I like going back to the double slit experiment because that's really where a lot of that is based in, right? I mean, so this whatever is going on with this capturing when these particles are leaving, just the act of measuring those changes the result is quite amazing. So
then what's measuring? You got to define that.
Yeah, right? Yeah. So what kind of measurement?
Yeah, is looking measuring? No. So observation has little to do with the problem at hand.
So a device is measuring it? That's the only way.
No, I'm saying observation has little to do with it. It's actually information is the key.
Because if you're recording it on some kind of technology, then
doesn't matter as long as it's recorded. As long as the path information is recorded somewhere, you're good.
The path.
So it's there's.
So by not knowing the building burned down, the information still was there because they had the detection device.
What?
Did I get that right? I could have gotten it totally wrong. So the building burned down, the lab, but it was transmitted to another office. Is that
don't? You're going to hurt yourself.
I will. You're right. Because I'm just trying to use memory, and at my age, memory's.
Yeah, I got you. I'm suffering those same failings. It's a struggle. It's a struggle daily now.
I almost have the gas pressure citation memorized, though.
I'm trying to find something right now that I've been looking for. I can't find it. Where'd you go, you son of a bitch?
Oh, man.
There's one thing I wanted to comment on that always stood out to me, and I did it during the quantum mechanics presentation. I brought it out and put it all together for everyone, but where the hell did you go? Oh, boy.
The walls of the container. Slamming that home, man.
Coriolis, no, it's not in there. Well, then where did I put it? All right, let me check this one more time. That's part one.
Who's got a Feppy the Frog? I guess a lot of people use that.
Well, it's not there. it is. Where did I fucking put that? Oh, I think I know where I put it. All right. Yeah, I bet you I know where I got it. Where is that one? All right. There's
I know.
two.
I just thought of something I wanted to ask you. Have you ever read the book Beyond the Quantum? Is that Beyond the Quantum? Okay. I just wonder. I read it years ago, and I just wondered if you had ever read it. What you think of it by Michael Talbot, who's deceased.
No, I know that dude, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of.
So two of them, right? So it begins to look. This is from John Wheeler from Princeton. It begins to look as we ourselves, by our last-minute decision, have an influence on what a photon will do when it already accomplished most of its doing. We have to say that we ourselves have an undeniable part in what we have always called the past. The past is not really the past until it has been registered. Or to put it another way, the past has no meaning or existence unless it exists as a record in the present. That's really powerful right there. So that destroys all the fairy tale long ages right there, all by itself. Now here's the one I was going for. So this is, where's the original paper at? Is it Lackwicks? Hold on. Yeah, it is. So it's Lapquicks et al. 2011, Experimental Non-Classicality of an Indivisible Quantum System. It was published in Nature, like I said, in 2011. So in 1967, Simon Cochin and Ernst Specker proved mathematically that even for a single quantum object where entanglement is not possible, so entanglement's off the table, the values that you obtain when you measure its properties depend on the context. So the value of property A, say, depends on whether you choose or you chose to measure it with property B or with property C. In other words, there is no reality independent of the choice of the measurement. So there's it's talking about free choice here, man. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, so
and it's context dependent. That means
so how
it's
so what different ways can we use what different ways can we use to do those those recording of this path information? What could be considered like A and B?
No, you're getting two things mixed up. That's the measurement, not the recording.
Okay, you said the context. Okay.
Yeah, so it depends on the context. It depends on the question you ask.
Okay. So the question I could ask is it going through slit A or slit B?
No, it depends. You could go further than that. I'm not good. It's no sense. You're going off on different tangents, right? You're not paying attention.
I'm trying to stay on track. I really am. I think I got it. So I'll relax and I don't know.
Yeah, that's some heavy stuff, man.
I've wondered about that shit for years and years. That's really
Here's another really good one. This is really good. Published in Nature. So these aren't, how would you want to say, class B journals? You're talking about the premier journals. Check this out. I don't see how they even let him put this in here. All right. So Richard Kahn Henry, it's called The Mental Universe. Physicists shy away from the truth because the truth is so alien to everyday physics. A common way to evade the mental universe is to invoke decoherence. The notion that the physical environment is sufficient to create reality, independent of the human mind. Yet the idea that any irreversible act of amplification is necessary to collapse the wave function is known to be wrong. In Renninger-type experiments, the wave function is collapsed simply by your human mind seeing nothing. The universe is entirely mental. End of citation. Of course, there was a whole article in there. I don't see how they even let him put it in there. I guess because it was validated by experiment, so they couldn't. There's not much they could do.
Yeah.
But that's pretty radical for him to say that inside that journal.
So
because that kills.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That kills philosophical naturalism. That kills the atheist right there. Dead. Kills it dead.
Yeah, it does, because consciousness would have to be at the beginning.
Yeah. There's some heavier stuff in here, man.
And the consciousness would be the fundamental. Do I have that right? That consciousness would be the fundamental.
Yep. Yes, exactly. You got
of reality. Of reality. So
you're in
if we have it, that means something else had it too.
Yeah, exactly. You can't. You got it. You're all over it.
So that's like what you were talking about, how cryptographic messages, is that what you used? I forget. But it has to have the message, the context, the medium, that all has to be intact.
Well, it has to be agreed upon. That's another information's another subject.
Okay.
But
Yeah, right. Yep.
You had it there before you went there.
Shoot.
You're right on the edge, and then you lost.
Yeah, man, that's easy to do. That's a slippery slope up there.
There's some other good stuff. There was a really insightful physicist. What the heck's his name? He wasn't good at presenting stuff. He had a hard time putting all his thought. He was a better writer than he is a speaker. He always used to drive me crazy listening to his presentations and stuff. I'm sitting there, God, dude, shut the hell up and just write it. Oh, let me see if I can find. What am I looking for here?
Luca wants you to post it here.
Post what?
I don't know. Which part of it she was talking about.
Which one do you want me to, what do you want me to post? Post it
Ruby
here.
Rod.
Post everything. Yeah, right.
Everything.
I'll post my Patreon account right here.
Shoot.
Shit. Now you got me off my game. I told you I'm getting old. I can't be doing that shit. You got just one subject at a time, man. All right, what am I looking for here?
I guess it depends on the choice of what you were doing.
Yeah. The mental stuff. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? It's got to be in here because I got the library. It's a huge.
Yeah, man.
file.
How about like a 10-volume set, bro?
Yeah, I got a huge. It's as huge. So it's gonna
bookshelf of QE like information. That'd be freaking awesome.
Oh, his name is Professor Henry Stapp. He's a particle physicist. And his thesis advisors were all Nobel Prize winners. And he also worked with Wolfgang Pauli and Werner Heisenberg, each Nobel Prize winners. This guy is it's unbelievable, man. So all those people that he worked for, they were all friends.
And here we go.
So this guy's got some serious insight into. He made a United Nations briefing, and he said, "You often hear that the observer was brought into physics by quantum mechanics, but it was not a passive observer. Quantum mechanics brought the human being into science not only as an observer, a passive observer, but as an agent. And that is the key point. In order to make quantum mechanics work, you got to bring the human agent into the equations of quantum mechanics, into the dynamics at the outset.
Period. Or it doesn't work at all. So that's.
And he's saying this at the United Nations.
Yeah, so I pulled up the wiki. Henry Stapp.
Yep.
March 23rd, 1928, Cleveland, Ohio. An American mathematical physicist known for his work in quantum mechanics, particularly the development of axiomatic S-matrix theory, the proof of strong non-locality properties, and the place of free will in the orthodox quantum mechanics
there
of
you go.
John von Neumann.
Mm-hmm.
Particle physics at the Libtard University of California, Berkeley, under the supervision of Nobel laureate. The now, I should say, probably, I don't know what it was back then. Probably still kind of wild. Nobel laureates Emilio Segre and Owen Chamberlain.
Chamberlain, I remember Chamberlain. Yep.
Oh my God! In 1958, what a freaking amazing year that was. Stapp was invited by Wolfgang Pauli to ETH Zurich to work with him personally on a basic problems in quantum mechanics. When Pauli died in 58 December, Stapp studied von Neumann's book, and on the basis of that work, composed an article entitled "Mind, Matter, and the Quantum Mechanics," which was not submitted for publication, but the title became the title of his 1993 book. In 1969, Stapp was invited by Werner Heisenberg to work with him at the Max Planck Institute in Munich. In 76, Stapp was invited by J.A. Wheeler to work with him on the problems of the foundations of quantum mechanics. Dr. Stapp has published many papers pertaining to the non-local aspects of quantum mechanics and Bell's theorem, including 2 books published by Spring Verlag and a third one in progress. Stapp has worked also in a number of conventional areas of high energy physics, including analysis of the scattering of polarized protons, parity violation, and S-matrix theory.
Yeah, he's certifiable. Here's another cool thing he said.
Certifiable. I always wonder what you mean. I'm like, what way is he speaking about? That could be like crazy. And maybe he's like,
yep. So here's another good one.
Brilliant.
Here's another good one. Attention, intention, and will in quantum physics. He says, this is back to our previous point. The observer in quantum theory does more than just read the recordings. He also chooses which question. That's the point. He chooses which question will be put to nature, which aspect of nature his inquiry will probe. I call this important function of the observer the Heisenberg choice, to contrast it with the Dirac choice, which is the random choice on the part of nature that Dirac emphasized. According to quantum theory, the Dirac choice is a choice between alternatives that are specified by the Heisenberg choice. The observer must first specify what aspect of the system he intends to measure or probe, and then put in place an instrument that will probe that aspect. In quantum theory, it is the observer who both poses the question and recognizes the answer. Without some way of specifying what the question is, the quantum rules will not work. The quantum process grinds to a halt. Period. He's correct. That's exactly right.
So without this thing of choice, then the whole thing falls apart.
Yep.
It can't even function.
Yep. This guy had a really good grasp of, well, obviously working with all those friggin' crazy people, he'd probably have a grasp on it. But don't listen to him talk. Every time I listen to him talk, I want a pair of electrodes, right? So I can jolt his ass.
Just bad, huh?
Yeah, I think it's just he's getting old.
What about Aspey's experiment?
Elena Spey. Yep. Yeah, that's right. What he did, he violated Bell's theorem. So didn't I send you something on the Bell's theorem stuff?
I've looked at your quantum mechanics videos. Like I've done a lot of research.
I thought I sent you something. I thought it was that doofus Brian Greene talking about it.
You might have, man. I've got so much stuff. I don't know how I'm gonna keep up with it.
I'm not going through that.
No, don't worry about it. I'm sure I'll pick it up along the way here. I saw. No, I've listened to that person a lot, actually. I listened to like almost all of what.
Now, Brian Greene's a numpty, right?
Yeah, I know he is. Yeah,
he's a numpty dipshit. But in this particular case, I thought that his explanation of how they dealt with Bell's theorem was really good. Probably one of the best explanations I've heard yet.
Oh yeah, that video.
So the sun shines on a dog's ass every now and again.
Okie dokie.
And I sent that to you, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, actually, you might have it in. I probably have it in the mail.
I'll bet you I PM'd you with it.
I think I have it. I think you're right. Let's see.
So, are we just going to have this back and forth conversation in here all night, or is other people going to get involved?
Yeah, all you other people. There it is right there. Sure do.
Yeah, it was Henry Stapp, Ruby. So, how do you come up with these names? Ruby Soho. Too funny. Yeah. So I'm going to drop anchor on science, natural science, and the scientific method for the next couple months. That's Ballbusters and my show. So I'd suggest you dropping by. You as in the royal you. And get your notepad out.
I know, I do need to do that. Yeah.
I might. You know what I might do? Hey, what's up, Crypto? What do you think? Yeah, good one. What I might do is I might do that same exact presentation Saturday on Ballbusters. I'm thinking I might do that.
What, the one we just talked about?
No, the science presentation I did today on my channel, the one you didn't watch.
Oh, okay. Shit. Damn.
I might do that all over again. Just hammering it. Hammer. You gotta get so sick of it, right? You'd say it over in your sleep. I'm gonna do it so many times.
Yeah, it's all good.
Not your sleep, everyone's sleep. I'm not just.
Yeah, my sleep's already bad enough.
Yeah, I'm not.
You wouldn't want my sleep.
Yep. So when any baller comes to town, you'll be like, "What the heck are you talking about?" And just start pounding at them.
They're being just like demolished. They're pretty wiped out, man. But it's all good. I think I have about 30 of your citations, something like that.
You need to get out of the citations and go and read those articles that they're attached to.
Yeah, that's true. I need to spend more time doing that. That's true.
The Mental Universe one is a really good one. The one I read out by what the heck was his? I can't remember his name though. 2005. That's a good article, and let me see. I can at least post that one. Where'd you go? Where is that one at?
Yeah, that's really interesting. Very interesting, though. Listen to this one sentence here. I'll just read this and then I'll stop. The Aspe experiment is often invoked as proof of the quantum mechanical nature of reality, wherein nothing in the universe, e.g., protons, electrons, neutrons, atoms, nor the universe itself, has a definite form until it is measured.
There you go.
There was that word again, measured. It's pretty heavy stuff.
Here's that Richard Con Henry one, and then you can go to the actual article right there. It's a really good article. I remember reading it.
I'm sorry.
I remember reading it a few years ago. It's really good. Let me see if that link still works. Sorry, I should have checked that beforehand.
All right. I'll put this link of this article I'm reading as well.
It still works. It's still good to go.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's cool. Let's get that. Put that in the little treasure chest.
There's another one that was really funny that I ran across. Maybe no, that won't be in there. It was from the Quantum Enigma. There's a really good book on quantum mechanics called The Quantum Enigma. Where did I put that? And it was right around 2010, 2011, I think. Where'd you go? It might be here. No. No. I think one of those authors from the Quantum Enigma recently passed away. Path information. No, that's not it. Let me see if I can get a picture of the book anyway, just in case that somebody wants to read it. What the fuck is going on here? Quantum Enigma. Enigma. Images. That's it. Copy image. Oh,
Yeah, we
or Swan. It's friggin'
Yeah, Radwin. We need that. Radius is 0.
Why didn't you
We
tell
need
me
that.
you got it? I'm out there looking for it. I come back to Discord. It's already posted in here.
What?
That from Unicorn Laser Eyes, man. He already. I went and got it. I was going to post the same damn thing, right? This is what I went and grabbed.
What?
Then I
Must
come in
be-
here. It's already there.
Oh, right. Right there. The Quantum Enigma. Unicorn. Dang. See what I mean? Heck no.
There was one thing that they said in there was really.
I've heard that name before, Rosenblum. I don't know what else from, but
Yeah, Rosenblum and Kuttner. Yeah. I think Kuttner passed away. I think so. Don't quote me on that.
so that's a good one.
It's a good book. It's a good read.
I should
I
get
should
that.
snatch that back up again and go ahead and go through it one more time. That's been a long time since I read it. Let me see if I can't find something from it. I probably don't. I got too much information. I probably don't have it. Carry on. I'll go looking for it.
Yeah, that's okay. I can't. I'm trying to look over the aspects experiment, and I can't even It takes.
Good luck.
I have to sit still. I can't. You can't just read that off the cuff. You have to sit down and really study what they're even talking about. If you miss a few words, you've lost the whole entire plot.
You lost the whole plot. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find it. No, it's not you.
So I was just trying to figure out the difference between the aspects experiment and the actual double slit or other?
Yeah. He's dealing with non-locality.
Yes.
So it's indirectly connected, but it's not the same.
So is that how they're coming up with the entanglement? Like, is that?
Yes, exactly. Yep.
So if that particle changes something based on my choice of, I always get lost right there.
Yes, then another particle, no matter where it is, it's entangled. They share a wave function. Then as soon as you measure that one, the other one's the opposite. It has every single time, and that information. What they say is information travels. That's bullshit. There's no information there. They get it wrong from the outset. It's really confusing, and this is really heavy. I wasn't prepared for this tonight.
No, it's okay. Is it instantaneous?
Instantaneous actions at a distance. That's correct.
At distance.
Yeah.
Based on the human mind.
Yeah, they're trying to find hidden local variables that would explain more or less non-locality, but they've done so many experiments now that they've killed all the hidden variable theories. It's over. It's done. They can't do anything about it now.
So this thing is an actual thing then, by experiment, correct?
Oh, all these are by experiment. Some by demonstration. It just depends on what you're talking about. You have to get specific.
Seems pretty similar to the Michelson-Morley experiments that he did or observations.
Nah, you're too vague.
They're nothing like. Aren't they similar? The way aspects.
No, you're too vague.
Too vague. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna find this. I get this feeling that I'm looking for something that I'm not gonna find. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, heck, I might have found it. Yeah, all right. This is from the Quantum Enigma. I said I don't think I'm going to find it, and boom, it popped right in there. All right. So, the waviness in a region is the probability of finding an object in a particular place. We must be careful. The waviness is not the probability of an object being in a particular place. There is a crucial difference here. The object was not there until you found it there. I'll post that one. That is fucking hilarious, man. When I first read that, I said, "Now wait a damn second." I can remember the first time I read that. I was like, "Wait, what?" Yeah, let me put it in here. And that's from the Quantum Enigma.
Pretty sure those islands are actually really there in Bo's video.
You'd think
of
that,
the
but
Hill House habitat.
You'd think those oil platforms are there, but you'd be wrong. So there you go.
Not until I go look myself, I guess.
So the waviness in a region. Now, remember, we're talking about wave functions. There's not fucking physical waves floating around. The waviness in the
say it again. There's no physical waves floating around. Did you just say that?
Exactly. A wave isn't something. It's what a medium does.
Right. That makes more sense to me.
Yeah,
actually.
Exactly. So you got to be real careful when you're reading these things. Here, I got another good. This is really good. I use this all the time, man, and drive people nuts. I think somebody brought this topic up too the other day. About the tree falling in the woods. Somebody brought that up, and they were saying that's bullshit.
A tree falling in the woods, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the basic one to ask. Yeah.
You know the story with
really
that.
Happening. Yeah, is the tree even there? Unless someone's there to see it. Yeah.
I heard it somewhere. Maybe it wasn't in here. Maybe it was somewhere else. Good luck trying to find this one. Let me go back up to the top. It was by an MIT MIT guy. What the heck was his name? There's a video attached to it too, I think, if I'm not mistaken. 1 second. Seth Lloyd. That's him. All right. This last one I'm going to give you. I'll give you the video too so you can go check it out. It's not a long, I don't think it's a long video either. I think it's pretty short. Let's see here. Yeah, that ain't right. Thanks, Discord.
I agree with that statement.
Yeah, which one? The one from the Quantum Enigma?
The object was not there until you found it here.
Well, welcome to my fucking world. When I first read that, I said, okay, wait a damn second. All right, so, and this was from Seth Lloyd. He's a big player in they're trying to make quantum computers, man, and he was a big player at MIT with all this stuff. So, there you go. So who deserves to trust their intuition more than Einstein? And Einstein's intuition told him, like everyone's intuition tells them, that things are really there when you're not looking at them. Well, he was wrong. That intuition is incorrect. That's what Bohr was arguing with Einstein against. Same thing. Same thing. So that's how I use it. I go, well, I usually do it at family get-togethers and stuff because I don't sit there and speak about quantum mechanics. I'm not that
right.
I'm not that stupid, right? No, I'm not going to do it. So I'll say, and the usual one, because everyone's heard this, does a tree make a sound, if it falls in the woods, if no one's there? And then you get people arguing back and forth and, well, this and this and that and this and that. And then they look back over at me and they say, well, what's the answer? I said, well, no, it doesn't make a sound. And there is no fucking tree.
Yeah. I just saw a tree the other day. A couple of them, actually. I saw a tree that fell. And
now the last one gets them, man. The last one, they want to friggin' string me up.
That tree wasn't falling until I went and looked at it and saw it and said, there's the fallen tree.
It's too funny, man.
Now, when I was there before, I don't recall seeing that tree standing, but that doesn't mean it wasn't standing.
It goes back to the double slit experiment. It's a probability distribution. It's a random draw you take from nature. So, I tried to bring this up a couple times to Nathan, and I only brought it up once, and he wasn't. He kind of stopped. He listened to what I had to say, and then he went on to another subject. So, here, follow this one. I think it's pretty cool. It's not that hard to follow. So, let's say, I use the example with him. Let's say me and Nathan, we were the first ones to walk on this beach. And we look out and we see an island out there. It's like 4 or 5 miles out. And all of a sudden, so we leave the beach. We're the only ones that ever seen it. We know that it's there. So information exists in this reality that island is right friggin' there. So if anyone comes behind, let's say somebody came behind us. Let's say me and Nathan got up from the beach. We got off the beach. We went to Mickey D's, right? Well, if a person comes behind us and goes to that same beach, there is 100% probability that island is right there where we seen it. Okay? Because there's already knowledge or information existing in this reality that thing is right there. So it must be 100%. There's no probability involved. It's got to be there. Because it can't break the laws of physics. You can't have random shit happening all the time, right? However, what if that person leaves? Now, I'll give you a couple scenarios. Let's say me and Nathan were there, and this is kind of morbid, and we left the beach, got in the car, and our car crashed, and we were both killed. Another person comes down on that beach and looks out from that beach, that island doesn't have to be there. That's what quantum mechanics say. It doesn't have to be there. It's a probability draw. Because there isn't any information existing in the reality that that island is there. So it doesn't have to be there. Now check this out. Here's another little twist. So the island's there. The other person comes out. Me and Nathan don't die, by the way. The island's there. A whole bunch of people see the island. Now, if you're on the beach and you turn around and no one's looking at that island doesn't have to be rendered.
Yeah, so one person could look at it if the information. Yeah, that's.
It doesn't have to be rendered. It's now once you look back, it has to be there because it can't break the laws of physics. Can't do that. It can't be doing cartwheels and shit.
So once it was there, then it'll be there again.
But it doesn't have to be rendered. It's like a video game, right? Where you have the different. I'm not a video game player, but I'm familiar with the concept. You have different scenes, right? Now, all those scenes are in the video game, but they're not rendered yet, right? But you know they're there. You've seen them before, but they're not rendered on the screen. Follow?
Yeah. Yep. So what happens if the people... Okay, so you saw it. You leave. You go to Mickey D's. You're fine. The people coming further down...
People come to the beach after us. Now
it doesn't matter the timeline. The timeline has nothing to do with them coming. They just show up like anytime after.
Yeah.
They don't have to see the footprints. They don't have to see footprints in the sand or nothing like that.
Right.
They just
nope. Information already exists in this reality because it's the information in Nathan and our mind. We know that it's there. So it must be there. Right? So anyone coming down, it's going to be there. There is no probability. It's 100%. It's right there. Right where we've seen it. Okay, let me give you another scenario. Let's say we're a bunch of astronomers, right? We got an astronomy club. And the first time that anyone's looked at this, what they call galaxies, right? And they see a red dwarf or what, it doesn't really friggin' matter. And let's say there's a bunch of people there, that's like 50 people there, and they're all looking at it. They all mark the coordinates down, right, on a piece of paper. But all of a sudden, the building explodes. And everything that was written down, all the people die. If other astronomers come down to that same island and look in that same spot, that red dwarf doesn't have to be there.
Because all the information of the people who made the choices are no longer available.
Yeah, there's no information existing in this reality that was there. Now it goes back to a probability draw or a probability distribution, and you got to draw.
Some people saw it before, but they all died.
They're dead. Yeah, that information no longer exists.
So maybe it could appear. It doesn't have to.
It could be the same place, yes, because that's one of the probabilities, yes.
Someone could come along and see it one day. Now, if they don't look back and no one else shows up, that doesn't have to re-render again.
It doesn't have to render itself, no.
What a crazy freaking place this is.
Keep in mind, now, this is all validated by experiments, dudes. Keep in mind, now, just think of the complexities of this that the creator created and how he holds. Remember, it's written that he holds everything together. Everything. It's almost scary. You can't wrap your mind around this.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
And then that's when you start reckoning with the creator, like, no.
Yeah, because then, like, okay, so we're a key part of this whole consciousness thing. We're like, we are consciousness as well, you know? And so it would be different if we were just like, okay, we're just in a terrarium, it's enclosed, we have a bios, whatever around us, you know, and all these things are happening, but we're in the middle of we actually have consciousness ourselves and are actually observers of this reality.
Yeah, but remember, observation is not the only thing. It's information. Now, I obviously said observing the island. All right, I got that. You got that. But if you break it down to its like bare bones, it's not observation. It's not observation dependent. It's whether information is the key. That is the takeaway message. Information. Information is the bedrock of our reality. But guess what? Listen up, atheists. Information is neither matter nor energy. You got a big friggin' problem. You got big problems, man.
Yeah, yet it exists everywhere.
It's the foundation of reality. Most of the atheists, even Davies, Paul Davies wrote on this subject extensively, and he's an atheist. He even said it. I'm sitting there, are you a doofus? He said that information is the foundation of reality. Now, he wasn't correct. It's not the base. He said he called it the basement. He's not correct. He's one floor up. The basement is a knower because you can't have information without a knower first. So it's a incestuous feedback loop with information and knowers. Information and knowers. You can't have information exist without a knower.
Yeah, it's like gas pressure and container.
Exactly. It's incestuous. You can't. It can't. So that's not only quantum physics or quantum mechanics. That's in DNA. Yeah. That is right. Mind blown. Because it's all based on information. Now you got to go find out what information is. It's not what you think it is. So watch my information presentation.
Yeah. I can tell that's going to bring up some.
It all boils down to information. Information is key. Information. The logos. Yep. Uh-oh. Logos. Who's that? I think that's one of the names of Jesus Christ, if I'm not mistaken. See how it all circles back? Just saying.
Yeah. It does.
Atheism is stupid. Sign the 9/11 hijackers. That's pretty funny, Road Dust. You want to have a good time? Get an atheist in here and ask him to define atheism.
Yeah, I've heard that discussion before.
I listened to 9-hour hangout one day. I was loving it because it said something to the effect I knew they were going to define atheism. It was Steve McClown of the Clan McClowns, long before the Non Sequitur show. He had this hangout, and I stumbled upon it, and I said, hey, all right, get the popcorn out. Had like 20 atheists on the panel, right? They sat there, I think it was 2 days. They sat there, and at the end, they couldn't define atheist. They couldn't define the fucking term. I'm serious. Right. Intellectuals couldn't define this term, and they all got upset with each other and left. I was sitting back here with the popcorn, man, laughing my ass off because I knew where it was going, where it was going to end. I knew they couldn't do it. It's an easy definition. Anyone got a definition of atheism? I know what it is. It's very easy. Go ahead, put them in here. I want to see. No cheating. If anyone's listening to my presentation,
blind fanaticism. Does that ring a bell? Blind.
A plus theist. Yeah, the unicorn laser eyes. He's being pedantic with me.
A plus theist.
You don't believe in it. So you don't believe in any. Well, that's the lack of something. So you don't define something. What do you want? Damn cat jumps on my arm. What? You hungry? Get a job.
Said you were talking about quantum physics. Must be about me. That's what the cat was saying.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. It's my cat though. You don't believe in any God. You can't define something as the lack of what it is. Like if I asked somebody to define a banana, and they said, "Well, it's a lack of tranny fluid," that doesn't define it. So you can't do it as the lack of something. So try again. Nope, it's not the lack of belief. Can't do that. I just said that. Right? Makes sense, right? Think about it. Well, you're right with monotheism, one God, Yeah. Eight, no gods. Yeah, that's correct. But I want the definition of atheism. A means without, and theism means God. So without God, in other words, but that's not what it means. That's still the lack of something. I know there's no God. Nope. Theism is belief, so atheism. Yeah, you can't give me the lack of something. Truder, I don't think they'll say that, Truder. They won't say that. They'll always give you the lack of belief in God or gods. That's what they'll say. I got several people going on this.
Some people think that just because some people believe that because they don't see the validity of man-made religions, they think they're atheists because they don't.
Drace is trying to be cute. It's the belief there is no God. It's still the same darn thing. It's extra much belief. That's a good one. I like it. Yeah.
The voice text just got fired up.
Oh, really? Yeah, that usually does. Atheist is an impiety of people who do not believe. That's right. That's a lack of. So now, got to try again. You want me to give you a hint? I'll give you guys a hint. You guys aren't looking at my website and listen to my presentations. You're about to piss me off. No, I'm only kidding. I'll give you a hint. The ontological primitives. I'll write it out.
Could you say that again? It broke
The
up a little bit.
ontological primitives is your hint.
So, saying nature is their God?
Yeah, who said that?
The Boricua?
You cheated, albacore tuna. Look what I wrote.
For me, there would be no better way.
Yeah, you're snickering back here, you cheater. So, the ontological primitive. Oh, hold up. Called Sarah. Atheist creator must be matter. Yeah, you stole that off my website.
I didn't go to the website, actually. I was just
No,
thinking about
not
it.
you, albacore tuna. Code Sora.
I see.
Who created nature? The creator did. I did. Yeah, I know you did, Code Sora. I know I wrote that. Nature doesn't create nature. Right? So, with the ontological primitives, right? Nature must be their creator. So, they make a positive claim, and nature is their creator. That's the definition. I don't know about a definition, but that's what they stand for. They don't know it. I let them know it. But yes, nature must be their creator. So, they are theistic. It's just nature. Because theism, that's a broad term, right? That's not, well, you're atheistic against what, right? Yeah, road dust, yes, but obviously in the context that we're talking about the creator. Can only be one. So, yep, when you get an atheist, that's the definition, basically, is nature is their creator. Yeah, creator. I don't know about creator equals deity. I don't know about that. It just depends on how you find deity. Yeah, nature. Yeah, it had to be created because it couldn't create. It couldn't go from non-existence to pre-existence, then poof itself from pre-existence into existence.
Yeah. So they believe in a creator just as much.
It can't do that because you say so.
No, it doesn't follow logically.
Right. So yeah, neither does a god. God just comes out of nowhere. So you can't just say, well, this doesn't. So we create this. It does.
Nope, that's a false equivalence fallacy. In order for finite things to exist, that's the universe and us, there must be and always was eternal source. Logically.
Okay, nature.
Nature can't exist. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
You don't know that. You don't know
Yes, I do.
previous to what. You don't know previous to what
I do
existed.
know that.
You
All
can
right,
postulate.
Well,
you can
I'll
postulate
support
on
that
what previously existed, but that's your best
You'll
guess.
just overtalk
God
me,
is
you little
everything.
atheist, but I'm going to friggin' clobber that shit into the incoherent oblivion in 1 second. I said
Go for
nature cannot exist. It's a always eternal. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation. You said no. Right? Is that what you said? I know that's what you said. You're on tape.
Nature, I'm saying,
Wrong.
would have existed at some point in time previous to
Wrong.
itself.
No, can't. Second law violation.
Right, that's what you
And
say
from
because
the
you say it
highest of
doesn't.
don't overtalk me.
Go ahead.
I know what you said. Everyone
Go
heard.
ahead.
All right. You said nature always existed from the highest of your high priest, Stephen Hawking. Can you read that out loud for us, please?
The argument about whether or not the universe has a beginning persisted into the 19th and 20th century. It is conducted mainly on the basis of theology and philosophy with little consideration to observation and evidence. This may have been reasonable given the notoriety.
Notoriously.
I can't read that it's cut off on my screen. Unreliable character of cosmological observation. Until fairly recently, the cosmologist Sir Arthur Eddington once said, "Don't worry if your theory doesn't agree with observation because they're Don't worry if your theory doesn't agree with the observations because they're probably wrong. But if your theory disagrees with the second law of thermodynamics, it is in bad trouble. In fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is in serious difficulty with the second law of thermodynamics. Second law states that disorder always increases with time, like the argument that human progresses." It's cut off again. What's it say?
It indicates that there must have been a beginning.
And then Stephen Hawking, the beginning of time. Wait, that's what it's from?
Yep.
Was that a book?
I don't need to know that. Well, click the link.
I'm curious. I think I read that book. No, never mind. That's a different. That's something else.
It says I can't take any citations out of it, but I did it any friggin' way.
No, but I like it. I like the idea. I just what I think. It's so interesting. So you think that?
No, I know.
Well, no. Well, I'm curious. So in your head, a god, you can create a god.
No.
Okay.
No.
God exists in your ideology.
No.
All right. What do you think? What do you think?
I already said there are two ontological primitives. That is, there are only two choices for how we and the universe are here. Number one, nature or the creator. That's it. The only two choices. Every single other choice will fall underneath those two choices.
Oh, actually, I remember having this discussion with you before. Okay, no, I said nature was God, and you said that you can't redefine it. Okay, never mind. I know what your thoughts are.
Nature's not God. Nature is inanimate. The creator is not inanimate.
Okay, well, and I define. I think God is anything. I think God has any possibility. So it could be nature
then you're off the
if you wanted
reservation.
to. But yeah, I mean, you can think God is limited if you want, but that's just your choice.
I don't think God is limited. I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth. I'll kick your fucking ass out of here. You say something like that again. You
So you
understand
think
me?
God can do anything?
Anybody
Do you understand what I just said?
I thought so.
If you strawman me and try to put words in my mouth like you just fucking did, I will kick your ass out of this server. Do you got me, sunshine?
Oh, no problem, sweetie. So
All
what
right.
do you think? All right. I'm curious.
Stop fucking bouncing off the walls. Calm down and provide a coherent question.
In your opinion, can God do everything?
Oh, fuck off. Can God do everything? There's certain things he can't do. Right? There's certain things God can't do. Do you ever hear these? Global virus thaw. Number one, he can't lie. Number two, he can't break any of his promises. And number three, he cannot learn.
Why do you
got
ask?
me, Sunshine?
Why do you ask? Do you want to be a woman or something?
I had never heard the third one that he that he can't learn. I'd never
He
heard
can't learn. He knows everything.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I like that. I like that. Interesting.
That's
I'd
my
prefer the first
spin. So you won't find that anywhere. That's just from me.
I like that. I'm gonna steal that.
No stealing.
Only borrowing.
Yeah. You only got two choices. Do you got a third choice for me?
Well, I mean, I'm just in general in my head. I just don't see why you can't create I guess like a third choice, but you could almost call it a second, a 2B, like a second option of part two.
Second option of part two of two parts.
God can't do any of the contradictions that you said previously, but he could still fulfill what I was saying, where he, is some force that can create all this being, and you can call it nature, you can call it whatever you want.
No,
I would just call it nature.
No, nature's inanimate. It doesn't think. It has no intention.
Okay, because you. Okay.
No,
Again,
because What were you going to say?
I like it. I like what you're saying because you're defining terms in a very specific way.
Sure.
Where you say God can't. I like where you're going with this.
Yep.
God can only be very specific certain things. It can't be the idea that it created itself.
No, that's preposterous.
That's right. That's nature, right?
No,
nature.
That's not nature either. That's a contradiction.
Nature
you can't create yourself.
Right. Well, then neither could a God.
Because you'd have to pre-exist before. That's exactly right. He was never created. You're right. He always was eternal source.
It's just
See
the definition
Aristotle,
of it.
prime mover, first cause.
As far as we're concerned in Lilliputian here.
So it's just descriptive. Okay. All right. No, I respect that. I like that.
Yeah, nothing could create itself because then it would have to pre-exist before it exists and then poof itself into existence. That's illogical.
Does God have a belly button?
Oh, jeez.
Question.
That's my new idea is that we're actually microscopic in size. Humans, that is.
We cannot. Roadhouse has some good stuff. Let's see. He's got another good one. We can't honestly say we know how it all started. We can speculate. No. All right. So we can honestly say we know how. We can honestly say we know how it all started. No, we know who it all started with. We don't know how or why. We can never know that. Well, no, I don't want to say never. Not in this life. That would be a good question to ask. In fact, somebody asked me what was my first question, and that was my first question. How? Somebody asked me the first question I would ask when I was at kneeling down, head down. What's my first question? That was it. Somebody just asked me that yesterday, by the way. Shout out to Betty. She's the one that asked. It's
Wait
all
a minute. I'm
simple.
sorry.
I think it's all very simple. I spent years thinking about this and coming up with the ontological primitives and everything on my website. There's no way out on my website. You can't get out of it. You just can't do it. It's impossible. No one has gotten out of it.
Yeah, even on the Atheist versus Creator. Is that what you're talking about? That series?
Yes,
Can't get out of that.
yeah, it's on the website, essentially in print.
Can't get out of that. I
Nope.
agree.
You'll wiggle and squirm. That's about it.
Yeah.
Before the hammer comes down.
Like a fish flopping on the deck.
So how was Creator created?
That's what I'm saying. That's an infinite regress fallacy. The creator can't be created because he wouldn't be the creator then. That's why we go to the ontological primitives. Because you can't do an infinite regress fallacy. It doesn't work. Plus, like I said, for finite beings, let me put it to you this way. For finite things to exist, that is, the universe is definitely finite. If you have a problem with that, we can go into that discussion. And we, as flesh, are fine. We're flesh. The flesh is finite. That's what I'm saying. We don't want to go down that other road. I'm saying the flesh is finite. We all know this. We all die.
Yeah.
Right? So for finite things to exist, there must be and always was eternal source. Just go back to Aristotle. He talks about this in depth.
I know about
Right?
Aristotle.
Yeah, he did. I know. I studied him back in the day. It's the first cause. The uncaused cause. Yeah, just go back there and check it out, man. He writes extensively on this.
So,
Telling you, man.
Who's asking me this? Is this the Helio?
It's P-Mac. Sorry, it's P-Mac.
Hey, P-Mac.
What's up, Sonny?
Hey, long time, man.
Sun don't shine. The sun don't shine. So, yeah, I'm just,
Oh, I knew P-Mac was, yeah. I figured it'd come popping in, man. I bet you was all fired up out there on the YouTube stream.
Yes.
I know it, man. I see because I don't usually watch the stream, but every now and again when I'm trying to pull videos out, I see you in the comment section or in the chat. You're always going at it, man.
Well, not really, but yeah. This topic is I'm fascinated by this topic.
I know you are.
So I'm just trying to figure it out and I understand your reasoning.
Well, come into my website. Come into my lair. Well, the water's warm. No sharks.
No, I've seen your website, QE, and it's pretty good and it's pretty self-explanatory and it makes a lot of sense and I appreciate it.
Yep, got to keep things simple, man. Right?
Oh, yeah.
It may look complicated on its surface, but it's actually brutally simple.
But it's just trying to drag your mind back to how things existed in the first place. That's kind of...
How? I think you're asking the wrong question.
Well, okay, maybe not how, but why? Or I don't know what question.
See, why? That's another wrong question.
Okay. Who? Her, she, he, they.
Why does something... See, asking human beings why is the acme of foolishness, right? Because people have crazy-ass reasons for why they do shit. Now, just try to ask... That's one thing I will never, when I'm kneeling in front of him, why will not come out of my mouth. I'm telling you, it's not going to fucking happen.
Yeah, it's not possible.
Because it's the acme of foolishness, even to human beings, and to ask that to the creator of the universe is beyond, its exponential magnitudes beyond the acme of foolishness.
Yeah, that actually went through my head the other day. It's something about, like, some of us are geared up or are wired to try and figure out where we are, but
sure.
You just have to let that go, bro. You just have to let that go and just understand that it is, and you're never going to figure out how or why or who they and whatever. It's just
I got the who part.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I know you got issues with that, but I got the who part.
I don't have issues with that one really, bro. I'm just trying to figure it out.
I hear you, man. I got you. I was there.
Yeah.
Boy, this turned into a little different hangout than I was expecting. I was just gonna hang out and relax.
Well, hey,
Not 24/7.
Not 24. Not with Sunny here.
You sound relaxed to me.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, it's time and the origin. Time and origin, really.
Time.
Yeah, time and origin. Really. Yeah, I know time's a man-made concept, etc., etc. Yeah, but time and origin really blows my mind.
Yeah, the origin is really simple. I don't even have to go to quantum mechanics. I try to stay away from it. I just use you still have to know the laws of thermodynamics. If you know the laws of thermodynamics and you know that they're absolute,
well,
then you can get there easily with the first and second laws. If matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed, but they can only change form, and all the energy in the universe is running out, then there must have been a beginning. So using those two laws, you can get there just by in fact, it's one of my proofs. It's the third one.
There must have been a beginning.
There must have been a beginning. Yep. Once you realize that, then it's easy. It's easy from that point. You got to understand that that's why I always start there. Well, I guess I didn't. Did I start there on the website?
Did you start at the beginning, or did you finish at the end? I'm just kidding.
I tried to isolate the ontological primitives. I think I did. I think I did start there. Yes. Yep. Because I used Vilenkin, Paul Davies, and then the citation that I gave to Global Fox with or whatever is global. Yeah, virus Fox.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Not Fox, but Fall. With what the heck's his name?
It'll come to you.
Hawking. Stephen Hawking. So Hawking, Davies, and Vilenkin was the biggest one. In fact, yeah, I mean, you're talking big players now. Vilenkin, he's way, way up there. In fact, I think he, at one of Hawking's birthday parties, he presented something to the effect that I just presented.
Right, I'll be honest with you. I don't even know who Vilenkin is.
Vilenkin, he's a major player, dude. Is he still alive? Hold on a second. Vilenkin, this isn't, the Busboy tour. Vilenkin, wonder if he's still alive.
I've heard of Hawkins. Vilenkin?
He's 71 years old. So he's Russian. Obviously. What are some of the board? Look up Borde-Guth Vilenkin theorem. Let me see. It's been a long time since I went back and reviewed this. Let me say it says loosely speaking, and that's all we need.
Can you spell the first part of that so I can look it up? I can't.
It's Borde, Borde, Vilenkin, or Guth, Guth. That's Alan Guth, and Vilenkin theorem.
Got it.
Bro, you definitely get a numpty clip out of that show tonight, Huey.
I'm not going. Listen, I am not going into Rumpus's explanations of his train wrecks. They stay where they lay. He should be horse and elephant tranquilized and tackled by a bunch of really tall guys in white jackets, taken to Shady Meadows and frontal lobotomized. All right, it's over. There isn't no explanations for that shit. He said everything that I put down. You don't need any context. How is context going to change what those statements said?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Context, you're a friggin' moron. Whoever said that.
I'm just curious to know why he would need horse and elephant tranquilizer.
Both. What's up, Crypto? You need an intervention, dude.
Do I need it? No, I'm good.
I could
No,
use some other horse tranquilizer.
I know, I know the Earth's flat, so yeah, I'm good.
You're good. Yep. So, yeah. Oh, this has inflation in it. I got the one of the fathers of this inflation theory. He said in the end it was bullshit. What the hell was it? Paul Steinhardt. Paul Steinhardt and Guth came up with this. Here, not inflation, not economic inflation. But inflation theory after the Big Bang, right? Steinhardt came out. He said, I think it was like 5 years later. He goes, "This is a crock of shit, man."
It's amazing how
I
many
was
of these
loving
people-
it too, man. I got that
It's
stuff
amazing-
somewhere. I go to go find it.
It's
But
amazing how many like these people. Oh, sorry, I don't know if you can hear me or not. But
No, go ahead.
Like Newton, for instance, completely renounced what he's quote unquote famous for, and Copernicus renounced what he was famous for. Yeah, all these people at the time, they're like, yeah, nah.
Yeah. Nah.
Yeah, nah.
Literally. It's like they had this really good idea when they were drunk at a party, and then as they got older and thought about it some more, they're like, this is a bad idea.
Yeah, they're like, that was a really lame one. Why did I don't pin that on me?
It's like, yeah, that is not going on the album.
Yeah, don't publish that. Do it when I'm dead.
That's not going on.
Okay, I found the loosely speaking. So the Borde-Guth-Vilenkin theorem, the obstruction may be found in the Borde-Guth-Vilenkin theorem. Loosely speaking, our theorem states that if the universe is on average expanding, it isn't, then its history cannot be indefinitely continued into the past. But don't worry about it. It's not expanding. I already destroyed Redshift.
Yeah,
And
so
they're-
everything after the first if is bullshit.
Everything before the first is bullshit.
Okay.
Where'd you get the singularity from?
Yeah, they have a big problem with Earth not being in motion. So there's that little item.
I got one more thing to put, and I shouldn't even post this, but I'm going to do it anyway because did she change her name again? Where'd she go? Leluca. Leluca still in here? That Ruby. So I'm going to give you one more. All right. This is the last one I'm going to give you. All right. This is really good, man. I got this. I just came across this not too long ago. I'm going to tell you how I came across it because it's a cool story. So I was looking back. I got files. I got like over 725 files that I've put together over the past 15 years, right? And the other day I decided I'll just go back and look through some of them. And there's some real gems that I've just, just because of time, and I just didn't go back to them. But I will post something here. And it's right on topic, so it's not off topic.
Is it the answer to the universe and everything?
I already gave you that. PSA's in question.
No, you did, sorry.
Yes, I did. Don't you lie. Gifts and channel ads. It's PSA in questions. Okay, this is what I posted.
It's 24.
24. That's a good one.
24/7 Flat Earth Live.
All right, why am I? Oh, jeez. All right, let's go back up top. Where'd it go?
Only ex-Globers.
Okay, it arose from this right here. All right, so I went back and found this because I used to post this back in the day. All right, I know it's a big buildup, but I found this. 1 second. I found that. So, atheist, whatever that is, like we talked about before, I know they can't define it. To say no God, you must believe. Ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals and blueprints. That's DNA, then construct protein robots. The laws of thermodynamics, pillars of science, are falsified. The laws of physics and chemistry contain symbolic logic functions. That's a tear-jerking belly laugher, by the way. Quantum mechanics just got bludgeoned and left for dead. Law of cause and effect is falsified. Something can come from nothing naturally. The law of biogenesis is falsified. Life really does come from non-life. This is the one. Dozens of constants and parameters arrange themselves within 120 to 10 to the 10th to the 123rd decimal places by chance for life to exist. That's really non sequitur because there is no chance for life to exist. It's impossible. And giraffes really do come from bacteria if given enough time. You must be scientists. I'll tell you what. You want to talk about reactions, right? I used to post this on all the old-timey science forums. And Christian forums back in the day, it used to send people, you talking about gamma spirals. But this one right here, this dozens of constant parameters arrange themselves. Listen, I tried to get people to, this is bait, right? Because even if you look at this and you see that number, 120 decimal places, you guys already know about that one. That's a cosmological constant. Don't worry about that. It's the other number. Because that other number is so large, it's impossible to even think of. Now, if I was just running across this, I'd have to call bullshit, right? I'd say, you just made that shit up. And I tried to get people to go ahead and challenge me on it. They wouldn't do it. They fucking know better, right? I had another number in there, and it was 230 trillion. And for the life of me, I couldn't remember how I got that number. So I said, you know what? Let me just put the actual number in there because I can support that shit. So I'm going to support that shit for you right now. And you're going to be surprised. Well, maybe not surprised. But it's one of their pseudoscience priests that just cold-cocked them. See, and I think there's a video with this too. Hold on a second.
I love that when that happens.
Don't you just love that?
When they call, like when, who was that, some kind of climatologist burning another climatologist's book? Public.
Ruby, if you post this stuff to your atheist friends, you're not going to have friends anymore. Just so you know. Okay, where'd I get that number? I got it right here. From Professor Roger Penrose, The Emperor's New Mind. How big was the original phase space volume W that he even identifies he even says it. He just comes right out. I love that, by the way. How big was the original phase space volume W the creator had to aim for in order to provide a universe compatible with the second law of thermodynamics? You see how the second law just pops up every damn where? With the second law of thermodynamics and what we now observe. This now tells us how precise the creator's aim must have been, namely to an accuracy of 1 part in 10 to the 10th to the 123rd power. Say goodnight. It's over.
I'm kind of mad because when Rumpus earlier told me that the second law of thermodynamics didn't apply to Earth because it's not an isolated system, I should have asked him where is an isolated system.
Yep. And no, ask him if they didn't find it. Doesn't apply to Earth. Ask him where he found it.
Where they found it, or that. Yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah.
That'll just kill him right it'll bust him right in the chops. Mule kick him right in there. So someone that believes in the creator is not an atheist.
Doesn't come from Earth, but they know of something that doesn't come from Earth.
All right, here. This is a good one. Road dust. So someone that believes in the creator is not atheist. That's correct. Even if they aren't religious. You got to define religion. And then that'll resolve your potential conundrum here.
Or like goes to church or believes in a specific established deity.
No, that's not religion.
Okay.
Nope. So I should tell you if I say I just can't say no because that's bullshit. So religion is belief without evidence. The object of that belief is irrelevant. As long as I believe something and I don't have evidence for it, that's a religion. Follow?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Make sense?
I believe that a flying spaghetti monster moves through the air.
There's the flying spaghetti monster, man. I wish it'd stop off and drop some spaghetti down here.
Create a new religion with the flying spaghetti monsters. Religion. There you go. The object doesn't matter.
You gotta wear your colander.
Uh-oh, Hank's in here. Look out, atheist. He'll twist you up in a damn pretzel. What was that? I think I had a video with Penrose. It's an old one. Hold on. Let me see
Is
if
there
I
an
can
atheist in here?
Yeah.
What's an atheist?
Uh-oh, we got the big guys coming in. Look out, atheist.
What's an atheist exactly?
That's what I asked him, Chocolate.
That is the point.
Right.
Oh, here's that video if you want to check it out, man. Yep, Penrose. It's an oldie, but a goodie. Talks exactly what I'm talking about. These aren't the second stringers we're dealing with here, folks. You got Valenkin, you got Hawking, you got Davies, you got Penrose. They aren't the second stringers.
It's actually nice to take a break from the numpty clips to go to some smart numpties.
Well, these are the chairpersons of the religion. They don't even know. They don't even parrot these guys. I don't think they even studied what these guys did. I don't. What on earth are you ballers doing? At least follow your priests, for goodness sakes. That's okay. I followed them. So I'm your Huckleberry.
I'd rather just make shit up.
That's not what your priests say. They're like, well, I don't.
Hey, talk amongst yourselves. Smoke if you've got him. I'll be back in a few.
No.
Maybe.
You know, I've noticed the so-called evolutionists have gotten real good at avoiding certain topics. Abiogenesis, for example. They're like, oh no, God made everything, right? They want to like play it on the fence, right? Like they're doing both things at the same time. They're not actually on the fence. They think they can be on both sides at the same time. Ontological primitive.
They won't touch.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say they won't touch abiogenesis at all, yeah. QE gave me a list of 10 stupid comments Rumpus made. I got him to double down on almost all of them tonight, and Brandon's. It was awesome. He told me you can have an effect without a cause. All kinds of crazy shit tonight.
It's kind of strange the things that go through your mind when you're standing on top of a tall mountain or tall hill, like I was the other day. And you realize that everybody that you can see, and there was a lot of people I could see, all believe that we're moving and spinning. And I couldn't see any motion at all. I couldn't measure it. I couldn't give an example of it. And so it just said to me, Jesus Christ, sorry for blasphemy, but the brainwashing is so complete, so all-encompassing, that they won't even question it. And all they have to do is stand on the mountain, look around, we're not moving. There's no proof. None. But everybody's driving around their cars, going to their day-to-day job, doing their thing, doing whatever. And it's just living in fantasy land. That's how powerful the magic is. All it takes is one person to make you think the way they want you to think, and it's very easy to do. Very easy to do. If you have control of the education system and the scientific foundation of whatever, it's very easy to make people believe in what you want them to believe. You put them in a hive mind.
listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there. You're tuning into Mickey's 24/7 live stream, broadcasting you a play-by-play of the latest Flat Earth debate. You know how it goes. If they don't bring the facts, wigs get snatched. Enjoy the show.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up the mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Mic check.
Good, bro.
Okay, I heard that everything was silent. I wasn't sure if I was my problem with my headset or whatever.
Which mic you looking for, Crit?
Roger, Mike.
Okay. So there's still people that think they live on a ball. What do y'all think about that?
They're ridiculous. I'm not sure what their hang up is at this point.
That's some crazy stuff there. Yep.
I'll just go over Gamma Panda. They're talking about when you have a right to self-defense or not. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to bail out.
Did you take a shower after you left there, Crit?
Yeah, I will. I will definitely shower and then all kinds of cleanse. Once you leave that, you need a full decompression.
Hold up, we Rumpus PMAC. Go ahead, PMAC.
No, that's cool. Just stay away, bro. Why would you even go there?
Well, it's mostly go there for the.
Why would you go? Why would you go?
It's for the sportsmanship of it, to let them know that they can't intimidate Flat Earth, no matter how hard they try. That I'm going to be me, regardless of where I am.
Always speak the truth.
Yeah, and that's what really, because I know wherever I go, I can speak from the heart. I don't need Google. I don't need the U.S. government. I don't need anything. I can tell you my understanding of reality. I can speak from the heart, where they can't. They need to invoke logical fallacies to even begin to explain their version of reality.
Yep, they use unicorns and rainbows and all kinds of shit, bro. It's just like
it's the quintessential indoctrination. They have to go to their doctrine. So yeah.
We've said this before. We can hear it in their voice. It doesn't matter what you say to them. It doesn't what proof you present, or proofs they cannot present. They are never ever going to come around to reality, because they are lost in the wee unreality bubble that they're caught in. And there's absolutely, no matter how you try, you're never going to pull them out of it. So you may as well just stop trying.
Yeah, I hear you, but it's not so much as trying to stop them or change their mind. It's at least trying to diffuse the situation to get them to pull back from some of the bullshit, like that children should be taken away from Flat Earth families, or like round them up in cattle cars. If you can just make them appear to be, just keep them talking, because it exposes how batshit crazy they are, and then that's all I need to do at that point.
Yeah, okay, I hear that. Yeah, they are batshit crazy. There's no other explanation for it.
Because at some point they'll have to invoke federal government to do what they can't do, and as soon as they do that, you say, "I don't want to participate in your nonsense." And if they say, "Well, you have to," then you're at that point you're just arguing about semantics. At that point, how much federal government?
Yeah, big government is going to take things away from people. Obviously, it's just around the corner where they're going to take kids away from family because the ma and da believe in Flat Earth, or the ma and pa. They're going to take kids away because obviously the mother and the father are crazy because they believe in Flat Earth. We're just one step away from that.
Yeah, and a lot of these sci-fi shows talked about that. About groupthink, 1984. If the government tells you, like Y plus X equals Z, and if you disagree, that's re-education camp for you.
Yep, 1984 wasn't a fiction. It's an actual guide to modern day living.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. We have a VC verified that might want to talk. Daga90, are you there? Daga90, welcome to the server.
Yeah, the floor is yours, dude.
Hey, g'day.
Good day, dude.
Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, good, boys. Just working away, listening to the conversation.
What brings you by the server?
Oh, just something to kill the 8 hours I got to be here at work, mate.
All right.
What's your ideas on the shape of the Earth?
Yeah. Oh, she's flat.
Oh, you're flat.
Yeah, man. You been to Australia? She's flat everywhere here.
Well, how about three things? Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Because it measures flat, observably flat. It's not spinning, and it's the natural law violation to be gas pressure without a container, I guess. That's what I've come to in the last year.
How about can a body of water maintain convexity around a spheroid or whatever it's supposed to be?
How can it?
How can a body of water maintain convexity around a spheroid? Do you believe that correct?
Oh, no, if you ask the globe, they'd probably say gravity, man.
All right.
I looked at
throwing refraction every now and again.
More and more we unmute people and they're already flat earthers. That's a good sign, I guess. But
VC Verify. I'm curious who checked you in because I didn't see anything in the admin log.
Oh, last year I would have spoke. Battle Mod would have been the first one to undo me, and then I spoke to Vlad the other day, and then Miggy the Sunday night.
Okay, so you're old school. You're old school check-in.
Yeah, I've been checked in for a while. I normally just listened on YouTube, but just jumping here every now and again.
Yeah, see, this is really an interesting thing that happened quite lately. A lot of people have been trying to squeeze through the VC check-in process to pretend to be flat earthers. And then when they get on the live stream, they start spouting a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah,
welcome to the server, dude.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, hey, play a more active role. You add your voice to the conversation.
Yeah, will do. A lot of the time I'm making a lot of noise, I guess, so I'm on mute a lot of the time. Right now I'm going to go back on mute because I'm about to start a grinder up, so I'm sure you don't want to hear that. But I'll jump in and have a chat every now and again, so good to chat with you.
Speak up whenever you want to, man. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Don't keep your nose to the grindstone too hard there wherever you're grinding. So.
Yeah, that's what I do. All right, I'll talk to you soon, boys.
Yep.
All right, take care. Nice to hear from you.
Have a shrimp off the Barbie right about now. Sounds
we call them prawns, mate. Come on.
Fucking prawns.
Stupid. Silly American. Who the hell are you?
Righto, mate.
How about who else is here that's checked in?
I just looked through the list, Crit. It's all just crazy people that think the Earth's not a ball. So.
A bunch of those crazy people. How dare they use their senses?
Road Dust. We've got Texas Flag. Are you there? He's VC verified.
He was on before. I think he was on. Was he here earlier?
Yeah, I'm here.
How's it going, dude? What brings you to the server today?
What's up, Road Dust?
Hey, yeah, I've just been hanging out the last few days. Yeah, just getting to know people around here.
What do you think of the shape of the Earth?
Oh, I'm a flat earther. Yeah, it's definitely flat, and it's stationary. And I mean, I guess I don't know. I mean, like I have some proofs.
We'll present. Shit, what are we waiting for?
Okay, might as well.
Your Earth is flat, you say. Please inform us.
Yeah, well, all right. I guess I'll start with. I would say the star trails prove that the Earth is not moving. It's the stars that are moving. And the water, I mean, it covers like 70% of the Earth. And water always finds its level. And I mean, water needs to be contained. So, I mean, if the Earth was a ball spinning thousands of miles per hour, there's no way that the water would stay on a ball. I mean, even if it wasn't moving. So, laser tests prove that, I mean, like the Black Swan is a perfect example that the Earth is flat. Because the curve of the ball, like the ball Earth, I mean, you would not be able to. I mean, it's the curve of the. I mean, the Black Swan. I guess I have to wait. I'm sorry.
You're done fine, man.
We see too far. We see too far.
Yeah, you're fine. The problem is sometimes a lot of people haven't practiced speaking in public. So they have ideas in their head that they haven't articulated in words. And you're fine. Don't worry about it. No one here is going to judge you because you're not thinking or you're not speaking with a flow or a cadence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well said, Grit. Yeah.
But for one thing, Rodas, how long have you been looking at this subject? Are you pretty new to it?
Yeah, I'm pretty new to it.
So it's all well understood, man. It took me 6 months to fully accept this. I had to go do a lake test and everything.
Yeah.
So.
Well, because I just know
Do this at your own pace. Don't feel any pressure. We're not here to convince anybody. We just share information,
Yeah. Well, thank you guys.
Okay.
I really appreciate this community, and I'm glad you guys are doing like what y'all do. It's really helpful. So, yeah. But yeah, I'm definitely a flat earther, and I'm looking to get more involved in the conversations that y'all have. So,
You have any questions that you've been thinking about that you want to present to the panel or anything? Got anything?
man, well, actually, the one I had, Quantum Eraser pretty much nailed it when he was talking about atheist and the creator and all that, because that was the one that was bothering me. And what he had on his website just laid it out really clear and concise, and I read that, and then I'm kind of that's why I guess I couldn't really think of the proofs very well, because I'm still thinking about
You did fine.
he just blew atheism out of the water, and I didn't really understand it, like why, and until he explained it. So
physically,
But-
your second point was you mentioned water. You're doing fine, bro.
Oh, the water. Yeah. See, the major problem with atheism is that they pretend they're not making a positive claim when they are. And they want to play a roki-doke and play gotcha games with words and semantics when they're really just trying to be a denialism.
Yeah, exactly.
Denialism.
Because I
It's
can give
very
them proof.
dishonest.
I can give them proof the creator all day long, and all they'll do is just deny it and say they were right from the beginning. And they're going to do that for the 99.9% of the population. Because everybody basically agrees that there's some sort of creator. The only people who disagree are the atheists. So the atheists would definitely have the burden of proof by their own logic.
I was a full-blown nihilist. Wow.
Yeah.
Full-blown nihilist.
That's what the heliocentric model does to you. It makes you a like nihilistic. And that's kind of like what the Bill Nye I suck speech. He tries to tell teenage kids that their life doesn't matter because the universe is so large. Who cares?
Yeah, that's how I viewed life for a long time. Even after I was in a flat earth and I accepted that there was a creator, I was more like a deist, I guess you could say. Where there's a creator, but
wait, where are these labels? Where are these labels coming from? So I was a nihilist, and I was a deist, and I just. But what does these labels mean? I mean, are we looking at Earth?
Oh, human rights, Helio. I think they all boil down to where human rights come from. So a deist would say people have human rights, and they probably come from some sort of supernatural being. A nihilist would say, who cares, right? No one has any rights. It's just whatever you can protect. And like an atheist would say, well, sure, I'll identify human rights as long as I benefit from them.
Yeah, but how does this actually... I'm not saying...
Well, okay, I see what you're saying. I know it's really an important question.
It is. I mean, because when it comes to shape of the Earth and what you used to be, I've never been an atheist or an agnostic or a nihilist or anything. Even when I thought the Earth was a globe, it wasn't one of those things.
What were you?
I thought God did it, basically.
Okay, so you weren't an atheist, but you were a deist.
Or theist.
Well, yeah, I was a theist, more of a theist, type of mindset. Now, I'm probably more deist now than I was, as an older man, than I was, as the, the theist, with the. I was raised as a Catholic, and then through my 20s and early 30s, I was into more Protestant Christianity and all that kind of stuff. So
you were born again, hallelujah.
I don't think there's any such thing as born again anymore, but yeah, I guess you could say that.
I mean, full disclosure, me and Helio have had multiple talks about this, like offline. And kind of like we've got to the conclusion that even if there isn't a God, right, we still recognize that there is some sort of higher power that kind of governs the world. There's someone in control of all this. We just don't know who that person is.
Well, sure. I mean, but the evidence of a creator is the creation. There's no way around it at all.
Yeah.
We have evidence here on Earth for a creator. The evidence is the creation.
That we exist.
Human body itself shouts that the creator exists to make.
Yeah. It's too complex to be by random chance. I mean, just our emotions, just our interactions with the world, the human eye. Explain to me the human eye through random circumstances.
And regardless of any religious thing I've been introduced to, and any history of, freaking the Bible or the Catholic religion, which is the Bible, I guess. But Western tradition I've been introduced to. I mean, all you have to do is look at Earth, bro. But we have scientific evidence that the Earth could not have just happened out of just from their bullshit Big Bang shit. I mean, it's just insane. So yeah, I mean, the real scientific evidence points to a creator.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you have to. That's what I've seen on here is you have to completely deny your senses in order to believe in the globe Earth and that there's space. Because I mean, it's obvious we're not moving. I mean, I've never felt the Earth moving, and they have to make up all these unscientific theories to explain why we don't feel movement, like the general theory of relativity. And yeah, I'm sick of being lied to. I'm sick of society trying to force all that on me. And it's nice. Yeah, it's nice just being able to do tests that I can do myself where I can verify the Earth is flat. And, I mean...
Have you done any tests? What'd you do? Sorry,
once you know it's not moving, yeah, you're okay, Dave. Once you know it's not moving, once you know it's not a fucking spinning ball, once you realize they fucking land here, well, what the hell are you gonna do now? Yeah, I'm sick of it, bro. That's crazy. Like you're born into a world, like who has you here, like whatever, and we're trying to figure it out. The whole thing's a lie, from start to fucking finish, and all. That's it. Because when you're growing up, they tell you it's one thing.
I think this it really kind of like when people say, well, what are they lying about? And really, if you can get into some weird conversations like, what is this lie and how does this lie? Oh, I don't even call it a lie because it's not. I think most of the people that, when you grow up learning this shit in high school, in school and, college and everything, your teachers aren't lying to you. They believe it too. It's not like everyone in the world's lying to you and you can't trust anyone, which is sort of true because you can't trust them because they've been manipulated by the same freaking system. All right. Yeah. So it's like it's not a lie. They're just wrong. Yeah. And this is where you're gonna have to fucking buck up and defend yourself. And if they come at you, that's why I'm not a fan of like you're lying, because they're not. I mean, they really believe it. So it's not like we're trying to defend their lie, because we don't actually talk to many people that are lying. They defend their system.
Yeah,
at all costs.
If I can get a moment here, whether you believe whether it's a creation, there's a God and there's Satan, there's the adversary, there's not. Do you not think that if there is an adversity, that he didn't realize that this whole fucking globe lie thing was all part of the plan all along? Do you not think that he cannot move through time and see things and make people believe spinning balls and shit? And you're wondering how people got all caught up in this? Do you not think he already knows that? Do you not think it's all part of the plan in the first place?
Mm-hmm. Sort of, yeah. I mean, you think God didn't know this was going to happen? Yeah, sure, of course.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
No.
The adversity, if there's an adversity, do you not think he knows this? Do you know he whispered words into Galileo and fucking all these other fucking scientists' name and hey, you're in a spinning ball in the vacuum in space, and you're fucking
check this out, bro. I mean, this is really recent. I mean, a lot of people think it's been around for like thousands of years. No, it's very, very recent. It's very recent. So this conversation wasn't had, among the public until recent times.
God ain't stupid, and the adversity, if there is.
Well, and people aren't stupid either,
Well, that's we figured that out. But there.
I mean, some people are, but that's on them, But that's why we have hundreds of people join every week here, because they're like, "You stupid flat earthers! What do you think about this?" And then we show them we're not stupid. We're just we're just analyzing what the information is that they're giving us from the news.
Yeah, that's refreshing. Like two people tonight, like we haven't heard of before.
And speaking of new people joining, we got Bootez, VC verified. Welcome to the server.
I'm a flat earther. And like we're just
I'm sorry.
You're right. We're waiting for the troll. We're waiting for the search.
I'm trying to welcome Bootez, man. You're saying something profound. I'll shut up.
Yeah, we're not waiting for the troll, PMAC. We're actually waiting for the new people to join, so we can stop just stop talking about shit we've been talking about for a couple of years.
Yeah, fucking talking shit, you bastard.
Oh no, Dave's
we
trying
give Bootez 5 seconds to see if they'll talk. Thank you.
Bootez, let me check. Yeah, Bootez is unmuted. You can open your microphone, Bootez, and speak to us. You curious about why people
and
think
they just bounced. You got an intimidating voice, Helio. You gotta watch that, man. I'm just messing with you.
I don't know. Well, your voice is pretty intimidating too.
Yeah,
I'm a friendly fucky boy.
God damn it! All these deep voice motherfuckers.
Try not to be so much Helio. Try not to be Helio so much.
Anyway, nice to meet you, Helio. Thanks for your input.
Tone down the helio.
Now, wait a minute. I haven't been here. I just freaking hosted a freaking movie. We just watched the whole movie in another room.
Man.
I know.
What movie did you watch?
Yeah. So how could I no, I actually can't. Well, hold on. I can make my voice sound higher. Do you want me to do that and just pretend that I?
Did I hear you sing a helio in a YouTube video? It was pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe if you talk like Gandalf, that will help.
You sing like the DJ and hit a falsetto.
You shall not. God damn it. Hold on. What was the other one? Fly, you fools!
That guy falling on his face is pretty funny.
Run!
Oh shit.
No, man. We want new people to join all the time, and yeah, I mean, definitely cut me off if I'm rambling to introduce new people. I don't give a shit about that.
Good, because I'll keep doing it. Want me to?
Do it every time, please.
All right. Currently, we have no new people. We have Crypto Burger, but he's a flat earther. That's it. Back to ramblings about what y'all think God thinks or whatever you were talking about.
Actually, I have no desire to talk about that anymore. that Jeppy Jet freaking gif is hilarious, though. Dude, what is he stepping on and his face falls into whatever the fuck? Where did that come from? What is that?
Trips over his own sandals, I guess. What the hell? What? Someone glued him to the floor. Oh, someone nailed his sandal to the floor or something.
Oh, man. Face fell into what? Jimmy, you're gonna have to come in here and explain that shit, bro. What the hell?
Super glue? I don't know.
I don't know either. It was crazy. It's just like set up just right. I don't know. Looks like it hurt. Whatever that. All right, so we have Leaf. You guys want to talk to Leaf?
Jeremy's here.
Hold on, there's a new person, Leaf. You don't have to talk, but I unmuted your microphone. You're able to talk in the live stream, and
he's already been talking with us. Road Dust.
No, Leaf is who he's talking to.
Oh, Leaf. I'm talking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Leaf.
My bad.
Yeah, it's Leaf. I just unmuted Leaf. If you want to open your microphone and talk to us, you can. But if you don't talk, in the next 10, 15 seconds, I'm going to go ahead and have to mute you again. But if you're curious about the topic of Flat Earth, you came to the right place. Oh, wow. I can hear
Volume's
you.
at about 1.
You're very, very soft.
You don't say the
volume is on 1. Turn up your mic, please.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't sound old enough.
They're doing age check, Helio.
Well, I mean, we can't tell until they actually get, like, hello, I'm Leaf. I, came to talk about Flat Earth and.
Yeah, we
Anybody
cannot
understand anything they said?
No, we cannot even hear you, Leaf. I have you at a 200%. Still can't hear you.
All I heard was a low mumble.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Sounds like a voice changer, really.
Yeah. You sound like a 2-year-old.
What? I'm 21. What the heck?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Wow.
I'll make you mad.
Yeah, somebody
was sketchy.
I was about to mute her again. Anyway,
Sketchy.
Yeah, if anyone's listening who's on CogDis, I mean, sometimes you guys get stuck in CogDis because you leave the server and rejoin. If that happened, ping a mod or Gold Plus, and they can help you out. Like I just let one dude out. He said he's been in CogDis since November. That's an oversight that needs to be corrected.
Good job, Kurt. You're in charge of CogDis. I'm just joking.
You're in charge of CogDis.
I try to do my best. That's kind of why. I mean, like, I used to do that quite a lot. Like
God,
me and
God help you. God help you if you're in charge of CogDis.
Also too, people don't be afraid to speak up. I mean, I joined 24/7, like the first 1.0. I never spoke up. I talked to a few people here and there, and I really didn't find my voice until I found the server the second time. So don't be afraid. There's no one here is going to bite your head off and think like somehow there's something wrong with you. Just speak from a point of open and honesty, and people will meet you where at some sort of common ground.
That be flat common ground, Crit?
Definitely, yeah. It's definitely flat.
The battlefield.
How you have to have a level playing field, or else it's not even, right?
Ooh, there you go, Sonny. Got it right.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I talked to Becky the other day, and she said, "Are you the same Crit who was on the first server?" And I was like, "Yeah, I was." And she's like, "How did you not speak up before?" I'm like, "I didn't think I had a place. I didn't know what to say, But you'll find your voice just by speaking."
Was that Becky K?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's cool. Yeah, I know her from the server that she is in a lot. I think it's Jim Panda server.
Yeah, I mean, Becky really comes in here a lot too. So yeah, she's cool.
I mean, I wish I mean, if I could go back and roll back time, I would have just came in right away and started talking, and people would know me better. But instead, at first, I joined the community on Discord, and I was silent. I just kept my mouth shut and just listened. I should have been more active. Because when I started becoming active, people knew me, and people were like, "Hey, Crit's pretty solid." But I wasn't. I was so unsure of myself and how I fit into the community. I was afraid to speak my mind, and I just didn't know what to say. So basically, I'm telling you, don't be like Crit. Be you, okay, and speak your mind.
Yeah, Crit, you're right. I mean, yeah, I'm the same way. I don't talk much because I don't necessarily want to a lot of times, but I bust in every once in a while. And to be honest, I mean, you're probably like me. Do you ever go back and listen to you talk on the live stream?
Well, basically, people have clipped me and tried to take it out of context.
No, I'm asking you if do you ever go listen to yourself talk on a live stream?
Yeah, I know. I know. I don't really like the sound of my own voice because
I fucking hate that shit. I can't stand it.
Because it's weird. Because when you hear your own, like when I'm sitting here talking at my desk, my voice sounds different than when I hear it played back to me. I'm like, do I really sound like that?
But and the answer is yes. And so it's just like, oh, I don't want to hear it.
I know. Why is that? Why does your voice sound so different when you're talking and then when you played back to you?
Well, it's like, like people will compliment me on my voice, and stuff. It's like, hey, man, your voice sounds great. It sounds like your radio. So it was like, then when I go back and listen to myself, it's like, no, I mean, I don't sound like a radio host. I sound like some fucking guy just talking on the internet. I don't see it that way necessarily. But I'll tell you what, though, I was very, very nervous about doing it several years ago when I first started doing it. So it's much easier now. So maybe that's why, since I'm more confident, maybe that's why people, say that.
See, for me at the time, I really didn't know what Flat Earth meant to me. when I had joined the first server. I'm drawing a blank on its name right now. It was called what? I can't remember why I can't remember the name.
What are you
before it became 24/7? What was the original server was called? It was like
well, no, it was always 24/7 Flat Earth Discord as far as I know. And then the first server got hijacked, and then this server was created.
Was it like Flat Earth Universal or something like that?
That still intrigues me. Like, I don't know. I guess I don't understand how it could be hijacked. Like, but anyway, we don't have to go back to.
Yeah,
I can tell you exactly how it happened, but I'm pretty sure that's explained.
Yeah, it's been explained many times. I thought
I got the gist of it. I've heard like little tidbits here and there. I don't know exactly, but yeah, I guess I pretty much already know.
Well, basically, if the server person that creates the server isn't active within 30 days, I'm not even going to say it. Whatever.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, how about, is anyone else?
Moving right along.
How about Sonny? What brings you to the server today?
I don't know. I woke up and I thought I'm on a spinning ball.
You guys realize there's 37 people watching on Helio's live stream?
I don't know what happened.
How about Resolve? Is Resolve? Are you here? I've had some funny interactions with Resolve in text chat. That's why I was
just
hoping.
getting rumpus.
No, Dave.
Hello.
Dave, you're here.
I'm
I hear
getting
you.
rumpus.
No, go ahead, Dave.
Okay.
What are they saying in the live stream? I'm not even looking at it.
I'm saying there's 37 people out there. You got Sierra, Awesome Sauce, Gabriel Donato. Other than 39 now, there's got to be at least one or two people want to come in here and talk to us.
Yeah, they can come in here and talk, but at the same time, they can stay there and chat. And also, how many of you guys ever shout out the people on the YouTube live stream?
I have, yeah, I have before, but probably not.
Miggy String
should happen a lot more often, man. I think maybe we can get some more people if they get some shout outs every once in a while.
Shout out to everybody in both live streams.
Yeah.
Shout on Miggy's stream, you got Twad Wazzle, Horizon Level, Unicorn Laser Eyes.
Hells yeah.
That's all I see right now.
That's what's up.
Let's see who's on Helio's live stream. Evan Good, Tom Budis, True Sharing Mirror, Just Kim, Slow-Mo Moonbuggy.
It's like we're doing a live stream from here, but it's like it's easy to get kind of stuck here inside the Discord and just be like, posting links and everything. But we are live streaming, so everyone should just pay attention to the YouTube chat and shout people out every once in a while, man.
Yeah, stir it up. You might get a new person in here joining sometimes, just shouting out to YouTube.
Yep. Yeah, I'm seeing 39 on my live stream. Yeah, shout out to everyone. Sierra, Gabriel. Gabriel's been in here a lot lately. Of course, the moderators, Alex, and Just Kim's been in here a lot lately. So, yeah, shout out to Just Kim, Gabriel, Sierra. Yeah, it was good to see you guys in the chat.
Yeah, there's one question. How do they get to the Discord? I think they just click the link, right, in the YouTube?
Did people find the YouTube channel?
The Discord link's in their description.
Yeah, I think all they got to do is click that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have Nightbot spams the freaking link to the Discord all the time. Like every 3 or 4 messages, the Nightbot's going, get your ass in Discord.
Yes, there shouldn't be a problem. The people are just, if they're pretending like they don't know, then.
So yeah, Slow-Mo Moonbuggy. I've seen Slow-Mo in here for a while. So yeah, shout out to everyone that participates in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live stream. You guys are you make this happen. And share the links with your friends. Hit the like button. Hit the dislike button if you don't like it. Still gives us a reaction so that we can, so it'll show up in other people's streams and feeds. So yeah, if you like what's happening here, you're gonna hit the like or dislike.
I was going through some of the old live streams from a couple years ago, and man, India was tearing it up back then.
He always tears it up, man.
I was like, man,
he's a smooth operator. Smooth operator. He was definitely a smooth operator. Yeah, India knows how to talk.
Yeah, Resolve, dude.
Yeah, India knows his shit, no doubt.
Resolve, can you talk? I mean, because I've had some fun interactions with you in text chat. I was hoping maybe you'd talk.
Hey, I got a question.
Shoot.
Yeah, this is Seek and Find. I don't speak much, but I'm a flat earther. I've been a flat earther for 4 or 5 years. There's been this burning question I've had about this pressure gradient. I don't hear too many people explain what y'all think the cause is of the gradient. I just wanted to kind of hear.
Well, this is what from my point of view, I mean, a lot of people have other flat earthers have other points of view. But when you look at what Tyson had claimed, Tyson wrote a book about the Earth being a pear-shaped. I forget the name of the book right now, and if you judge off astrophysically, right, this mountain in Ecuador called Mount Chimborazo is actually further away from the center of mass than Mount Everest. And if mass attracts mass, therefore this Mount Chimborazo, which is 1.3 miles higher than Mount Everest, should have a lesser pressure gradient. But for some reason, they like to pretend this isn't true because reasons. At that point, they just say that pressure gradient is only off sea level. But if mass attracts mass, why is sea level even a thing? Wouldn't the mass be attracted to mass?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to go into what the globe paradigm is. I'm just asking you, what do you think? Do you deny that the gradient is present?
No, I don't deny it at all. There's definitely a pressure gradient, but this has nothing to do with mass attract mass or the bending and warping of space.
Yeah.
You're not talking about trying to debunk the globe. He just wants to know what you think causes the pressure gradient.
What's the big problem here? Gas pressure gradients. The question is, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Right. I'm with you.
Yeah, that's it right there. QE's got it.
That kills it right there. I mean, if you want to know about gas pressure gradients, then go on my channel and go to the playlist and look up gas pressure. You're going to find it. It's very easy to understand where the gas pressure gradients come from. It's called the biogeochemical cycle. Right? There's cycles. Carbon cycle, oxygen cycle, nitrogen cycle, water cycle. There's cycles. Right? Most of the gas is created or produced, I shouldn't say created, produced on the surface or underneath the surface in the oceans, right? Yeah. Yes? No? Maybe?
Yes. Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. So obviously most of the gas pressure when measured is going to be close to the surface. And it makes its way up, right? That creates gradients. And then there's all those cycles just cycling, right? Is that good?
Yeah. What would you say is driving those cycles?
What would I say was driving those cycles?
Yeah, what's the
creator who created them?
100%. I didn't build the machine.
You're asking where energy started, and he can't tell you that. You know.
No, not where energy. Just I completely understand the gas pressure without a container, and I understand that. But there is a gradient. So
yeah. So what?
I just wanted to know if y'all had any.
You can't have gas pressure gradients without a container.
It's like you said there, most of the activity, production or whatever happens near the ground level, so it's naturally going to thin out a little bit as you go up. I'm simplifying it, but that's basically what he said. The dynamic system.
Do y'all think that there's like different gases, like say helium, and all of these different gases that maybe as you go higher, there's different gases?
No, they don't layer out. It's a closed dynamic system rather than a closed static system like condensed air or any like spray cans and stuff. Those are closed static systems. The Earth isn't that.
Okay.
Yep. So it's dynamic. That means there's cycles going on constantly. Right? There's no matter being created or destroyed. It's just cycling.
Yeah, I agree there. There's definitely cycles, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact. Yeah.
Biogeochemical cycle. Just look it up. There's a couple it's not involved in our discussion. I think it's the phosphorus and sulfur cycle. You don't have to be concerned about that. We're just concerned with the gas pressure cycles.
Okay. All right. You said biochemical?
Biogeochemical cycles.
Biogeochemical. All right.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Cyclical in nature.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm aware of the, like the matter cycles and stuff like that. I just was wondering what y'all thought.
Matter cycle. What's the matter cycle?
Well, you got,
it's mind over matter. If it don't mind, I don't matter.
Nitrogen cycle, water cycle. What else is there? I don't know if it's phosphorus.
Yeah, those are the biogeochemical cycles.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, I'll look into it.
Yep.
Like, post a link. They can check it out.
I don't know if I have at hand.
It's on his channel. Just look through the hundreds of videos. Right?
Yeah, don't do that. You can look up, just type in gas pressure, and I'm sure it'll pop up.
So can I ask just one more?
Hold on a second. Maybe I have a link to that. One second.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask everything you can think of.
Hold on a second.
Can y'all hear me okay? Because I got an earbud in.
Yeah, it's low, but I got you at 200%. It's still low. Hold on. No, that's too high. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Next question.
Oh yeah, so about what's driving these cycles? Because do you feel like the electric field, or is that something that y'all don't buy into? Is that we're within this field, electric field?
That's where. Oh, go ahead, Kiwi.
No, there's your link.
Okay, the electric stuff is where you're going to start getting some contention, and there's some flat earthers who buy into it fully. Other flat earthers are kind of like, yeah, maybe, and other flat earthers are like, hell no. So we maybe one more step further is kind of like a step too far.
Well, it just depends on what can be scientifically validated about it.
Well, part of the nitrogen cycle is created from electricity.
Are you talking about?
Yeah, lightning bolts.
Right. I mean, it's pretty evident that electric and electromagnetism.
Electromagnetism, really? What you talking about there? Light?
Tell them about the plasmoids.
Oh God. Friggin' plasmoid boy shows up. I knew he was going to show back up again, that friggin' numpty dipshit Grim V. I couldn't believe I was listening. I thought I recognized his voice, and then I heard, yeah, plasmoids. Well, numpty dipshit. If you have a plasmoid in a vacuum, it dissipates rapidly. Clown. We handed him his ass like 4 months ago. I said, yeah, he'll be back. Yeah.
Is that old school guy that thinks he's on the ball, but it's an electric universe?
Yeah, he's Grim P. He's an idiot. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, guys,
come on, come back on Nathan's show, then we'll hand you your ass again, and then you could be gone for 4 more months. Idiot.
Yeah, I'm just curious what y'all think.
Well, what y'all think? No, you said electromagnetism. What are you talking about?
Well, you don't believe that everything is inherently, electromagnetic.
No, I don't. It's not that I don't believe. I want to know what you mean by electromagnetism, because the electromagnetic spectrum they call light when photons are neither electric nor magnetic. So it's like calling a squirrel a turkey.
All right, so like when I rub my feet on the carpet and I go to poke somebody's forehead and I see a spark, what is that?
Yeah. Wow. What does that have to do with the Earth?
I'm just saying everything.
They
on the globe side, on the globe side of things, they explain things.
We have to things. You got to get more specific, dude. This vague, ambiguous stuff is not happening.
We deal with specificity here.
Yeah.
And detail, by the way.
Same thing.
Okay, so when y'all say God drives the cycles, is that vague or is that specific?
Oh, God created the cycle.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I'm just trying to understand. You feel me?
Yeah. What drives the cycles? I don't know. What drives the water cycle? So many people, they don't get this. I watched some video the other day, debunking video. It was such a belly laugher. So the sun heats up water, right? Heats it up. So what happens after that?
I know.
Say rise or just like
evaporate.
So it evaporates, right? It's not only the sun. I'm just using a specific example. But what happens? Well, what drives it? Evaporation. Gases rise. Water vapor rises. It rises up in the clouds. Condensates. Right?
That's where you get your water gas from.
Yeah, the water gas. Where's Miggy?
He works too early. He's already in bed.
Yeah. So there you go. That's they're more or less the water cycle. We don't have to get in great detail here. Evaporation, condensation. There you go. What drives it? A number of factors. Who set it in place? The creator, obviously.
Does the same thing over and over again. It's recycles. So they're trying to tell us that the world is made of infinite resources, like the finite resources.
All that water gas came from
the world fucking self-perpetuates itself. It's a self-replicating cycle.
That's deep, man. So the carbon-oxygen cycle. So what drives that?
The thing before carbon.
So there you go. There's a bunch of mechanisms there for you if you go search them out. So there's mechanisms in there.
It's a self-replicating cycle.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let him speak.
Sorry.
Did that answer his question?
Not really. Not really.
What are you looking for?
I'm just saying, man, to say that it's God. That's fine. I agree that there's a
No, I didn't say that. I said that he put the cycles in place. I just gave you a few mechanisms, right?
Right. I'll do some research on it.
Yeah, I thought I just gave you some of the mechanisms.
What was the first one again?
I could have swore I just stated a couple of them. Maybe I was dreaming it.
Evaporation, condensation.
Okay.
Somebody's listening.
Where's most of the oxygen come from that we breathe?
What about evaporation?
So evaporation, right? The water evaporates, becomes water vapor, rises, right? So most of it's at ground level. So that's going to create a gradient, right? Because most of it's produced at ground level, right?
Okay.
Yep. So it's going to rise and then it's going to condense, cool and condense, and then fall back as rain. Essentially the water cycle without getting into any great detail.
Yeah, it never left the place. It's self-replicating itself.
Yeah. So that's for the water cycle. There you go.
So when we talk about the PSI, like we got 14.7 at ground level, right? And as you rise, it gets less and less. What does that have to do with the water cycle?
Well, the water vapor.
I'm just strictly talking about.
I got you. Most of the water evaporation occurs where?
At ground level.
There you go. Right?
Bingo.
As it rises, right, there's going to be still more water vapor at the ground level than when it starts to rise, there's a greater volume, right? As you go higher, no air, or, well, I could say air because it constitutes all the atmosphere. No air is created other than ground level, right? Where's air created in the atmosphere? Nowhere. Right? So most of it's going to be at the surface level. Where's most of the oxygen come from that you breathe?
I guess from the ground, right?
Not from the oceans.
Okay.
Right? So it's all at ground level. So there's going to be a gradient as it rises, right? Most of it is produced at ground or surface level or underneath the ocean, just not too far underneath. Right? So more of it's going to be there than higher because it's going up. There's more volume. It's going to be less pressure.
I've always said, my bad. Go ahead.
No, that's just one example.
I've always said that's why sea level controls the 14.7 because most of the gases are coming out of the ocean.
You're chopping, Jeremy.
You chopped a wee bit, Jeremy.
Yeah, he basically said that sea level is a baseline, not center of mass or the core.
Here's a question.
Good.
When the water falls and it's evaporated out of the oceans and the ground level water, why is it not salty?
Say, I couldn't catch that. Say it again.
I'm talking shite. Sorry. My bad. Salt doesn't evaporate. My bad. Forget I spoke.
Oh, no, I didn't hear you anyway.
Thank God for that.
That was a good one.
Yeah, he thought of a question and remembered the answer before he got to the end of the question.
Yeah, I actually answered my own question before I got to the end of it, yeah.
Too funny.
How much salt goes up?
Salt? Not much.
Yeah, from the salt water.
What? Vaporized salt? Good luck.
Yeah, it just stays in the water. What's the mechanism for that? Why does it stay in the water?
Why does it stay in the water? Because its
Yeah.
vapor pressure is way. I don't know. What's the vapor pressure of salt?
That's the answer. Then. That is the answer. So,
Is that oh, you were testing me and shit?
no, actually not testing you. Not at all. No. I just simply had something in mind that people actually gather, like if they're lost at sea, people have gathered their own fresh water from evaporated salt water, and it produces fresh water.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh?
You gather the two. If you're lost at sea like I was, no, I'm just kidding.
In the Navy stories from Sunny.
No.
I had to use water to boil water.
You don't even understand what I'm saying, huh?
Hey, D-Mock.
You're too salty.
You there, D-Mock?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yo, Brenda got banned too. It wasn't just you, just so you know.
Oh, Brenda did?
Yeah, both of you got banned. It wasn't just one-sided.
Yeah, but I don't even know why Brenda was accepted in there in the first place.
This victim status is bullshit. Or maybe Jeremy's got more insight than me. So go ahead, Jeremy.
I mean, I don't think it was right that you got just because you called everyone a slobbering retard. I mean, I don't think that was grounds for getting banned.
Well done, Dan.
That's lightweight. What?
Yeah, call them licking fungus munchers.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, basically, from my point of view, basically, DMOC triggered Brenda into threatening the server, and then they both got banned for some for reasons.
Jesus, damn, and you were just trying to do a good turn, bro.
Yep. I'll shut this whole server down, Brenda said.
What server was that?
Gamma.
Jim Pandas.
Gamma. Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong.
Hey. She'll take the server down? What?
Hey, good luck to her.
or whatever it's called.
Yeah, apparently being anti-inclusive or some shit. I think you just say you said her hymners or something like that. I can't remember what word you used, but it was hilarious.
Shamalama ding dong.
Hard to say in the spur of the moment. I'd say whatever pops in my head.
Yeah, I don't remember, but it was at the time I was I didn't even know what was happening. I was barely listening, and all of a sudden everyone just went silent. I'm like, what just happened?
Well, I'll call him Brenda and stuff like that too. I'll say, okay, Brenda, and then something, and then she'll say something stupid, or I won't even be addressing him or her at all. And then my name will come out. I mean, I'll hear my name come out of Brenda's mouth or whatever, and then and then it goes from there. And I'm like, fuck you, Brenda, you dress wearing little bitch.
I suppose we should be neutral gender, or gender neutral. I'm not quite sure.
No, fuck them. There's two genders. Get over it. Anything else is a mental illness.
I was just explaining to Brenda she wears a skirt just like all the other popes and all the other Spartans and the other people and the Da Vinci's and all the other weirdos. And she just didn't like that idea.
That's good, bro.
This might actually sound funny, but I think me and Brenda went to the same high school. But she won't admit it, or he or whatever won't admit it. That's fine because they're afraid to dox themselves. But
Brenda, the first time we ever met Brenda, she was quiet as hell, didn't even want to talk. We had to fucking coerce her to talk and not be a quiet puss. Then she started being a fucking weirdo. But before, the only reason she came on Discord was to get some friends because she was gonna end her own life. Yeah, so I mean, that's Brenda's story right there. She didn't have any life to begin with, and then she got on Discord, and now she has a life in Jim's room. So fuck her.
Yeah, I suppose you have to be tactical. A lot of transgenders do end their own lives, so I suppose you have to be tactical about it. Like if you're listening, Brenda, I love you. Whatever you are.
He loves Brenda so hard.
Well, not that hard.
I don't have any problem with any Brendarellis.
It's like crazy. It's like, what happened to the world? Like after, I don't know, 2012?
Well, I just didn't know what to call. I was like, do I call you Brendarella?
Jeez. So suddenly the world has like 250 different types of gender? Are you serious, bro?
I mean, I feel like the biggest problem was when that Olympian guy, I can't think of his name right now. Senior moment.
Bruce Jenner?
Thank you. Yeah, when Bruce Jenner came out as transgender, that's when everyone flipped the fuck out. Especially when he got the Woman of the Year award.
Woman of the Year in the magazine. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And what about the murder that he committed and then that too.
Do what?
Yeah,
he hooked up a trailer. Yeah, he hooked up a trailer wrong. He was towing the boat, and the boat broke free from his truck and crashed into a family and killed the whole family.
You kidding me?
No joke. It's like he actually was going to go on trial for accidental homicide, involuntary manslaughter.
And then when she showed up to court, everybody was freaking out, like, what the hell?
You can't try me now. I was a man, now I'm a woman. Fuck you. He's laughing. Nah, that's crazy, man. I know what happened.
Yeah, that is odd.
That's crazy, man.
No, but that whole room over there, man. I have all them motherfuckers crying and whining and trying to mute me, and I can't even come in there. They just. I'll be every time I say one sentence, I'll be muted for fucking ever.
Because the thing is, they call your what you say is like a shtick or an act, when all you do is ask questions that they can't answer.
Bro, you're a man. You were born a man. You're a fucking man. I don't care.
Well, I asked for presentations, evidence, and it's like, why would we do that? We can't do that. I was like, yeah, you fucking can. That's why you have a video camera right next to the button right there where you're talking, idiot. I said, and any other time, you want everybody to look in the back chat and look up the shit you post and whatever you got going on, but you don't want to post any actual evidence of anything when somebody asks for something, though, do you? And then everything's so impossible for a flat earth position standpoint of view to do mathematically, or, just anything I name. They're like, oh, it's so impossible. But then for a globe, oh man, it's possible. Because I'll mess with them. I'll be like, can we do this on a globe? And they're like, yeah. I said, well, how about a flat piece of earth? And they're like, oh no. And it just makes no sense. They're stupid.
Like, they're British all of a sudden. Oh no.
No, that is actually interesting. That a lot of the flat earthers aren't American. They're English.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means that most of the flat earthers aren't American.
What are you trying to say?
I don't think he's trying to say anything. He's just saying something.
How about this?
Yeah, okay.
If I were to say there's a full inclusive flat earth destination vacation, is that in America or not in America?
Okay. I see how it is.
Well, if you
It's
have a
New
center of
Zealand.
intelligence, how can you have a center of intelligence? Where would you put that on a ball?
Oh shit.
Gotcha.
In the middle.
Where all that lava's supposed to be?
Way down deep in that fucking core, bruh.
Where we can't go? We go so far.
But it's there because we told you so.
Oh, but then it's mud. It's just muddy mud.
Don't go where the huskies go, and don't you eat that yellow snow. There.
Smells like piss to me.
This has been brought to you by Bullshitters and Bullshitters Anonymous. Don't
But think
try this at
about it.
home, kids.
That was brilliant, though. Think about that. What that guy wrote. He's like, I think he was telling us something. Don't go where the huskies go. Don't want to know what's up there.
Right. What about the idea of solidification with the temperature, too? Like, Antarctica and a wall, 13,000 feet. The higher you go up,
But why would they lie?
Well, I'm just saying, don't they have solid oxygen or, don't we have that?
Wait, people lie?
Who's lying?
No way. No way.
It's crazy.
There's only tigers, right? There's no lions.
Yeah, really, at the end of the day, the globalists only have three arguments. They have why would they lie, photographs from space, and flat earthers are just stupid. That's all they have.
Yeah, I mean, when we're asking them the scientific questions like how do we see too far? How the fuck does water behave? What the hell is gravity? Sick.
Yeah, and everything happens in front of us on the plane that we exist on, the dirt beneath our feet, and the air and the medium which we reside in, and then the water. So the dirt, the water, and the air, right? Everything happens right here in front of us. And then they tell us we can't do an experiment to show anything of Earth and this and that because we have to go to a vacuum, which makes no sense because supposedly everything is happening right here in this medium. So to present this medium and show you what's happening in this medium, it should be happening in front of your face in this medium. And if it's not, then it's not happening, I don't think.
That's a fugazi.
Yeah, and they love to deflect to
Why is
models.
Volin called this?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I see you.
Why is Volin called this?
Let me look. You said Volt?
Yeah, this guy Volt, like electricity.
VOLT.
That's right.
Krager. Cho.
Gesundheit.
Mazel tov.
Yeah, sorry about that. I hit the mute as quick as I could.
It's okay.
Okay, was he? It looked like he was trolling Lobby because he said his balls are flat. Talking about his junk.
That must be painful. How did
Yeah,
that
why
happen?
was he talking about his privates in Lobby?
Pancake nuts.
Oh, when was this?
Get the writers
was
on
that
that right
recent?
away.
Because
those
he
privates.
said he's telling me that he genuinely wants to learn about this shit, and I sent him an Eric Dubé video, and he gave it a thumbs up. So I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on. How recent was?
This was on the
Where did he put his thumb?
17th. So yeah, he technically has 1 day left. But if he can join the Cogdis VC, I can kick him out right now.
What are you talking? No, he said he was in there for a week already, and that he had just gotten out.
No, he still has 1 day left.
The boy can't tell time. Maybe that's why he's a Glober.
But I thought I saw him posting today. No? Maybe I'm seeing things.
Yeah, you're seeing things.
Oh, there was another Vlad person in here earlier.
Unless there was a comment that got deleted by the bot.
Nah. Thought I saw him.
He was talking in the lobby today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What was talking in the lobby?
Oh, yep, I see it now. Okay. Yeah, this.
So what the fuck?
I don't know. There's
Either
nothing.
way, look. I mean, I want to just let you know it's like you shouldn't get involved in other people's punishments and stuff like that. It's not going to work well for you.
See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. I got you.
That makes sense.
Yeah, the only thing is if he's had some sort of talk with him that maybe that we don't know about, it could work in his favor. But generally, like talking about admin actions, it says in the welcome thread too, not to talk about admin actions.
Then this is a dead issue.
Yeah, it's dead. Good night. Cheerio. Next question.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and I was also bringing it up to their attention, guys in suits, muscle-bound dudes, driving Stephen Hawking out in his little wheelchair, putting him in the car and stuff, Suppose he was like, I've got to pee, and one of them turns around and says, shut the and punches him in the face, I mean, I don't think they would have his best interest, just a bunch of strange dudes like, come on, Stephen, let's go, it's time for your bath.
Jenny Lou. Jenny Lou. Hi, Jenny Lou.
What is this issue before me?
Hey guys.
Anyway, hey. Yeah, don't talk about moderating actions. Just talk about the moderators' personalities. That'll work well.
just complain directly. Just say like how
Fucking
bad.
ad hom the moderators. That's a great idea.
Yeah,
I know. You might as well be upfront about it.
Just isolate one moderator and just complain about how bad they are and how much they suck as a person.
Congratulations, Jenny. You just became moderator, huh?
Get in their DMs too, and just keep on talking shit in there.
Yeah, like find out where their address and where they live in real life and send them an
moderators.
You know that Hawkins character in the wheelchair? He was on Canadian television once being interviewed. He literally fell asleep, and the interviewer continued asking him questions, and his machine continued to answer while he snored on stage in his wheelchair.
One time he did a party for time travelers.
Oh my god!
What the hell? Hold on,
I'm not joking. I actually watched it. It was like let me find the video. It is hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. He actually had a party for time travelers.
Well, that makes
for when they come back and visit us.
Did they show
Was
up
Donald
in time?
Trump there?
Did they show up in time?
Hear this. Ready? On June 8th, 2009, Hawkins threw a time party or a party for time travelers. But then the next day, he posted invitations for the party. Because he said that the invitations should survive for about 1,000 years or more.
Half of them were lit.
But no one showed up, so he determined that time travel wasn't possible. Here's a link right here.
Well, maybe they were only there for a second and then they went back to the future or something.
Yeah, I had a party one day for time travelers. Half of them show up late, the other half came later.
Wait a minute. Doesn't that say it's his memorial?
Yeah, that was later on. The article that I linked talked about that memorials that they might turn up later on, but they didn't do that either.
Oh, I see the part here. The party, yeah.
Yeah, there's two parts to that. It's like the 2018 when he died, but also 2009 when he did the time traveler party.
Well, they're just trying to show their appreciation because he made a party for them first. So their time travelers are going to come back, and then
this is what like Facebook. If you post anything Hawkins related, you get like banned. You know, like you get an account strike.
That's not suspicious.
I'm looking for the one that got me. It was like where it shows like Jesus like doing disable, you know, and then delete.
Well, Jesus is a better desktop publisher than the devil or Satan. And the reason's very easy to see. It's clear.
Yeah, when Jesus gets his stuff written down, he saves.
Yeah, Jesus saves.
How many devil Bibles have you seen in a hotel room?
That's what a lot of people need in a hotel room. They need the Bible.
There used to be a Gideon's Bible in every desk drawer in every hotel almost. Today, there's a pot of black coffee and a vial of crack waiting for you.
Yeah, I can't find the meme right now, but it shows like Jesus on the laptop, and he's like clicking down like the app disable and then uninstall. So, hey, Jenny, you still there?
Who?
I guess she's gone. Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, just making sure Discord isn't being janky on me.
So, what's the news? Anything new out of area you live in?
Well, I work. You guys probably already know this already, but I work in a grocery store. You know, I had to be an essential worker because I don't want handouts from the government. So I've kind of shifted gears, and sometimes people ask me why I don't wear a mask, and or the subject will come up, and I kind of say, hey guys, there's no scientific information to say that they exist, much less to say that they're transferred. And so yeah, just kind of meeting people where they are. And I'm kind of new, so I don't want to go hardcore and get like fired or something. But other than that, just kind of doing, I don't know, maybe kind of taking an unofficial break, sort of, kind of, but I'll always show up again in here.
Cool.
Yeah, I remember.
I know some people aren't really fans, but I listened to Mark's and Karen's podcast tonight, their Strange World or whatever. Nothing really notable, really. I mean, but
yeah, I listened to those two here and there.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Karen's doing a solar New Year. I think it's supposed to be the end of March.
Yeah, it's powerful because actually one of the first people I talked to was that the guy she's been arguing with online. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now. He wrote that book about the most dangerous superstition.
Well, if you think of it more and send me a link to it or something. If you think of it later.
Oh, Larkin Rose.
Oh.
So when I was like, probably when I got into this whole truth movement thing, I read Larkin Rose's book, got him to sign a copy, that I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
But then he came out as this sort of weird.
Before you go into that, sorry to interrupt you. I think I'm subscribed to him on YouTube, or maybe I unsubscribed or something because I didn't like one of his thumbnails or something. It said something stupid. I don't know. What's his position?
He's totally anti-flat Earth. He hates flat Earth big time. And I'm like, how can you be this anti-government, but be this much in the tank for NASA? It doesn't make any sense to me. And I asked him that, and he deleted my comment. And as soon as he deleted and I just said, I'm out, dude. I can't take you anymore.
But you were saying you had one of his books autographed?
Yeah. I had his book. I had it autographed. I mailed it to him. He mailed it back to me. I talked to him in DMs. And he came out as like this super anti-flat earther. And he's actually been arguing with Karen B, like over the course of like 6 months or something like that.
Over Q or what specifically?
Over flat Earth.
Well, yeah, but I mean, his position, like anti-government, like that could be anything. What more specifically is he?
Well, his idea is his anti-government stuff is basically, I guess it boils down to the federal government should be returned to the Constitution and not have any power at all.
You mean like get rid of the Federal Reserve type of stuff?
All of it, yeah. Like the federal government should only represent the states and international affairs. That's it. Nothing else. But then he's a big NASA fanboy. I'm like, how can you square?
How does that even make sense?
Hold on. I mean, just to clarify something really quick about Larkin. I mean, he writes books about anarchism, and he hosts conferences all over the world about anarchy and stuff. So this is that's his thing. And I watched. Did you watch Karen's video the other day? And
she broke it down.
All right, cool. So I just want to make sure, but you didn't say that. I mean, he's an anarchist.
Yeah, but how can you be an anarchist and be in love with NASA?
I know. I'm just saying that. I know you know that, but I don't know that Jen knows that.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
That's what I'm saying. For everyone that doesn't know who Larkin Rose is, he's an anarchist. He hosts conferences. He writes book about anarchy. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, I guess the reason why he's not a flat earther is because he's never looked into it. Right?
No, he calls the worse. He's looked into it. And he calls it a cult. He calls it like a people who deny science. At the same time, yeah, this guy is batshit. He is full in globetard.
Why don't we make videos of some of our knockdown, drag-out fights and post like Flat Earth is a cult? They all agree with each other, and then when people go to watch it, it's like Flat Earthers arguing over, the topics that we argue over.
Just look at some of Karen B's videos. She took this dude to task, and he doubled down over and over and over again. In my mind, I can't square anarchy with this love of NASA that he has. He thinks somehow NASA is just divinely inspired by God to usher in humanity into space. I'm like, dude, NASA is the federal government, the same thing you're fighting against. What is wrong with you?
What do you think, Helio?
What do I think about Larkin Rose?
No, what do you think about what Crit is saying about Larkin Rose? What's your...
Yeah, I don't know why he would trust NASA either. I totally agree with you. If he's like, I've heard several speeches and everything, and I'm not, I wasn't a avid follower, maybe not as much as Crit, but I know who he is and everything, and I know, he hosts conferences and shit, about Anarchapulco, you know about that one, right, Crit?
Yeah, and the candles.
Like a yearly thing. They have Anarchapulco in Acapulco. They freaking have like this whole freaking big conference about anarchists just flock there in Acapulco every single year and talk about anarchy, and he's one of the biggest hosts there. And so yeah, when this topic comes up, but for him to totally defend, I mean, not only NASA, but the scientific community, which is supported by funding from the governments and all that kind of shit, kind of doesn't really match up, does it?
Yeah, even more so when his biggest proof is Copernicus, or not Copernicus, Aristophanes, and he doesn't even know how to do it correctly. He tells you, like, his version of Aristophanes is like completely fucked up. It doesn't even match what he did the first time.
No, he doesn't even understand the argument. And Karen proved that in her video the other day. So
yeah, Karen totally dressed this dude down. It's like
she did, man.
Yeah, she did a great job.
I'll have to listen to it.
Hey, go to Karen Mead's channel. I think it's one of her latest videos. Just go watch that video she made about him the other day.
Okay.
Because they've been going back and forth on Facebook lately, and she made a video about it. Yeah, he definitely doesn't understand the fucking argument.
Yeah, I mean, a few years ago, I talked to this anarchist guy about like how the Earth is flat and how we need to like defund the government, and his counter was that there's bigger shit list than NASA. I'm saying, dude, NASA costs more than all the other federal agencies combined. No,
but even without money's just money. It's about the mind control. It's the mindset. I mean, money's just money. I mean, even NASA's budget, it kind of dwarfs some of the other things, the other mind control programs. And so it's just really more about the mind control instead of the how much money. I don't think that's necessarily something that you should bring up. It's like, oh, well, look at NASA's budget, and this is how they... I mean, who's convinced by NASA? Well, people are convinced by NASA because, a flippant interest. Most people don't even really give a shit about NASA. But they do watch the media a lot. You know what I mean? They watch the news every single night so that they can figure out what's going on in the world today. There's a lot more money put into that than there is into NASA.
Yeah, really, at the end of the day, I'm just kind of disappointed with a lot of these sort of activists who shit on flat Earth for reasons completely unknown. It doesn't make... There's another guy out of Texas, like a pastor.
But at the same time, I expect them to. I expect them to shit on flat Earth.
Hey, guys. Okay. I just looked on both of Karen's channels, and...
You can't find the video?
No, there's something from a week ago. I don't know if she saved it or she took it down or what, but
it might have been taken down. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, the globalists made memes out of it because she drew a V instead of a U for her parabola. Like, look at Karen B, can't even draw a U. I'm like, what is wrong with you guys? If a U or a V, the points still match up mathematically. She nailed it. She completely destroyed Arkin, Freudian slip, Larkin Rose.
Yeah, she. I mean,
it was a dirty domination. Here, let me see if I can find it because I think I saw it on their Facebook page.
What the fuck is going on with my PC, man? I can't even refresh my. What the hell's going on here? Damn it. My PC has been acting weird today. I might have to restart it.
Yeah, it's not on there. I don't see it either.
What the fuck? Did they delete it? Holy shit. Let me go to her Facebook page and see. Because, I found it through her Facebook.
Yeah, she busted out her whiteboard and drew the whole thing out. You know, the one I saw.
I'll go to her Facebook page and see if I can find it there. Dude, but I mean, it led to her YouTube. What the shit? Fucked up if they took her video down, or maybe she took it down for some reason, but I don't see that happening. But
Larkin Rose threatened legal action through the federal government. That would be like the hilarious part of this.
oh, I know she definitely wouldn't take it down if that was the case. But, let's see. It was about a week ago.
This right here, this GIF reminds me of Larkin Rose.
She posts a lot, so I'm just going to take a scroll through here. Well, February 21st. She's I'm just looking at yep, it's gone.
That's some messed up.
Yeah, because I watched it, and I actually have a comment on her post on Facebook that said, "What happened? I was about to share this." Yeah, a fucking video. She didn't reply, but yeah. Well, after I watched it, I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna share this," and
I wonder what happened there.
No. Click it and see if it does anything about it. Yeah, video unavailable. Oh, it's private. She'll probably release it somewhere else. I'll try to message her and see if we can get.
Awesome. Be cool.
Because yeah, I watched it and then I was gonna share it, and then I was like, "What the fuck? Where's the video?" Because. But she didn't answer me.
See, think about that. That Larkin Rose won't come in here. He won't talk to flat earthers. All he wants to do is talk at flat earthers and tell them how wrong they are.
Oh, no, that would be too hard.
Can't stand the heat out of the kitchen, right, Larkin?
Dude, he would not. He'd be able to handle it. I mean, as much as Karen's been roasting him in his freaking Facebook comments, I mean, you can tell just by what he says and his response to her. It's just like, dude, he's not ready for this argument. Yeah, it's kind of strange.
Well, I would hate for him to come in here and teach us a lesson.
That would be entertainment, right?
It's kind of like, like we've been trying to get Kent Hovind kind of to talk to someone about this, and he won't do it either. It's kind of like that. Like Kent Hovind's on the, the creation versus evolution side, and he does a lot of debates about that. Larkin Rose is the anarchy versus democracy, republic kind of thing, and he's acting like he's going to touch it, but he won't put himself out there and debate anybody about it. And it's like, that's what's weird about like Ken Hovind. It's like, I thought debate was your fucking thing, Why don't you debate a flat earther?
My theory is he doesn't want to go back. Doesn't want to be framed again and go back to prison. Because he has a big voice.
He's got $1 million plus invested in his whatever park he has there and stuff.
Dr. Dino.
Oh, he's so invested in it. He wouldn't for a minute risk that.
Yeah.
No.
And to be honest, I mean, nobody's trying to. Well, some of us are trying to force him to, but he doesn't have to. That's okay. You got your thing. You don't want to talk to flat earthers? Fine.
It's like
We're still going to talk shit about you for not talking to us, but that's okay.
You know, Roger at Mud Fossil, he does great research. He knows his shit, but boy, is he out to lunch and hates flat earth like we're demons and jinns.
Yep.
I love him to death for his work, but boy, his attitude towards flat earthers is something.
I know, it's like I said, I mean, you don't have to talk to us. That's your prerogative, but we're going to talk shit about you because you're scared. You're too scared to talk about it. If you
too much invested in the lie.
What? I don't know what their position is because I won't even fucking tell anybody what their position is. I won't even talk to any flat earthers. So it's like, okay. I mean, we respect your work and we glean from it, but why are you so scared to talk to us? Weird.
Max Egan's kind of like that too. I really like. I mean, he's a smart dude. I like his stuff, but he doesn't really want to hear anything about flat Earth. He doesn't actively go out against flat Earth.
No, he's talked about it before, at least though. He's talked about it a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, he did that plane flight, which we can't necessarily verify what he said. He flew from what was it, Africa to Australia, one flight or whatever. Max Egan.
He accidentally proved the coordinates and the way the compass should be pointing was the flat pattern that you would see over an AE map rather than a globe Earth.
Yeah, but at least he has talked about it before. But like Kent Hovind and the other guy that James was talking about, that he won't even frickin'.
He's one of those that he kind of. It's not like. I don't think he really cares all that much whether it's a globe or flat. And like he thinks that talking about the shape of the Earth is just a way, though, to distract from kind of like what you were saying about the other guy, like bigger fish to fry. We got bigger problems, and it's kind of what he's saying. Like, what's the other guy? With half of the with half of the truth community becoming flat earthers, now it's really easy for the media to just not take anybody seriously. Is kind of the way that he says it.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily true, and we know that. But what about? I mean, Michael Tsarian wasn't. He's addressed it. As a matter of fact, he made a flat Earth video. You know, isn't that guy from South Africa? Tsarian, the guy, you know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea where Tsarian's from.
I think he's from South Africa. But anyway, he made a flat Earth video. He doesn't like concentrate on it, but he made a pretty good flat Earth video, man. Anyway,
the guy that's been trying to infiltrate the server.
No, that's somebody probably stole his name from
his YouTube channel. Isn't it Sphere Alliance?
Let me see if I can find it. He made a decent video. It was like an hour-long freaking video talking about flat Earth, like about a year ago. Find it. Probably won't be able to find it on YouTube. He probably took it down because he gets more into spiritualism and other kinds of shit. But yeah, I know what you're saying, Lou. That Tsarian dude. Yeah, he's a troll. But I was talking about. I don't think his name's spelt the same. Right? I don't even remember. It might be though. that's when I first saw that name. I was like, "Oh, is that Mike?" Is there?
I go in every day to check for more members that are his, and almost every day there's at least another 1 or 2 or 3 that I can ban from the server.
Yeah, that dude's a troll.
About a week ago, maybe a little more, I counted, I think 94 of his accounts that have been put on the ban list.
Why would I even look for this on YouTube?
I'm pretty sure that this is his channel right here, Helio.
Cool.
Isn't he? Doesn't he collaborate with Corey Good?
Saying this is his channel?
Well,
I don't think we're talking about the same person. No. Huh?
I thought I knew what he looked like. I'm looking at thumbnails. I thought him. Maybe it's not his main channel.
I don't think that's the same dude I'm talking about. Are you saying that he knows Corey Good, or
Well, they do videos together. I'm looking at it right now. I may be mistaken.
yeah? I mean, I'm not saying he hasn't talked to some of these guys like Corey Good before about some of this stuff, but he did make a interesting flat Earth. It wasn't like I'm flat Earth and I'm this, but he made it like I remember listening to it. I'm going to find it. I'll share it. No, he made an interesting flat Earth talk video for about it. He talked about it for about over an hour, if I remember right, about a year ago, and I'll find it. So he may have. I wouldn't be surprised if he even was affiliated with this guy. But yeah, I know it's Tsarian as his last name. I'm pretty sure it's Michael Tsarian. I as far as the spelling, maybe I'm spelling it wrong, and that's why I can't find him. Maybe with a U. Fuck.
You know what? I think I will retract. I do think I have it wrong. I'm looking.
I think you're thinking about somebody else, June. This dude's from South Africa. I know that. Yeah. He's written books. Yeah. No, it doesn't. Yes. Tsarion. Michael Tsarion. Tsarion. Michael Tsarian briefly answers questions on flat Earth. Let's see if that's 2016. This video he put out was like last year. Tools. Anytime past year.
So you said he's written some books. I'll have to look him up.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's very, he's like gets into astrology and shit like that, and astronomy and all kinds of shit, and just,
Well, when I put in his name and flat Earth, I see the regular stuff.
yeah, no, you have to. I mean, if you put it in Google, you're gonna see the same shit I'm saying.
Oh wait, maybe I found it. An astronomer responds to flat Earth theory. No, that's only 3 and 42 seconds.
Oh, I know he's got a fucking YouTube channel, and I also know that he put a freaking video out talking about flat Earth. That doesn't mean it's still on his YouTube channel, but. Wouldn't be surprised if his whole YouTube channel doesn't exist anymore. Filter by channel. I just put his name in YouTube and filter by channel.
Yeah, the best I came up with was Michael Tsarian RIR interviews. It's just a fan.
You're gonna see that. It's a fan page. Another one that says Michael Tsarian music. I don't know if I find it out. I mean, it's not like it wasn't some profound video that he made about like discovery of flat Earth or anything. It was just he took time, like an hour and a half. I remember listening to it, so I mean, call me fucking crazy, but I know that he did because I listened to it. It was like an hour and a half long, and he talked about flat Earth for about an hour and a half, and he was like, "It's not a crazy concept, you know." He's just like, "This really makes sense," you know. So anyway.
I just clicked on YouTube and I saw a suggestion for watching the Mars views from the Mars rover. And the comments, like half of pretty much almost everybody who's typing in English is talking about how it's fake. I love it.
Hell yeah. Call them out.
I can't tell what the other languages are typing, but the English ones are mostly saying how fake it is.
And most of the foreign languages probably understand English, so they probably see going, what?
Now, this is right up my alley. I'm looking up videos that he's been in on other people's channels. And this one says, The Psychology of Conspiracy Deniers.
Yeah, like I said, man, that's kind of his thing, but he addressed flat Earth, and I wish I'd have freaking saved that video when I found it. So I would sound like, oh, I heard Michael Tsarian talk about flat Earth one time, and I can't prove it. But yeah, I mean, he made a whole video. It was like over an hour long when he was talking about it. So, whatever.
All right, and this one's interesting. It says with Michael Tsarian on race, Jordan Peterson, and why conspiracy work is spiritual work.
Yeah.
That's
interesting. That's what we talk about a lot here too. We talk about the science, but also, it gets it. You can't have you can talk about the physical reality, but you also, have to talk about because you always get that question, why would they lie? Or how could they get away with this? Because they're performing magic. They're using spells on you. So you're gonna have to get in the spiritual part of it at a certain point anyway. So
Can someone tell me if this statement that I'm about to say is true?
well, you're gonna have to say it first.
I know. Hold on. Okay. Never mind. It's just my brother. Anyway, so a statement I was trying to make is that gas molecules, they only change direction when they come into contact with another physical object, like the walls of its container or other gas molecules. Would you say that that's correct?
There are many different things in it that can affect gas molecules. I mean, one major thing being a physical barrier. Yeah, of course. But yeah, there are many different things that can affect gas molecules. They move freely in all directions until they're affected by an outside thing. You know, say temperature or a physical barrier. You know, when they so. What's the purpose of the question?
So what I was trying to get at, right?
Or wind can affect gas molecules as well. Wind or like movement of air. Yeah.
Well, what I was trying to get at is that we have gas molecules coming down, right? That's how barometers work. They need an inward vector, so they need something to bounce off of. And the Glovers will say it's gravity doing that, but I've seen no proof of gas molecules just going in the opposite direction.
Really interesting, because a barometer is supposed to measure air pressure based on the as far as I know, the condensation of the water level. I could be wrong about that though. So
it's mercury.
Well, I know they use mercury inside the barometer, but the outside, what's causing the pressure to be measured is that water vapor?
Yes, indeedy.
Okay, so.
What I'm trying to get at is it has to bounce off something. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
I don't think the active water vapor is bouncing at that point off of anything. It's just.
The fact is, at elevations, temperatures reduce. Less temperature, less water vapor in the air. So that gradient is still within the dome, within the X, variable for, the pressure gradient. But nonetheless, the actual changes in pressure come from the amount of water vapor in the, cubic meter of air. There's a dramatic difference, at 100 degrees and at, minus 20, minus 30. It's radical. It's a lot of weight or a lot of mass, a lot of pressure.
And if the next question would be, why is there less water vapor pressure as you rise in altitude? I would say the answer is because there's more water on the ground.
Temperature, as the water rises.
And temperature as well.
Yeah, it takes away heat from the lower levels and it gives it off as it rises.
Where do you think the water vapor comes from? It doesn't come from the outside. It comes from Earth.
Comes from below and goes up. It rises. Yeah. Heat rises. Another one of them rules.
It's a pretty cool cycle.
Did that answer your question, bro?
Yeah.
Cool.
And it's not something you hear every day, but barometric pressure, what pushes on the mercury is the water vapor in the air. Your barometric pressure is a reading of how much vapor there is in the air.
Humidity.
Yep. Humidity. Another word for it. Yeah.
Wait, are you saying humidity and pressure are the same thing?
Humidity and water vapor pressure are the same thing as what was it. Well, humidity is a percentage of water in the air. I'm going to say like humidity is 80% or 40%. You know,
There's a whole scale for the vapor pressure of water in the air, and they need it for the weather. It's the end of the story. Go look up the scale for vapor pressure, and you'll see how it relates to the air and to barometers. They're joined at the hip.
Yeah.
Air pressure and the water content of the air are directly related. Inversely
Okay,
proportional.
can I go for another question which is very similar, but I wanted to know a little something about it. So, what's the difference between mass and weight?
Oh man.
Well, I always say the same thing. Don't use weight, use mass. They always tell us if you want to lose weight, you go to the moon, right? You weigh 1/6 your mass, right? Well, your mass doesn't change when you go to the moon. Your mass doesn't change anywhere, right? Your weight can, apparently, but your mass won't. So, just try to apply certain standards. Everybody talks about density. Well, the density isn't in the formula for the mass to volume relationship. But yet, people don't want to look at the science of volumetrics and how mass and volume relate, and they want to throw in an erroneous word to use as liberally as is being done.
No, but
Density,
isn't
and worse, to throw in relative density. But I'll shut up now.
But then isn't that something that Einstein gave an explanation to? According to Einstein's theory, even mass can change when you're traveling at a very high speed.
Look, as soon as I see that idiot travel at a high speed and prove his theories, you can bring him up to me again. As soon as you can prove there's more gravity at my freaking ankles than at my ears when I'm standing up, I'll be happy to entertain some of that bullshit. Until then, fuck Einstein.
Hmm. I'm just saying that this is what Globers bring up when you get into the discussion. And when you say that I'm not taking this bullshit, they think
they're
that
free
you're
to think what they
chickening out.
want.
Oh, come on, bro.
Believe
Don't
what they
overtalk
want.
him. Come on, Jimbo. Let's hear what he's got to say.
No, that is what they say when you get out of the discussion saying that it's all bullshit. According to them, you're not able to defend your position, or maybe you're not able to come up with an explanation against Einstein's explanation. So it's a
It's not
way
an
that they see.
explanation, it's a theory. It's not an explanation of anything.
No, but again, it was a theory according to the mainstream science, according to Globers. It was a theory when he proposed it, but after some time they found evidences for it via gravitational
Doctors
waves.
used to recommend eating mercury too, and that it was therapeutic and beneficial for people. You know what I'm saying? How many times have so-called science and scientists been wrong? Many, many. Even today, calling astrophysics and all this cosmos, they're saying scientists made discoveries about Mars and scientists discovered 20. Astrophysics is not science.
Do you remember in the 60s when they used to tell us that smoking cigarettes was good for your health?
Dude, I was just thinking about that actually. Weird.
No, but things like the speed of light.
Well, if you want to follow these leaders, eat some mercury.
Come on, Jimbo. It's twice you cut him off, bro.
Yeah, all he's trying to do is, go up against a Glober effectively, is I think what he's after.
Yep. So I would give another example. they claim to have experimentally determined the speed of light, and that it is not affected by any other motion. You cannot change the speed of light in vacuum, according to them. And that is why what they have scientific experiments, within air quotes, to prove. Right. So how can you go against a glober when he comes up with such arguments? That's exactly what I wanted to know. What can
What's
you-
proved at airports? I don't quite get what you're saying.
So
Please elaborate.
they experimentally have proved the speed of light is constant.
Okay, is it constant through
really?
glass? How about through atmosphere? How about through water?
No, it's
the speed.
constant in vacuum.
Okay, so what varies the speed of light? The medium. So how's it constant?
In vacuum, it is constant.
Okay,
There's
but
a
where does a
possibility-
vacuum exist in nature? Where did they naturally observe this?
Which would be the beginning of the scientific method. Observing natural phenomena.
So yeah, you can say that light has constant speed in a vacuum, but you can't say light has a constant speed. That's called a half-truth, right? That's lie by
No, see, what-
omission, right?
Yes. So what we are trying to see here is that whether in the same medium, let's say the medium is vacuum, where there is nothing. So nothing is the medium, right? So in that medium, when we measure the speed of light, when the source is constant or stationary, as against when the source is moving at a certain speed, in both these cases, the speed of light is constant. So the medium is not changing, but the speed of light is still constant. And this is what they claim to have scientifically determined via measurements or any other thing, whether it follows the scientific method or not. But this is something that they claim to have done.
Okay, so what does it prove?
The setup, when they tested these two things,
Uh-huh.
and the speed was found to be constant.
Does that prove we're living on a spinning fucking ball, bro?
Oh,
No,
nice.
not at all. Not at all. But that is what Einstein's science is based upon. He claims that speed of light is constant. If it is not, then his whole theory falls apart.
Do you know I have a little theory of myself to deal with mainstream science?
It may be imagination. I know that it is pure imagination, but Globers don't understand that.
Well, I got a theory that the vice president is the real president and the so-called president of the United States is the walking target, like the double Padme effect. If you remember episode 1 in Star Wars, Padme was really the handmaiden servant girl. That was Queen
Thankfully-
Amidala. And Queen Amidala was the decoy, remember?
Thankfully, I'm free of all that bullshit here in India. I'm not a fan of Star Wars.
I love the brutal honesty. Yeah, anybody can have a theory. So the sky is blue, so therefore the president's really the decoy. I'm basing it off of, something that's true. The second part has to be true also, right? So things fall to the ground, therefore bendy warpy space-time.
You know what? I interview students to prepare them for their colleges, and being a flat earther deep inside, although my students don't know that, but my favorite questions are whenever I get a science student, I always ask them, what's gravity? How would you explain that to a 10-year-old or 12-year-old? And my other faculty members here, when I talk to them, I tell them why this is my best question, because I want to know it from the perspective of a person, how that person explains something that according to me doesn't exist, which is why it is so interesting.
That's
to
crafty,
know from
bro.
them.
You are crafty.
Yep. I'll talk about climate change. I talk about a lot of other things in those interviews, but then the students don't know that I'm a flat earther.
Hats off. Well done,
Well,
bro.
I long for the day when you can be open about it in your business without having to worry about getting blackballed. I think
Yeah.
this way
Yeah, I
of
had
doing
to.
things that we're doing it now is archaic. Go ahead.
I had to take a stand when it comes to wearing a mask. I was asked to because I teach a number of students. It is a classroom of 25 to 30 students, and then I teach all of them. And all the students at one point in time were wearing masks, but I had to make it a point to not wear it for a single time, for a single second. Although I was asked to, but I just ignored it. And I mean, my employer is also knows that I'm a flat earther and I don't believe in all this COVID bullshit. But then he asks me to comply, but I have refused so far, and it's fine.
You're not
Nothing
going to last
happened.
very long, bro. Here's the thing, right? Today in Western society, you cannot go into a shop and buy food unless you wear a mask. You have no choice. This is the thing. It's like a mind control.
I know. I have had that discussion with other employees, my colleagues, and my employer as well. That today it is just a question of wearing a mask, but tomorrow, and that day has come, by the way.
Yep.
When we are, so I told him that tomorrow, when you ask me to get vaccinated so that I can enter this premise, it is not going to happen. So when I'm
Yeah.
going to put my foot down, then it's better to do it right now. I'm not even going to wear a mask.
You're right. You're right there. You're right there. But this is the way it's going, right? People were saying, like, listen, it's only a matter of time before you won't be able to travel unless you have a vaccine passport.
Yeah,
to-
man,
to
that's
buy
crazy.
food.
It's
This is
really
yeah, you know, and this is all because of a virus that started in China, that came over to the UK or the Western society, that is a little bit more, little bit more deadly than the flu. But not, it's kind of now suddenly you can't travel unless you have a vaccine passport. You can't buy food unless you have a vaccine stamp. I mean, what the fuck, bro? The
Hey,
world's
tell
going.
me about it, man. My elder brother is a doctor in a government hospital, and he had to get vaccinated because the frontline workers and the healthcare workers are the first ones to get the vaccine.
Yeah, this miracle vaccine that came out of nowhere after a year of research. Suddenly, everybody needs to get a vaccine into their bodies. Really? It's only been like a year, not even a year. It hasn't even been fucking human tested yet, but you have to get the vaccine. I mean, what the fuck? What the fuck's in it, bro? Compliance.
Thankfully, many others around me have changed their mind about the vaccine.
Yeah.
Yeah, people that have formerly believed in vaccines and taken vaccines, they're definitely starting to open up their eyes. Yeah, I would
Correct.
agree with that. Yeah. Thank goodness.
I mean, Bill Gates' new book out. I heard advertised on the radio. His new authoritative book on about how to go through a pandemic, right? Holy shit, bro! And I opened the paper the other day, and then they're talking about a 75% increase in a virulent disease that comes from bats. That the next pandemic, I said to people, well, you know what? Either it's going to get a next pandemic or something, but now suddenly, no, that'll never happen. Suddenly there is. It's in the news. It's out there. There's going to be another pandemic. It's even more deadly than the COVID virus.
It's the rising speed of helium.
Fucking crazy, man. And everybody's walking around, they're driving around with fucking masks on, they're all fucking, so fucking scared of death. It's
Trick or
fucking-
treat.
Wear your mask.
What's the rising rate of helium? What's the time?
1.23.7 minus 4 divided by 6. I don't know what happened to the world, bro, but something went fucking haywire about fucking 2 years ago. Everything just went fucking doolally. Everybody's living in fucking la la land. It's like, what? What the fuck?
It's the best time to be a flat earther. I became
Yeah,
one
it's-
something like 3 years ago.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
So I became one something like more than 3 years ago. But life, I could make sense out of whatever's happening in this world only because I'm a flat earther. I owe a lot to it.
Well, here's my theory. The flat Earth was grabbing too much fucking. It was getting too much traction. People were starting to pay notice too much to the biggest lie in history that they had to make something up. This is the whole reason for this vaccine shit. The whole reason why people are wearing masks and staying at home, living in fucking Groundhog Day, day after day, because the truth was gaining too much traction. Now they have to fucking separate us. They have to isolate people. That's the reason why it's happening. This is my theory.
You're absolutely right. That's exactly my deduction as well. We were killing it. We were exposing the truth, and they had to silence it.
Exactly.
They can't get enough rockets and satellites and rovers to Mars quick enough, can they now?
Yeah, because if you destroy space and you destroy the spinning ball and you destroy a water globe, you destroy.
There's an onslaught of a revolution. Humanity will be uproared. Humanity will be in uproar if they ever find out that they're living on a flat plane and it was never spinning. Humanity will be in an uproar.
Come on.
It will happen anyways.
It should be.
It will happen anyways.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
It's not a matter of if, but when.
Yeah, we're on our way. We are the people starting it. We're the ones starting it now.
Yep. Was it back in 2015 when it was really gaining traction and was actually like allowed on YouTube, right?
Yeah, it's still getting traction. Don't get me wrong. It's still getting traction.
Yeah, definitely.
Still getting traction.
Definitely. Back like 5 years ago, couldn't you literally look up and it would like almost promote like maybe Eric Dubay videos and they'd have like millions of views back in the day before it
Yeah.
yeah, that's unfortunate to do that all now.
No, it's not unfortunate. Everything's still happening, you know. As long as we all stick together, regardless of what Eric Dubay supposedly did, you know. There's some controversy going on there, but I think it's taking away from the work that he has done. You know what I mean? You know, all the good work that he's done. So you have to drop the negativity there, just promote the work, and that's that. And let everyone else choose for themselves whether he's a controversial person or not. But let's just try and keep unity in the family. That's the problem there. That's the problem there. You know, people keep, you know, pointing the finger out. The main point is get the message out. Doesn't matter what, just get that message out there. Stop fighting amongst ourselves. You know? It's a setback, that is. You know, someone's calling me racist yesterday. How can I be? I cannot be a racist and be a
Why are
flat
they calling you
earther.
a racist?
Somebody was yesterday anyway, you know what I mean? But the thing is, how can I be a racist? Married to a Japanese, got four or five boys now, right?
Anyone
Four boys.
can be. I'm not trying to be argumentative, but anybody can be a racist.
Yeah, but I'm not a racist if I'm married to a
Oh
Japanese.
yeah, I'm not saying that, but you said, "How can I be a racist?"
Yeah, I'm talking about myself personally and my situation, and then being a flat earther. You know, they don't combine. They just don't combine. You can't be a flat earther and be a racist. You just can't. It just doesn't work.
That's right. I agree, Jinse BR, because flat Earth is a benchmark that I have
Yeah.
set for myself. Because anyone being a flat earther makes sure of many other things.
Yeah, yeah. When you're a flat earther, you're talking about unite. You want to unite humanity. You can't be a racist. You just cannot be.
Correct.
You're in the wrong club.
Oh.
If that's the case.
I tell people this usually when I trust them a bit or I like them actually, but growing up after my parents divorced and stuff, we adopt sort of people as sort of street family or whatever. We look for father figures when we don't have one. Mine was John Amos. He was the star of, what was it, not Family Matters, but, I forget the name of the show now. But anyway, here I am, a white kid with no dad, basically, and, black man's my father figure.
Right.
So, it's not about color. It's not about,
Was it the Brady Bunch?
No, the show was not All in the Family. It was Family Matters.
American.
Had Jimmy J.J. Walker, John Amos, even had Janet Jackson in it there, that show.
Oh, I know. It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh,
Frick, a lot of people that should be rolling off their tongue right now. I'm brain farting.
Cheers, but it's not Cheers.
No, not Cheers.
Friends, not Friends.
Good Time.
no, there you go. That's
Good
I
Time.
don't know it. I don't know it. Yeah.
There were great stories sometimes in storytelling when Michael got involved in gangs and his mom had to go and stand up and get him out of them partly, right? It was close to real life, for me and stuff, so. And anyway, like I say, my parents were divorced. I had no real father figure, a role model. And he's the one, for me, it was, I guess you could have had the commissioner from, what was it there? It was a TV series called The Commish. It had Rock Hudson. For a while, Rock Hudson played all these very manly roles,
Yeah, but he was gay, wasn't he, Rock Hudson?
Yes, we found that out much later. But, he was sort of a role model too, while he wasn't kind of gay for me, But more so was John Amos, He's more at a level I came from kind of work, street, other stuff that I could identify with. A family that, likewise. So,
yeah.
What are you going to do?
P-Mac. I agree with P-Mac. What he said was right on point, and we are still growing exponentially. We're not losing this thing. Each one that comes into the flat earth is a potential news spreader. So, super spreader, if I may be allowed to say.
Yeah, I think part of their shock when they start finding out is that, they were flat earthers to begin with and always have been.
That's right. Always had been. That's why I like to say to people, you're a flat earther going to be anyway because you're a flat earther in denial. So you don't realize it. You were born a flat earther. You just didn't realize it.
People need to get back to what you see is what you get as far as,
Yes.
flat bodies of water and, mountains that aren't really disappearing behind curves and stuff,
Right.
What you see is
really
what
that
you
simple.
see. Yeah, if I see a building 20 miles across the bay, the conditions were right that I'm seeing that building 20 miles across the bay.
Yeah.
End of story. It's not looming up or fracted down, bent around no, it's just there. If I wanted to shoot a cannon at it, I look at the building I want, put the crosshairs, a few adjustments. I'm not shooting at a hologram that's behind a hill.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
The very shape debunks itself. No one can live on a ball. You can't live on a ball. The wrong shape for life. You cannot live on it.
And planes don't like flying and landing upside down, which was what they'd be doing in Australia.
Why?
It's physically impossible. It's not just a mental gymnastics I'm pointing out there. Airplanes physically invert their controls when they fly upside down.
Yeah.
Well, and then on top of that, Jimbo, what about the supposed rotation of the Earth and then planes landing on landing strips that are
North, south,
Yeah.
That'd be like, running across the wrong way a conveyor belt or something there.
Yeah.
And pull your feet from underneath you. Anyway, it's ridiculous, the idea of, like I say, anyone can take it's in the, mostly northern hemisphere, or ME whatever, where we are in the north, take a half-inch pipe, 2 or 3 feet long, pin it to a shed where you can see the North Star at the end of your tube, and 365 days a year, any night it's clear enough to see the stars, you will see the North Star in the end of your tube. No warble, no tilt, no movement.
No deviation.
Ever. So right there it proves no rotation. Well, no rotation, at least no movement, no axial tilt. Or you'd only see it, if that, once a year through your little peephole. But on the contrary, you see it 365 days a year.
Do they make flight simulators with a curved ball beneath the plane? I don't think so.
No, they're all designed with a stationary, non-rotating flat Earth, and usually 5 mile-an-hour breeze, which is a norm that's calculated. When you do math, you can't use zero. So you can't have 0 miles an hour for airflow over a wing.
Yeah, you
See, nothing is nothing. They say, the medium's the vacuum. Well, nothing is nothing. A vacuum is not a medium.
Yeah, the vacuum is not a medium.
It's like diametric opposition, just like heat and cold, high pressure and low pressure, they're just opposites. Heat really is the opposite of cold. It really, really is. Heat
Wait a minute.
and cold, they're related.
Wait a minute, Jimbo. I've always heard it said that there is no cold. It's just the absence of heat.
That's not true. Heat physically moves to the cold, or your skin would never warm up.
Wait, say that again. You went out a little bit.
Okay, if you couldn't replace what's cold with heat, then you'd never stay warm. You see, cold is physically replaced by
You generate heat. You can't generate cold, correct?
Evaporation causes cooling. If you reduce evaporation,
That's not
you lose
generating
cooling.
it. You're losing. You're not generating.
Heat moves to cold. I'm not contradicting myself in any way.
Oh, I'm not
They're
really
directly related.
challenging you. I'm just trying to understand. That's all.
The one can't exist without the other. And they're directly proportional, so much heat can heat up so much water over so much time, like measure with calorimeters and other stuff.
What's being spoken about in here then?
Oh, just talking about the spinning
Is that wind from a mic in the background?
Who's in a wind tunnel?
Yeah, it sounds like someone's rubbing on the mic foam or something there.
Sorry, guys. That's me.
Right.
That's all right, Jenny. Don't worry.
We're talking about aeroplanes landing on spinning balls, for example.
Upside down.
Upside down, yeah.
With stunt pilots landing in Australia.
Yeah, it doesn't sort of work, does it?
I can assure you they don't land upside down over here.
Yeah.
Well, you're supposed to be upside down from us.
Is that a Glober? Is that a Glober? Is that a Glober?
Nah, flat earther, mate. Just an Aussie.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Yeah. Sorry, boys. And girls.
Where are the Globers at anyway?
Matt Loader. Well, they're on their way. They're on their way. So did the car break down then?
They're on their way.
What car?
We thought I heard you say the car's broken down earlier.
Oh yeah, no, that's my mate. It's all good in the head. It's all good. He had to come round. He's still here. He's got a fucking massive dog here.
Globers will never get here. They're fighting their own rotation.
Yeah, they're going against the flow.
Wow.
They're not getting. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I think I had a fight this afternoon between George and Rumpus. It's good to see Globers fighting with each other.
How is it, Lunatic?
What's up, man? I'm just trolling this fucking Mars footage stream or whatever. Like,
oh my god!
I've dropped the Discord link in there. Like,
yes,
Yeah.
brother.
Oh, well done, my friend. Well done, Lunatic. Yeah, that's a good move.
you guys want to come and raid this thing with me?
Yeah,
might as well. There hasn't been a good raid for a while.
What are they streaming?
Nothing. I think the rover's stuck. It's like
already.
Quality.
Well, it's part of the drama. They love a drama, and then they'll overcome it. So far,
it's old footage. It's just on a loop. It's not even supposed to be from this one. I don't think.
I love a drama. I'm not Earth flat.
I thought that was a bit early to be getting stuck.
Anyone that disagrees with the word Earth flat.
It's getting it.
That'll be to show all their ingenuity, and they'll make a fly swatter attached to a wheel somewhere with some duct tape, and it'll pull itself out of the ditch. And wow, their engineering on the fly is just, oh wow, praise these guys.
Dude, the amount of money this channel is making, like this stuff, everybody in here is watching it. Like almost, I'd say at least 60% of them are going on about how fake it is or saying, is it real? And one of the guys just over and over again keeps on saying, is this real? Question mark. Is it like, I think that's his strategy. I think that it's working really good just to get somebody to question it. You know, that's a good question. Is this real? Like, so if everybody jumps in here, they just all say like, is this real?
Is it real? I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to do that right now when I get in there.
Mate, I'm doing it all by. Lou, put the link in my DMs for our server.
I dropped it in live stream voice text.
What new game is this?
Yeah, somebody said stop streaming my base on No Man's Sky. Thought that was pretty funny. Hey, Dave Hagel. Yeah, I see you in there.
Is this real? Okay, let me just get started. Come on. Yeah, I like a raid now and again.
Wait there. This guy wants his mate unbanned, so I'll say if you come debate me.
Is Lulu's channel banned? Can't post? What's going on there? You've been doing this without us, Lulu?
Is this Canada?
Who is he? Wait.
That was me. Is this Canada? Is this Canada? This could be Canada.
Right, there's a guy we could put in. There's two guys that say they want to debate, but one of them's banned. I did verify him actually. I don't know if I verified it. Lucid. I'm trying to figure out how to the guy.
Lulu made it.
My phone's really frozen. Is anyone else able to help me?
This could be Canada.
Lunatic.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
There's a guy that wants to debate us, him and his friend. but one of them's been banned.
Okay.
It's a good conversation, though. Yeah, he's just got confidence. That's it. It's anything confidence.
Just get him on, bro.
Oh, that's alright. I'll probably sort that out, man. Anyway.
Just tell him to get his fucking ass in here and let's fucking debate it fast.
Right, how do I get it?
The person.
Fuck's sake.
You're hot micing too. Somebody's hot micing anyway.
That's not my noise right now.
Could you please stop?
That's not me.
Okay. Yeah, it's not you, Jen, but somebody is. Billy, crack, hurry. Crack.
Yeah, it's somebody out there.
What?
Crack. Stop. Fuck.
What?
Are you hot micing?
What?
No, it's not you.
I think it's Jenny.
I'm not hot micing.
It's Jenny.
He's making the noise, some wind noise or something.
Jenny, you said it wasn't you. It might be you, know.
Sounds like you're in a tunnel or something. That's all.
Yeah. It was you, Jenny. Sorry, it was you. You're the guilty party. 30
Someone else has got static as well.
Okay, I saw somebody said Earth is not flat in the chat there.
That's it. Kill him.
Where the Earth is whatever you want it.
Shut up.
I have an alien from space. He says, "Where are all the Mars people?" Hey, if we're looking at Mars, where's all the fucking Martians?
Why are you asking me?
I'm not asking you specifically. I just think it's.
Hey, Lulu, can you try and at this person? You know how my struggle right now, right? And cog this.
420 button. Oh, Jesus.
Fuck you, B-Mod.
Some whale bones, Jim. Nice ones, Jim.
Yeah.
Arctic lemons and fucking whale bones. Do you think there are dinosaurs on Mars?
Okay, I was muted and I heard that sound you guys said was me.
No, it wasn't you.
Mars
There's two
is flat.
sounds.
It's not you. I know it's not you. I don't know who it is.
There's two of them. One is like a
clicky sound.
Yeah. One's like a woo static, and then there's another. There's two.
That guy is typing on his phone, I think.
Yeah, is it me? Is it not? I'll go on mute now.
You're talking on your phone. Yeah, you're typing. Okay.
That was
Was
me.
it my one?
Yeah, that
Much
sounds
better,
like
much better.
a mobile keyboard to me.
Yeah, I've just got my headset in on the drive home from work. Could be me.
Not sure if you're in the middle of something, but I have a little suggestion for the radio. Can we make that a YouTube live radio station or something?
You need to listen.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, my request for the radio.
Yeah, what do you want to play, brother?
I don't know. I had a request to make that into a YouTube. You know, just like if we have the live stream here, just have a live stream for the 24/7 FE radio. I don't know what y'all think about that idea.
Yeah, we just get a camera that shows the flat Earth.
I said radio, man. It doesn't have to be video on it. We can, but
Welcome to the 20th century, bro. If radio is no longer radio, it's all fucking video, bro.
This is true. Yeah, this is true.
but I was jamming while I was playing streaming. But I forgot that I don't have my voice meter. I don't have the Discord through my.
The thingamabob, it connects to the other thingamabob. It connects to the other thing.
I didn't have my Discord into going live, so nobody that was watching me hear the radio, and I was all jamming out, especially when Reason songs come up. Is it Reason song?
That is a good idea, though. I would love to listen
Reason
to the
songs are
music that
amazing.
we produce. Not just what we produce, but other flat Earth music from other people also outside of this server.
Yeah, I think they have a few. I mean, I think other than I think they have some ODD on there and that one NASA song it's kind of weird video.
We'd have to get permission for certain people to songs, though, mate.
Yeah, it's true that is true.
I'm pretty sure any flat earther that has a flat earth song, I'm pretty sure they would be okay with us streaming it.
We can't presume that, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there
Well-
once was a guy who did a video, Antonio Subarats, and when everybody uploaded the video, he had their channels shut down, copyright striked them. Something about daytime, nighttime, sexy.
Oh,
well, that was a parody against him, so I can understand that.
I don't know, he said some pretty weird stuff in there.
Yeah.
It was pretty weird.
Can still hear somebody's mobile keyboard, just saying.
That was me. That one, then. That?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me for a sec, sorry.
Shut up, you
I'm trying to get someone in there for you. Right.
Is anybody else still trolling this Mars stream with me? Or no?
I'm about finished with it, but drop the link again.
I'm sitting there giving him hell.
Animal, Michael, let God sort them out.
I just wanted to say, so they got 3,698 people watching right now, and this camera hasn't moved in like 15 minutes. It's just, it's so. There's no sound.
It's the same rocks.
When it was moving, it was looping in like 5-minute loops, and just complete fakery, like super. And the amount of money being generated by this channel for just it's incredible when you think about it. Like they do nothing, they get all these people fucking watching.
Got 520,000 thumbs up. Like,
yeah. 22,000.
Where's the link? Is this the Cosmos Sapien?
Yeah.
I just give it a thumbs
Cosmos Sapien, June.
1.29 million subscribers.
And one big Demach thumb down.
Yeah. 22.01.
It's literally showing nothing. It's the same thing over and over again. It's on a loop or something. It's just showing nothing.
That doesn't even look. Looks weird. What the hell?
What a pile of balls.
They could at least show Johnny 5 or Johnny 9 or running around and flying the helicopter or something, you know. It'd be better.
This could just be a 360-degree image. Just saying. And
I'm gonna have to go to Gems in a minute.
Yeah, I'm putting.
I'm gonna go to Gem server and just go and rip them to pieces. Estrella's in there. They're indoctrinating Estrella.
So grab somebody at GMs and bring them
right?
over here, Craig.
Alright, yeah, but mate, they're all banned from over here. Everyone bans them. I don't know why.
Unban somebody. You're a moderator.
We need to get them in the arena. We can get a couple of accounts in the arena or something instead, so they don't come in here. Just give them the gladiators, right?
Ask them to come in here. See how long it lasts.
The only one that come in here right now, PMAC will take them one-on-one in the arena, right, PMAC?
Yeah, well, I'll give me the best shot, bro.
Yeah, okay.
Peanut, we can't even hear you. You're too low, I think.
I'll put it on the fucking loop.
My mate sat here with a sword, mate.
He is?
Yeah. Can't
Yeah,
tell him.
right.
You never know, bud.
You never know.
I got a shield, bro. I got a shield.
I should hope so. In Ireland.
You more than that, like, fucking up. Sword goes straight for you, fucking shit.
Hey, you what now?
You what now?
Send me fucking
What did you say here? Would you talk some sense now?
When I'm here.
What the fuck are you on about? Is this shit real? That's the mountain of Mars. The mountains of Mars. Look at the mountains of Mars. Jesus Christ, everything's red. It's all red. Everything's red. Is this Canada?
Oh, somebody said, "Where's the Tesla?"
This guy has Mars merch on his video too. He's trying to sell T-shirts and hoodies and shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
Somebody said Mars is flat.
Yeah, no, the thing is, I've noticed pretty much every time I drop the link for this server, it says flat Earth in it, of course. A bunch of people start saying Mars is flat or all planets are flat, and that's them trying to, I think, make the flat Earth look silly, right? They're trying to push that off.
Well, yeah, they don't know that these images here, they're not real. It's not actually Mars, right? They know that, right? This is fucking Canada or something.
And it's definitely not an image
Where's
from
the
a
red
second
sky
law
in all
thermodynamics, I believe.
Why is the sky blue?
Are we all in agreement that there cannot be a camera on Mars because you can't send a camera to Mars? Do we agree that?
Somebody said also, like, look at the mountains in the background, right? Like, somebody said that that's just snow and that they put the pink filter on there, right? That's exactly what that looks like.
Yeah. And how come the sky? How come the sky is not pink? It's all blue.
Oh, that's right there. Good one, Jen. The sky is blue. Look, it's blue.
Wow, that's great. Great to point that out. Yeah.
That's a good shout.
Because there's no atmosphere, right? So
right.
What would the sun be reflecting off of, allegedly?
It should be really dark. It should be like, I think, no light. I don't know.
I can only hope that there's not actually 3,000 other human beings watching this shit and believing it right now.
And this is $2.9 billion we're looking at here. $2.9 billion. What a waste of the not yet born taxpayers' money, by the way.
On credit. There we go. Buy the hoodie. Mars 2020.
Somebody says, I'm from Mars, but I had to leave. I'm allergic to dust.
I'm allergic to the color red.
Dang.
I just can't take red, bro.
Mars. All right, Michael J. Smith.
with flat Mars, come on, Mike. Are we gonna do research flat Mars?
Yeah, I love it.
That's good.
I had to, bro. I had to. My bad. Just to see what they say.
Yeah, you got to do it.
You gotta do it, Michael. Research flat Mars. Thanks, Michael. And we're back on the loop. Here we go. Look at the rocks, people. It's real because it's rocks.
However, is 95% carbon dioxide, 3% nitrogen, 1.6 argon. I wonder how they make that. Got that information.
In this case, it wouldn't be the black swan. It would be the black lemming.
They also say it has 1% water vapor.
Yes, the atmosphere is less than 1%. Less than 1%. The atmosphere on this on Mars. Don't know how they'd know that. They've never been there.
Right. I mean, this is the shit. How did they get all this information? And then it says it has traces of oxygen. So that means it has to have trees and that produces. These guys are really.
And yesterday they gave us the sound of Mars. What Mars sounds like? They gave us. You could hear the rover moving, and then they gave us an extra bit of a. They kind of like they muffled the sound of the rover, so you could hear a slight breeze. Don't know how you can get a breeze from minus 1% of the Earth's atmosphere.
So where do you guys suppose they're filming this from? Did you guys say Canada?
That ain't
Devon Island. It's Devon Island, man. Definitely Devon Island.
Yeah,
That's what
almost for sure.
Antarctica, my vote.
That ain't no juice box, Lou. That's a lemon. Damn it.
Antarctica. They're filming
Lemon
it.
was next to the juice box. That's what it was drinking. It was drinking from the juice box.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
They're bringing it live from Antarctica, the coast.
Look, the rover ran over a bunch of little people. You ever see those videos from the last Mars rover?
Well, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be from the last Mars rover. They're not telling you that, but this is definitely not supposed to be from.
It's not Perseverance.
Perseverance.
Not the Perseverance shots. No, can't be. Yeah, they love all this shit. 3.5K watching right now. Mugs.
You fucking mug.
You mugs. Wake up.
Garlic bread.
Garlic on bread. I'm just waiting for a t-shirt advertisement again so I can buy one.
You're gonna put flat in front of Mars? Flat NASA Mars. Rover.
Yeah,
Cosmos Sapiens. What the fuck is this gay shit? Look at that saying. I see evidence of wind and windstorms.
Our future home. Somebody just said our future home. I mean, hang on a minute. We have oxygen here. What the fuck do you think is on Mars? How are you gonna go live on Mars?
Oh, yeah, look at the erosion on those rocks. Yeah, that's wind erosion that you can see on those rocks.
Yeah,
right.
That's right. How would the wind at 1% be able to do that?
I'm gonna grow some corn in them fucking rocks. Our future home, sure.
Okay, sure.
Alrighty then.
Ooh.
Look at all that
There's a
charcoal.
preview of those hoodies. Mars 2020.
Oh, there it is. There, I'm buying it.
Somebody in the chat earlier said that he bought 20 of those hoodies and it cost him $600.
Ooh, that's expensive, isn't it?
What a waste of money, hey. Give it
In
to
the
you.
middle of a pandemic and you're spending that much money.
$600 on hoodies. 20 of them.
That's expensive, man. That's a waste of money there. That's not a bargain, is it?
Our future home, guys.
Someone said, this a cartoon?
Looks like a dried up lake bed.
That's what they're supposedly wanting to go to, right? A crater that was also a lake.
Mm.
Damn.
Mars water.
We can't even fucking make a base on Mars, fucking on the moon. Never mind fucking Mars. Like,
where'd all the fucking water go?
it evaporated into the charcoal.
What's that movie about that dude that leaps to Mars? John something.
John Carter.
Yeah, John Carter.
Virginia.
Yeah.
Virginia.
Well, at least he didn't call him Virgin.
I mean, do people actually spend their time at night, like an hour and a half, like looking at the rocks?
Hey, honey, let's watch the rover before we go to bed. I like French fried Mars.
This really getting me excited, bro. Look at all them rocks.
Yeah, that's the final frontier. That looks like a mudslide took place there.
Do you notice that Mars isn't moving?
The sky is awful blue.
It is very blue, isn't it? I noticed that.
Kind of chemtraily.
Yeah, it is.
Polarizing light. Oh, we can see too far. What's a given radius to Mars?
Okay, all right, you guys. I just Googled Devon Island and just the one thumbnail, it looks just eerily similar. It's ridiculous. Oh my god.
Well, yeah, Jen, that's where like NASA even admits like that's where they do like they test their rovers and shit like that. Like they've got like a huge NASA like installation up there with all kinds of like machinery and stuff.
Yeah, they've got the ATVs, they've got porta cabins, they've got everything set up there. They live there practically. Campsite, yeah, everything. And they've been practicing there for years. Generism really highlighted that again back in 2016, 17. It's a shame his channel's gone down because if you just typed in Generism Mars and it just comes up, all the curiosity and nonsense and everything. It's pretty good.
His channel went down, or he just took everything down.
Well, he got a strike, didn't he? So then he had to take it down, really, because he got a copyright strike last year. Supposed to be back this month.
Who's
right, maybe the 28th, maybe.
Is Mo Motley with us in here? Because Mo Motley said this is Devon Island on here. I think that's not even one of us.
Devon Island, man. Definitely Devon Island, man.
Oh. Somebody just said prove it to Jay Doherty. Whatever he said. I think he said, why does it look like Devon Island? Oh my gosh. Who's Mo Motley?
That's what I just asked. Yeah. I don't know. I would say definitely if he knows about Devon Island. I don't think I've ever found anybody that wasn't a flat earther who knew about Devon Island.
Can you not post the Discord server link? No.
I've done it a bunch of times. It doesn't like come up as a hot link, but
Yeah, I do a space after GG and then do flat Earth. Just
I just do it all as one. It pops up. You see mine right there, right?
I guess I don't have to do a space.
Yeah, I just do the actual link. But
Hey everyone, what's been happening?
we're bored, so we're trolling this Mars rover fakery YouTube channel.
I tried to take a break for a few days from Discord, but it's just scary out there in Normie Land. It's just, I can't even begin to say.
You're wearing your 3 masks yet?
You're not normal. Just admit it. You're all right.
Yeah, the injectables are rolling out in Australia, so don't get me started. Yeah,
This guy right here, you gotta fucking wonder about people. Like everybody's like, where's the aliens? Where's the life? And this guy says, people on other side or underground. It's not a dead planet. He believes there's life there. There's people there.
What
guys?
On Mars? Aliens pop their heads out there.
What was the guy's name? It's LeJohn Howard, but then again, he's one of the ones that keeps on typing, is this real? So maybe he was just joking.
Hopefully. This is a joke, right?
yeah. I mean, I'm so thankful for my job and that I have a job, but just the fluoride stares and the depression at work. Thankfully, I'm not that depressed, but people around me is just can't take it. I have to run back to this community of intelligent, engaged.
Yeah, I know. I have to check back here daily, touch base with the sane people. Everyone around me is so scared.
Did he
so freaked out.
Well, you guys, yeah, intelligent.
Just kidding.
These guys are dumbasses.
So they're rushing to be injected for something that didn't even exist.
The target for Australia has been announced to be 80% of the population.
There is no greater mind control.
So I don't know. I just
there's no greater mind control than control of fear. Fear is the mind killer.
Yeah, they're going to reopen barbers and next week, right? They sold us that they're prepared to take the risk, right? That's what they
Is
said
that
to
a
us.
Sprite bottle over there? sorry, you guys. I didn't mean
wait. Where are you posting that? Is it live stream text or somewhere else?
No, it's on YouTube on this Cosmo Sapiens channel. Hold on. You want to join us?
Yeah. Put the link in if possible.
It's really, really boring, but it's just kind of fun trolling the chat.
Yeah, I try to stay away from YouTube, but yeah, I'm just going crazy out there without you guys. 80%. And again, we're not supposed to talk about it, but let's just say one elderly couple in Australia was accidentally given 4 doses of the injectable accidentally.
They did now?
So go figure.
How they
They're still
doing?
alive, thankfully, for now, allegedly.
How's their day going?
How's their day going? I have no idea. I don't even want to look at the news because it's just
Good
annoying.
idea.
Am I tripping or there's like a gradient of like brown to on the sky?
It's
or
got the
whatever?
Blade Runner effect. It's got the Blade Runner effect, you know, that really foggy colored background. Blade Runner. Do people really believe that's Mars? Yeah, and basically the Australian Prime Minister, right? He is a total, you know, he's clearly a salesperson. You know, these people are CEOs of corporations that used to be countries that are now corporations, and the Prime Minister of Australia is clearly a salesperson for this injectable, and you know, yeah, just this is it, people. New World Order.
Yeah, he's a cunt. Sorry for the extreme swearing, but he's a cunt.
We're having.
I mean,
Go ahead.
yeah, he's there, you know, before the injectables rolled out, getting his injectable, and you know, he's wearing the Aussie sports shirt and then a mask with the Australian flag on it. And the moment you see that, you're like, man, this is not a leader of a country.
Mind control, mind control.
He's just a salesperson. He's just it might as well be Steve Jobs holding up the iPhone. You know,
Or Bill Gates
Same
holding
tech-
up the
same-
vaccine. Well, it's the same thing.
Yeah. Basically, you know, the whole rollout has been, you know, you had the pre-orders, you had the hype, you had the customer reviews, you had the early adopters, and then you had the sales demo, which was the Prime Minister getting his injectable. It clockwork. It's perfect, really. It's perfect.
It's the flu. It's a very.
Right, somebody said
it's-
y'all are dumb if you think we don't have this rover on Mars.
Let me at them.
What live view is this supposed to be anyway? Like, I mean,
It's not. I don't know. It's just obviously a loop. We've seen the same thing over and over every 5 minutes.
okay, it's just a 360 or something panorama.
Yeah, it's
People,
frozen now.
how many people are in?
Mad Filipino. This is so cool.
It's Turkish. I mean, I don't even see.
Yeah, we're having an election next month, and they send out the voting passes in the city in a city, and they also send it to dead people. Well, that's
Dead people?
yeah, that's something we never heard before, right?
Yeah, well, the Americans do that a lot, right? Dead people can vote. Eh?
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, dead people are people.
I guess what
It's just dead.
dead people
dead
lives
people.
matter.
Dead people lives
Dead
matter.
lives
you
matter.
bastard. Dead lives matter. In an election, dead lives matter in an election.
Oh my gosh, somebody just said Trump, Trump, Trump. Oh wow. Somebody's having fun. I'm having
Yeah, it's just so sad that, you know, because of just in the workplace, people fighting and worrying over stupid stuff when there's so much more important things to just. Oh dear, that's why I need to come
Is
back here.
Vincent is Vincent tripping? I mean, or is he just joking? I want to live there. Say, wow, I would like to live there.
Out the aliens. This lockdown is boring.
For real.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you something though. In my state, right, it's Queensland, so it's the third largest state in Australia. Most people live it's a very large state. I think it covers at least, it's bigger than Texas for sure. Anyway, most people live in the southeast, in the main city, right? The third largest city in Australia. I tell you, I think people are taking it for granted now that, because we've had only one major lockdown, one quote unquote snap lockdown, but then people are just getting back to normal, and they're just, I'm not sure how many have actually learned much from this. They're just like, so when the time comes, if there's any another crisis, they'll just be like, all right, just give me the injectable so I can get back to, going to my job, taking care of my children, sending them to the school indoctrination camps, going to my debt slave job, paying the taxes, going to the sports so I can be entertained by birds and circuses. So for those of you not yet out of the lockdown stuff, you'll see the pattern emerge again where people will just snap back into their old habits.
Yeah,
a few people probably would have learned and woken up, but yeah.
It's already happening in Japan. Yeah, we're on to the third wave, possibly moving into a fourth wave now. But we're at school, everyone's at school, but they're still wearing their mask. There is normality. There is no normality. They're wearing masks still. But there's no lockdown. There's never been a lockdown.
So I guess they'll just wear masks permanently.
For restaurants opening.
No. Where this is heading to is that soon you'll be seeing on the media the positive reinforcement of these injectables. Like they're going to say, see, because of these injectables, we've prevented a widespread of something that was never there to begin with.
Oh yeah, they're going to start claiming credit. Yeah.
They're already doing that in the Netherlands with curfew, right? They added another 2 weeks to our curfew. And they're now already claiming, well, because of the curfew and the fact that you weren't allowed to have more than one visitor at home, we flattened the curve, right? It's amazing.
Flatten the curve. Yeah, because
stay home, save lives.
And the barbers and the masseuses, how do you call this? So contact jobs are allowed again. So barbers, people who...
thank you, government, for telling me that I can now live a normal life. Thank you very much for that. You are.
Yeah. So those guys don't have any income, and people who give drivers teach to drive, right? Driver schools. They can open again, and our prime minister said, well, we're taking a risk here, but we want to give something back to the people. We're really taking a risk here because the numbers won't allow it. But yeah, so because we have this curfew, we can open up other stuff, right? So they're talking about this balance, about people not allowed to go outside in the evening, but people are allowed to go to a driver's school again.
Who were the first people to revolt?
Thank you.
It's ridiculous.
That's fucking nonsense, bro.
Oh, nice.
I think the sad thing is that the sad thing is that people will just snap back. They'll just forget and just be re-assimilated after this mind control.
Borg.
Yeah.
Are you saying we're Borg? Or like Borg?
Pretty much.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I think.
Yeah. Thank you.
Guys, talk to you later.
Alright, Roger.
Bye, man.
Take care, Roger. Yeah.
Good luck, ba. Good luck.
Good luck.
You'll need it.
What you're looking at now used to be a brick house. Or maybe a mud fossil. It's E.T. mud fossil.
I see faces in that photograph. Like there's a cat right there in the middle. There's a cat looking at me. Paradolia? I'm getting Paradolia big time. They need to change this fucking thing.
How did you guys find this and then start trolling it?
I don't know. I opened up YouTube and it was up on my suggested ones. I saw it. I clicked it. I started trolling it, and then people were asking me what I was doing, and I told them and said, "Join me."
Yeah, it worked because they're frozen now. They're stuck.
You probably did what I didn't.
Oh shit!
You paused it.
I paused it.
Lou and some other people in here. Lou and some other people in here probably remember from years ago when this server was a little bit smaller. This is what we used to do for fun to bring people into the server.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, we do it on the ISS live stream or
Go raid somebody's live stream and try to get on the panel, beat them down, and then shout out the fucking server. Yeah. Yeah. I miss them days.
What you say now, motherfucker?
Now we got a bunch of dudes that bore me. I gotta pick my battles. You brought him, you debate him. Supermod.
Yeah.
That dude couldn't destroy a wet paper bag. With a stick.
Like how Vlad is so honest with him.
Who's
Calls
that
him
Henry
twat.
guy who's talking to you, Jen?
You are a twat.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's it.
Yeah, Vlad just goes hard on him, doesn't he?
Just a wee bit.
One word. Twat. That's all he had to say.
I know that shit cracked me up.
Did you just
Yeah, she did.
That's funny.
I know. Mm-hmm. If you was here when Vlad told him that, though, it was funny as hell, bro.
I missed that. I got one word
Every
for
time that guy comes on, I start to miss Jazza. Jazza was a lot more entertaining.
more entertaining than yourself. Is that
No,
even
more
possible?
more entertaining than eggshells. And I didn't even think I would miss that dude with his tiny tinker speech. Oh god.
He's tiny. He's tiny what? Sorry, what did you say? He's tiny what?
Well, the story was I had him muted, and Miggy told me that I couldn't mute anyone because if Jazza was talking and I had him muted, I was talking at the same time. So we had the two of us talking without me knowing he is talking. So Miggy said, Rio, you gotta unmute him. Okay, fine. So I unmuted him, and the first few words that are out of his mouth, he starts saying, okay, I know that I have a tiny tinker. That's
TMI.
Oh my god, too much information. So I said, Miggy, I blame it on you. I had him muted for a reason.
I can see this conversation going that direction. I can see that. It's not my fault I have a tiny tinker, huh?
I don't know what's up with these ballers. It always revolves around that because balls. That's it. Think of projecting their balls all over a perfectly flat horizon.
You don't want to hear what I want to say right now, but let me put.
I know I could so get dirty with that whole comment, but
let's not do it.
Yeah, because it winds up not just one ball, it's two balls hanging in a shed somewhere that people are looking at, which is very strange.
You that boy been whacking in my woodshed? Boy, I'm gonna catch you one day.
What the hell?
Don't talk about that whacking battle mod. Somebody already whacked up to me. God.
Shut up.
was horrible. I was talking to Nathan, and then there was this. Never mind. I'm not gonna go back there again. That's
What pervert is being discussed right now? What have I charged in on?
He kept telling him to shut up so he could listen to the girl.
I am scarred for life. See, I'm invested in this channel now.
Well,
I'll
you do have
always
a
be here.
you do have a
I've
good,
suffered something.
yeah, you do have a good voice to give you that anyway. So moving on.
There it is. StickyKeys.com.
Next topic.
Yeah, that kid got banned. Quick.
My first time to talk to him, so I didn't have any prior experience to his weirdness.
What did I miss? What's going on?
Nothing. What's happening, bro? How's it? Nothing. What's going on? What's happening? What's happening?
Not
we're
much
watching. We're watching Earth from the Mars rover.
Oh yeah, where's that stream?
It's in Canada. It's in Canada.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Somebody post them a link.
Yeah, I think I've scrolled up and found it from Lou.
Well done.
All right,
Clever boy.
Click it, clever boy, and tell me how you could actually think that this is Mars.
Live stream from Mars.
So obviously you won't believe that that's actually Mars. So what's your thought? Is that real landscape somewhere, or do you think that's all CG?
No, that's most likely on Devon Island. in Canada.
I mean, how would you know where that is? I mean, they could say it's anywhere. They could say it's.
They match up
Exo
to
planet.
some photos on Earth. Match up to the square inch layer.
Yeah, that's what I'd go looking for. Yeah, I'd go looking for something to go
Devon
red.
taken on Earth and tinted red.
Some people in the chat are saying it's Nevada.
They're just naming deserts all over the world.
They have a few sites, I'm sure. They shoot in different locations. They got money for it, and they need different stuff, different places. But certainly Devon Island, they got a lot of shit. The Nevada desert, they got shit. Let's face it. All these photos are taken. If they're not total CGI, they're taken on or tinted red, and there you go. People have matched them up, pixel for pixel with goddamn pictures that they just scoop off the internet, for heaven's sake. It's where
they don't even
Mars are come from. They're pulling them right off the goddamn internet.
Yeah, they literally take like stock photos and just put a red tinge on it, and then turn that in as Mars footage.
Yeah, right.
That's proven. That's proven. That's a fact.
Okay, I'm here because Crackvillain asked me to come over. He said we don't have any Globers, so he wants a debate.
Yeah, we need a punching bag, and you're it.
We need a punching bag. Oh, how inviting you make that sound. Go for the please.
Yeah. It was an aggravating day at work for me, so...
Oh, was it? What happened at work today?
No, it's just, like, people... they're trying to do their jobs, and they're trying to earn a living and take care of their families, fair enough, but... It's really, in Australia anyway, because the standard of living is so high, fighting over, a couple more grand a year, I don't know, there's just so much more important things to do.
I mean,
I think the saddest part is that...
Like, the entire Western society is taken over by something that's a little stronger than the flu. Like, it's not people dying in the street. Nobody you know has died from the disease. But the Western society is closed down because of something that is a little bit stronger than the flu. Does this sound real to you? Does this sound like a world that you want to live in?
Not really. That's why the Bible says...
Well, don't tell me what the Bible says, bro. I mean, we're looking at physics now. We're looking at the reality. We're looking at like the real world. I know there's an esoteric world out there somewhere, right? But this is the world we're living in today. The entire Western society, businesses are closing down. Things are getting shut. Small businesses are fucking up. They're gone, right? Because of something that might kill you, but there's a 99.9% chance that it won't. This is the world we're living in today. Does this seem real to you? Like the Mars fucking lander?
No, it's a fantasy world that people live in, and
Exactly.
And it was never real to begin with. I think we only know it now.
It is very real.
20s, 30s, 40s, 50s.
This world is very real.
The world.
Well, the society is. The world is real. The physical
mind
world
fuck,
is real.
the mind
but
fuck that we're living within is not real at all. There's no basis in reality
Yeah,
to
that-
it.
that's the
Exactly.
false
There's
part.
no proof of it. If you ask somebody to prove it, they can't prove it. And if they can't prove it, they'd rather beat your head in than fucking try to prove it, because they think that you're fucking you're insane. but you know,
Well, just show them the statistics
you're
of
actually
how
the sane
the
one.
flu
You're actually asking them for proof for something that they believe in, and they can't prove it. And when you ask them why you can't prove it, and I can tell you why you can't prove it, because it's not fucking real, they want to beat your head in. This is the world we're living in, right? And I'll shut up now. I'll go on mute. Cheerio.
Yeah, I mean, the societal construct, the media construct, obviously is false, and that's what we were born into, and now we realize that, and there's still a lot more that we don't realize that we may never realize. But things will continue to be revealed, I guess.
I'm fucked off with it, bro. I'm fucked off with it. I'm sick and tired of pandering to fucking government's fucking ideals of what the world should be. I'm fucked off with it. I think the world is going to. I think there is a revolution coming, and people are just going to go, listen, fuck you, bro. You've been talking shit all our lives. We realize the world is not what you said it is. It's not a fucking round spinning ball, and that's the end of it. And this is the crux of the matter. This is why we're here. We realize it's not a fucking spinning ball. We're not doing it through a vacuum. We're not doing it through fucking any medium that you can care to imagine. What you've made is an imaginary world that we're living in. And we realize that now. And we're fed up with it.
That's why larger Western countries like US and Australia, you can sort of get away from all that if you just avoid the big main cities. But UK and Europe is it's so dense and it's such a small area. I would get out of there if possible.
Well, dense is a good way to
I'm like a
explain
prepper.
modern society. Pretty dense, right?
Yeah, I mean, in Australia, you just need well water, some farmland, and you can find it easily just 2-3 hours away from any major city. It's just the willpower to do it, really, and obviously finances. Same for the US. UK and Europe, that's going to be hard, yeah. New Zealand, a little bit hard, but quite possible also. We just got to get away from the big cities, man, because the construct is where people live in these dense areas. They're the most connected to the internet. They're the ones who watch TV and,
Dude.
And that's where that's also the more quote unquote liberal. That's where the more liberal places are, big cities. Because you have to entertain some level of communism and liberalism in the big cities. Otherwise, you can't survive because everyone's crammed in together. You sort of get beaten into it because you have to share, basically. I'm not saying don't share, but I'm saying that when you're crammed in like that, it creates an artificial construct where you're more amenable to collectivism and communism.
Yeah, you're right. We're left with no choice. So you're pounded into a idea of living that isn't actually living. It's existing. You're right.
Well, it's very dependent on the system as well. When you're in a big city,
fuck a system.
All
right, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, just one more thing, Pina. Yeah. I don't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say, I would say there's a very strong case to be made that the further away you are from a major big city, the more independent you have to be, and the more reliant you are on. The less reliant you are on the system.
Look, can you imagine, right, tomorrow, if the internet went down, if there's no more internet, what would happen to the world?
Oh, I reckon that'd be close to apocalyptic. I would certainly be out of a job immediately. I think a
People
fair
would-
chunk of us would, wouldn't he?
Basically, 80% of everybody would be out of a fucking job, right?
Mm.
People would lose their shit. I can't connect to Facebook. I can't connect to Google. I can't connect to But like in the 1980s, before the internet, we remember that because we're that old, right? It didn't matter. It had no fucking bearing on reality whatsoever, right? We like at that stage we were kind of like trying to figure out what's going on. But now suddenly everybody is so independent on this internet thing, on this fucking what do you call it? Binary swapping of ones and zeros, that if that disappeared tomorrow, people would lose their shit. All right. Anyway, I kind of ranted a wee bit there, but sorry.
I would just have to find a new hobby.
Yeah, like go fishing. Go fucking shoot a rabbit for your dinner, or fish, or something.
Rabbits are shit. No, they're alright, but they're not that great to eat all the time.
No. I once killed a rabbit with a hunting bow, which I was very excited about, and I cut it up and fed it to the dog, and the dog vomited it up.
Well, you see, that's
We'll
one
go hunt
ungrateful-
kangaroos.
That's one ungrateful dog, because all he needs is a little bit of red pepper, and it tastes great with a tortilla wrap.
Yeah, I think it
the
can be
main
done
thing
well,
is
but it's
food
just
and water.
gamey.
Food, water, and shelter.
Man, that dog was clearly ill or something, mate. I've never heard of a dog in my life throwing up a rabbit.
I might not have gutted it very well, and the dog is very soupy about what it is.
Yeah, that's probably what it, or have myxomatosis. Maybe have myxomatosis.
I never heard of a dog bulking up meat because meat didn't taste good. That's the first for me too.
Yeah.
Guguka posted, "Stop polluting Mars." Is she trolling there as well? Looks like it.
Yeah, I'm
unless
done
it's
in
a
there
different
now.
Guguka.
That's
Oh
her.
yeah, she is.
That's
Her
her.
name is The Martian. Okay. That movie was terrible, by the way. Once you know, it's all fake.
What
I
was
mean,
terrible about it?
The movie, The Martian, is just it's just rubbish.
What do you, because it's fake.
Yeah, because it's
because-
fake, and the way Matt Damon acted as like this sort of like superhero scientist dude.
I'm
and-
gonna science the shit out of this.
Yeah, that was I almost like I felt like punching the screen when he said that.
What was wrong with that? I thought it was I thought it was a cool movie. This idea that you could overcome like certain death odds with
You can here on
your
Earth.
brain.
With your brain, yeah.
Yeah, by just being smart.
By just being smart.
What
yeah,
movie is
sure.
this?
But then it's just a movie.
Eggshells. You know that movie was listed as a comedy.
Yeah, that was apparently a comedy, bro.
What movie
It was listed as a comedy, was it? I don't remember
Yeah.
a single funny thing. in it.
Shit.
Science fiction.
Shittest film I've seen in a while.
Definitely science fiction.
Not a good movie, I'll tell you that much.
Yes, I mean obviously the theme of human will and intellect overcoming extreme odds is important, but you know just how it was portrayed as as
Reality.
as reality, as
Like it's
space.
plausible, like we're going to Mars.
Well, they also reinforce the idea that anyone that knows about space is smart. That's a big theme of the movie. Because if this was like about hunting or survival out in the wilderness, they'll be like, oh yeah, that's just like a survival thing. But Matt Damon, he's surviving in Mars, so like, wow, he's super smart. He's like better than any other human, you know?
Yeah, they don't want people to survive. They don't want that. I mean, most people today, you throw them out in the middle of the fucking forest and you go, survive? No chance. Not a chance. Even myself wouldn't know how to set a trap. Wouldn't know. I might know how to catch fish, shoot a rabbit with a bow and arrow, make a bow and arrow. What? But if the internet went down, we'd all be fucking lost, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
So we're become reliant on technology.
You need well water, you need solar power that's not connected to the grid, you need a farm that's producing something.
Why do you need power?
Hmm?
Why do you need power? You said you need solar panels.
So,
power?
For me, initially, I will need power, yeah. I can't disconnect. I can't go totally off grid. I'm just admitting that up front.
Yeah, you're going to want energy of some kind, whether you get it through like hydroelectric or you get it through solar or something. But yeah, you're going to want to have something, just to, even if it's like to be near moving water, and you can just have like a water wheel in there that's running a belt so that you can mill wood, so that you can build. It's.
Now was a scar.
Yeah, you're not going to survive long without energy or something doing more work than you can do. Horsepower.
Do you believe in evolution?
Not too bad.
Wait there, riding on eggshells. Do you believe in evolution then?
That's wrong.
Yeah, I think evolution, believe in, my whole thing about I don't believe in things, but I certainly think evolution's a pretty compelling answer for why.
Right, so how did they survive when they were actually dumber than us and they didn't have energy? Considering your previous statement.
Did they need power?
Dumber than us is an advantage, I think, in many ways.
Oh, is it?
Well, because it's like you've got only a certain number. When you start a game like an RPG and you can put your sort of initial points into one thing or another. If you save them on intelligence, you can put them into strength or durability or something like that. So,
listen, bro. Listen.
Take tardigrades or bacteria. Huge because they're dumb, because they're so simple. They're hugely resilient.
You know that according to your evolution stuff,
big time.
That ever since Homo sapiens showed up, they say that the brain has remained unchanged. They had the same ability to learn as we do.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by that. I'd be really curious because I've heard that since the sort of, I think they put it around about 100,000 years ago. Their theory is you could pluck somebody from 100,000 years ago and teach them physics and maths, and they'd be just the same. And I'm like, I don't know, maybe I don't know how you would know that just by looking at someone's skull.
Bro, do you think everyone do you think people basically found out what fire was how do you believe that happened? How do you think that happened?
I think they saw it as a natural phenomenon and then got interested enough to try to harness it themselves. I think they saw ordinary, because Australia's bush has had fire since before humans.
I'm not on about just Australia. I'm on about everyone, every motherfucker, everyone.
Before power.
I think there's lightning strikes a tree and it catches on fire and they go, geez, that stuff's interesting.
When you say they were, people were dumber than us, I mean, I would argue it the other way around. I think that so-called technology has led to dumber people, that people were a lot smarter and that they would have had to be a lot smarter to survive with less.
Yeah. I guess it depends what you count as dumb or smart. But I certainly agree with that. The further back you go, the more you needed to be a generalist. So you needed to be somebody who could make shoes and make fire and go hunting and build shelter. You needed to be able to do everything you needed for your own survival. Whereas nowadays, many people's jobs are like, I do this one tiny thing in this giant organization, and because I do that one tiny thing well, somebody else is in charge. I can translate that into food and shelter and all.
So what do you do for a living? Oh, I make cars. No, what do you do for a living? Oh, I push this button all day long.
Yeah, I twist this one bolt on the production line. Yeah. That's the thing. We become more specialized, and then it's sort of distributed. But I also think, because I'm not quite a prepper, but I would describe myself as an apocalypse enthusiast, because what that also means is as it becomes more distributed, it becomes more fragile because your supply lines are where's your food come from? Like anybody living in the UK, look at any food packet, and about 90% of it comes from somewhere other than the UK. So if suddenly supply lines were cut, and you've got all these people going, oh, but I'm very good at finance and banking. It's like, well, not much use, is it?
Ever wondered how you can get strawberries any time of the year?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
that's not entirely true though. Like, we'd be absolutely fine, mate, without the rest of the world. I'll be honest.
You reckon? With the same population, you wouldn't get a big old population crash?
Dude, I've lived in areas like where it wouldn't matter if the rest of the world was destroyed there and then, mate.
Yeah, I would say those places exist in the UK, but then you got 13 million people in London who are all
who gives a fuck about them idiots?
Well, because all of them are going to figure out that there's not enough nutrients to keep them alive. Some of them are just going to starve in their spot, but many of them will do an exodus from the cities and go.
Yeah, and try and come to my area, and then that's it. You know, there you go. They'll have to learn to do what we do here. And trust me, like only 3% of the land that Monswa and Yonswa live on is actually inhabited, mate, in the whole entire Earth. It's a lie that we're overpopulated. You know that, yeah? That's a bullshit lie from the devil himself.
I'm not sure about overpopulated. I do feel like there's too many people, though, but that's just more a feeling than.
Well, you would say that. You're an atheist glober, you know what I mean?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's a prerequisite. You want to kill everyone.
That would kill everyone.
No, yeah. Atheists, for the most part, they don't really realize it, but the agenda that they're pushing is one that wants humanity to be erased.
Yeah.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want humanity to be
genocidal
erased.
maniac.
No, you do, bro.
You're a genocidal maniac, mate.
Yeah, the global warming has kicked in.
You're actually, sorry, Dim. What's it, Dim? You're actually.
Well, don't worry about saying sorry 10 times to say.
Hang on. You're actually rubbing your hands together. You're actually rubbing your hands together, waiting for the apocalypse, waiting for the doom of man. Well, that is pretty
be a great equalizer. Yeah,
that's a little bit misanthropic, if you ask me, bro.
I'm sort of, because I'm on both sides of it. I'm really excited about futurism and tech, and like what advances we could make in medicine, in continued existence of humanity through space travel, through cool tech,
what travel?
Like self-driving cars.
Sorry, what travel?
Space travel.
Space travel.
Space.
How do you travel to space?
I know you don't believe it's real, but
right.
But
listen. Wait there. You think that motherfuckers can't live and exist here? Why the fuck would you ever think that anyone?
It's going to happen out there.
Oh no! I think they can exist. I think they can exist here.
We can't exist here. We can't even exist here, bro. We're fighting each other every day. There's a fucking Third World War, Second World War, First World War. People are killing each other all the time. How do you think they're going to fucking? How do you think they're going to find like life on Mars and suddenly war is going to finish?
The whole reason they want to go into space is because they're pretty sure we're about to destroy everything here and not be able to live here.
Exactly. Bro, what are you talking about, bro?
Certainly, some of the idea.
Get real, bro.
Certainly, some of the idea is if you're a multiplanetary species, you stand a better chance of survival.
Multiplanetary.
Oh, shut
exist on more than one planet.
You have a better chance of dying, actually, because you're going to spend all your money to try and live somewhere that's uninhabitable, bro.
Multi-planet.
I got
exactly.
Why don't you try?
The idea of space is real, right? I'm telling you, these motherfuckers that apparently are going to fuck this place up, they are not going to be able to exist there, bro.
Yeah, they're not going to fight. It's not going to end well, bro.
So if you guys are doubtful of the existence of Earth, there was one question that had popped up to me a few days back. When stuff like comes, what we would say comes from space, so asteroids or meteorites or that giant one over Chelyabinsk that sort of lit up.
Prove that it came from space.
Right, yeah, but where I would struggle to be able to prove they came from space, but where do you reckon they came from?
Well, we know that they're made of things that exist here on Earth, and we know that actually things do fall from the sky that are collected, let's say from deserts, from storms, that are melted up in higher pressure areas up in the tops of the atmosphere, basically metal slag, right? Not like your local bike slag. So we're literally talking about like, ridiculous shit.
Opal slag.
So you're saying asteroids, like asteroids don't. Why can we predict them? Meteorite showers. Why can we predict those as well? They've been doing this for years.
Haley's Comet?
Not just comets,
Yeah.
asteroids as well. We can predict that shit as well. Like it doesn't
Bro.
prove
When you
anything.
say, when you
Why
say
don't they
we
come
can
from above and go up? When I say we, I mean people all the way that go all the
Yeah,
way.
they
up
always
the
fall. Yeah, they always fall at a certain degree. That's crazy. They
Why
always,
you see
they always
shooting
come
stars go up,
down.
brother?
Yeah, they always come from like a certain degree or other degrees, and as you're like, what?
Yeah, so what do you all reckon those are when you see a shooting star or a meteorite or Halley's Comet?
Well, what do you mean when you say that humans go to space?
It's gonna be the same answer as everything else when we look in the sky and see lights. You know, we
don't know.
We don't know. We can claim to it.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that.
Everything clearly emanates around us. Everything clearly falls down towards us, and when we look in the sky, this is clear to see. And not only that, is that clear to see? No, let me finish what I'm doing, please.
Yeah, hold on.
No, you hold on, mate. Sorry, I'm talking to someone else.
You got
tell your boyfriend to shut up.
Live, it sounds like you got a live audience member.
Just kidding. Go ahead, we're waiting. Right, roll it. Okay. Right, your turn, Ozzy.
My turn?
Yeah, your turn. Go ahead.
My turn to say what?
Whatever you fucking want to say. How do we get to space?
Talk about anything. Containers,
anything. You can talk about
density and buoyancy.
Yep. Change the subject.
Space? We can talk about space.
Yeah, we can talk about space, yeah. What the fuck's space, bro?
Don't know. An expanse? Stuff outside this stuff we're walking on.
Keep going.
Don't know. Just doesn't seem that
do you believe in space? Do you believe in space? Yeah.
I think it's very likely that it exists. Yeah, I find that descriptions for it and arguments for it more compelling than the arguments against it.
Which would be the argument for it?
Where to start? I mean, I think it's good at explaining the movement, the sun, moon, and the stars. That's a good start.
Movement of sun, moon, and stars.
The sun, the moon, and the stars.
Right. So, are we moving?
Yeah, I think so.
Prove your space, brother.
No. Listen. How are we moving?
How are we moving? As in, what mechanism keeps us moving?
How and no, but not even how. Why?
Who said we're moving?
Just prove it. I mean, is anybody proving it?
Proof is a proof. This is a conversation we had a few days back, PMAC. Proof is a word I think belongs. Yep, belongs only in mathematics, because proving something in a sort of, if we're going to be sensible about how we use the word, proof only means one thing, and that belongs in maths.
Okay. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. Sorry, 99 bottles of beer on the wall. Take one down. That makes 98. That proves what? That there's 98 bottles of beer on the wall?
Yeah, that I could count them up and show that there is no other possible number of bottles of beer on the wall.
98.
Well, there's actually no bottles of beer on the wall. They're in the fridge, right?
You're damn right they're in the fridge. Keep them cold, bro.
Right, let's not obfuscate from the topic, guys, please.
Confusing point. I'm not
I'm
quite
sorry,
with you on
right? I don't understand your concept of space. I'm not quite grasping what you're telling me. I'm trying to figure it out, but it's not making much sense.
Why don't we start from what you do understand about what you think I think about it, or what?
Okay, well, let's start there. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Eggshells, have you heard this is a couple days old now. Have you heard this bit with us arguing with somebody about where, like, it was a scenario where you caught your wife cheating on you with the neighbor.
Right.
And he was saying, well, no, you can't prove that she did. It could be a sex robot. stuff like that. Have you heard this?
Tell me about it. I like this.
I heard
Sex robot. Do you say that? Genuinely do. Did he actually say that? Sex robot, did he?
Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you
I like it.
Let's say you got home and, I don't know, your wife...
You telling us, Lou, or are you posting something in chat?
Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, I've got a
Make sure you can hear the group
didn't cheat on you?
Sorry, I muted.
Yes or no?
Most
likely. Why is it whenever I ask Lopez yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't that simple. He's about to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
It could. One possibility. Either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, let me tell you this. My wife, let's say...
seriously, you're going to justify this?
My wife went on Amazon and she found this amazing new thing, which a sex robot. This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish for him, though. Because he's talking about sex robots. Hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being. That is thing. Because no, that's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door. Clearly, if your wife is banging the next door neighbor, she objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Other than the cuck model?
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation. She's like, Maggie, so are you gonna have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like,
Anyway, it goes on for a long time. But
It's a great video. Was that person so what was the
next door neighbor is banging a sex robot right now.
Here's the full thing if you want to listen to it. It's probably like 10 minutes long or something like that.
Brilliant, sir. I'm going to see the referrals.
I like that.
When did I have that debate? I don't remember that.
I didn't hear you. Oh yeah, that's right. You're crypto, right? My bad. Sorry, I missed that one.
I did for a second go, that's crack. And I was like, no, that's crypto.
Anyone who thinks that me and crypto sounded like you're fucking mental in the head.
Yeah, see, I don't hear it at all. That's why I didn't get that joke at first. It took me a minute.
Yeah, crypto's like a posh kid from London. I'm like, you know what I mean? Not posh, but you know what I mean.
You were just a sex robot.
You just call me a sex robot.
Anyway, so that to sum it up, like it goes towards the end of it. He agrees that maybe he just fell on her and accidentally ended up inside of her, and there's other things that could explain this. And then they ask him if there's any objective reality whatsoever, and he said no, very clearly.
Great.
Yep.
There's no objective reality. Yeah, see, that's a position I find silly. Even though I favor saying I don't know as a default answer to everything, I do think there is an objective reality we share. I'm just not sure that humans have a very good ability to perceive it.
But you understand
have an even worse, and have an even worse ability to. The more certain they get, the worse they get. Is what I put it. So that's why I enjoy
you understand that when we ask you questions about space, it's almost like you fell on somebody and put your dick inside them.
No, it's just because I find your questions specifically, PMAC, incomprehensible. I do not even understand what you're asking.
You're not the only one. We have that problem sometimes around here.
That was kind of funny to me. That was funny to me though.
What?
No, shut up, PMAC. No one understands that.
Hey guys.
I fell in there and put my dick inside her.
Hey you guys.
Hi there. Jenny, you wanted to introduce us to Frankie, it looks like.
Yeah. He says he's a flat earther, so maybe we
well,
ask him some questions. Maybe.
Sure, yeah, let's ask him some questions. Frankie, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Bam.
I don't know.
Right. So do you observe that there is pressure around us, that down here at sort of ordinary, close to sea level, there is 14.7 or something PSI of air we can breathe?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, there's the wind and things like that. So.
Right.
Wind.
And so, what do you think we're standing on? What shape do you think our Earth is?
I mean, I don't know. It looks flat to me, and I was listening and I was looking at some of the things, and it kind of all makes sense, you know.
What things?
That it seems flat.
Like the things that the globe picture where the time zones and there's like the little pieces that are not where it would make sense for a globe to be, and then the picture of the flat Earth one.
Right. So time zones. What else?
Mm-hmm. And I think there's someone talking about how the way like the sun moves is you can observe it is that like there's no possible way geometrically that we could be orbiting the sun, that it would have to be like the sun going around above us or moving in some way.
Wait, is Ronald Eggshells checking in a flat earther or some shit?
Yeah, I've got to make sure he's legit before you can accept him.
What the fuck, bro?
A globe is checking in a flat earther, right?
Hey, long time ago, we had a globe Earth mod here, so it's all good.
The eggs on this guy.
Yeah, well, you could never have done that.
Do this.
Have you done any measurements, Frankie? Have you gone and actually empirically measured any of this yourself?
Have I personally?
Yeah.
No, but I've gone in like planes and things like that, and no matter what, it always seems like the Earth is just flat. Like every time I see it, and there's nothing that I've ever seen that makes me feel like. And like, have you seen some of those pictures? Well, probably you guys have. Like there are these pictures you can see from like super high up that are not doctored, that it's like obviously flat. So I haven't done personally measurements myself, but if I did, I think like it's pretty clear, you know.
In your face, right?
But basically, he doesn't need the measurements, right? We've done them as well. We've had people that you can look at them and you can sort of see whether you believe they're valid. Look at the working. Have you looked at the FE core? FE core. That's a laser test.
We see the.
I think I can do this. Hang on. Is that going to work? I did the.
Oh, you don't have access to the bot.
Oh man. Come on, I'm here. Let me touch the bot. I'm all about the bot.
Oh, that's right. It's not memes though. It's wait. What is it?
Yeah, Lou's done it. Lou's
Links.
done memes. FE cool.
Links.
You stay out of it. Dagus is down here cock blocking in the chat. By the way,
that's a first.
Dagus will ban you in about 3 seconds, but if you're not careful, he is trigger happy.
So Frankie, when did you first start to question the shape of the Earth?
I would say that probably maybe about a year ago. I was just like some people that I was just talking to over call on another server, just this random one I was on, and they were talking about it, and I was like, and then I got invited to some other flat earther servers, but I didn't really like care that much, and then so this one I joined about a month ago, and I stuck around.
All right, Frankie, just be on your toes because Eggshells is a glober and he's up to something. So
I just wanted to do the standard induction.
To call him out.
I just wanted to do the standard induction. I ain't trying to pull any tricks yet.
Not yet, yeah, Bass.
Not yet. Not
yet, you bastard.
We'll get there. We'll get to the tricks. Hey, Crack specifically invited me in here because he said he wanted to have a debate.
Yeah,
well,
don't trust this guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
We see too
Oh,
far.
snap. Well, Luca just threw him under the bus. Frankie.
Is
Frankie.
Oh, has he been unmasked? I was going to say I was sniffing some Poe vibes from Frankie.
Good work.
Like he was clicking away, playing some Counter-Strike in the background while pretending to be a flat earther.
Mate.
Honestly, I'm clicking through the channels on the server.
All right then. Okay, so why is it that space can't exist?
Why is it that what?
Why is it that space cannot exist?
That outer space cannot exist?
Yes! Answer the fucking question!
By the way, he's not playing Counter-Strike.
All right,
he's
calm
playing
down,
League of
calm down.
Legends.
Oh, that's just running in the background. Why does space not exist?
Crack.
Well,
Sounds a bit like bullshit.
I mean, I just think that it's not. I can't say whether space exists, but absence of evidence, like there's. It's like it's inconclusive, right? Because if you don't have evidence for its existence, then you can't say that it does. Or I mean, necessarily, you can't say that it doesn't.
What you're supposed to say is it's a second law of thermodynamics violation, my friend.
Okay, well, that too. I was getting to that.
No, you were never.
That was a joke.
Sorry to interrupt.
Second
law. Well, you got to memorize the answer.
Hey, Frankie,
Yeah.
just so you know, even if we were to give you a flat Earth roll, which we're probably not going to do, you're not going to have any permissions to post anything in here, just so you know. So you can maybe lay off the enthusiasm on getting a roll.
Well, I didn't. I mean, okay,
You're mute.
I'm not particularly enthusiastic to get a roll. I just thought I asked
Well, you
someone.
asked me like 3 times, like a few minutes ago. I'm just saying.
Sorry, it's because I asked someone in lobby, like, what should I do to get the roll? Because for this one, it's pretty easy, and they just told me to join the call and ask.
Yeah,
So,
the
sorry.
main thing is activity. When we
that's what I told
we'll observe, you in the live stream, you in the chats, and when it'll be pretty clear if you're really a flat earther.
Yeah, I told him. I said he'll get it without without asking. Somebody will give it to him. Right. Right, Lou.
Okay. Sounds
Sorry,
good to
Lou.
me.
I wasn't
No,
trying
well,
to be
that's.
rude.
I mean, that's
Go
not.
ahead.
You don't have to apologize. It's not like I was trying to get it for any particular reason. I just thought that that's what I was supposed to do. So sorry.
Hey, don't be sorry. Just participate. That's all.
Yeah, listen, it's probably normal when people come in for their FE to ask for the role. That in their head, they don't realise how suspicious that is.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
so you'll have to, yeah, that's just how it usually goes around here. Nothing personal, dude.
Yeah, sorry if I'm shouting. My microphone's not working very well.
What?
Who's got the soundboard?
What the fuck was that?
Me, all of us, everyone.
Yes, what
I'm
would you like to
jealous.
say? Hello, I'm here. Yeah. What's up?
Max, it's a no-brainer. No, I love reasons.
It's an no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer.
So which topic did you want to debate, Crack?
I don't know, man. I told you to come in here and destroy everyone, but you clearly haven't done that. So
Sorry, I've let you down. What do we want to talk about? We can talk about gas pressure.
I don't know. How about I destroy your idea? I didn't know you were an evolutionist, mate. That's really wound me up.
Has it?
I did.
Okay.
I did like you a little bit before.
Ah,
Dude,
we can disagree and still be friends.
it's 2021 and you
So-
still believe in evolution? Come on, man.
You can't believe in evolution, mate. That's
What do you?
That's for
so
kids.
would you be?
Eggshells,
Go on.
do you believe in abiogenesis?
That one is a really tricky one to wrap my head around. That one I find really improbable. In fact, I lean to
What about
lean to panspermia more than I lean to abiogenesis.
Panspermia.
Wait. So you don't know what abiogenesis is? Irreducible complexity, basically
Thank
states
you,
it.
Crack. I was just going to say that. Thank you.
Abiogenesis is life springing from non-life, isn't it?
Yeah, but that doesn't exist.
That's one thing to call it. right? Some people call it.
All right, so everyone else is taking it off me, even though I was the one. Yeah. All right.
No,
All right, carry on.
Crack, give him some irreducible complexity. I'm sure he knows about it anyway.
Shut up, Lou. I'm joking. Lou, did you have something you wanted to say about the abiogenesis thing? Because I'm not well versed in that as you.
Yeah, Lou was first.
No, I just wanted to mention the spontaneous generation. That's an absurd idea, but yeah, go ahead, bro.
Well, no,
Yeah,
Lou,
like I said, I
Lou had
find
some
Lou
shit to
was
say.
first.
To-
Sorry,
I want
Lou.
Lou to say some shit.
Some
Lou.
shit. What? You got all mad. Take it over, man.
No.
I'm saying, I was talking to the other motherfuckers who started coming. I wanted you to say about the abiogenesis part. Go further into it, and then I will talk about something else.
He says he thinks that that's really far fetched. So why would you continue down that route? Let's find out.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, I find the concept, particularly because they've tried to recreate the what they believe to be the conditions of Earth around the time they believe that life first happened, and then not getting anywhere. And it's like, well, if you're struggling to get it in a controlled environment where you can fiddle with the variables, it seems, it's a very tough one for me to wrap my head around. I find it, yeah.
So you are not someone who believes in evolution?
I can still believe in evolution, or believe in evolution. I still think evolution is more likely true, while still finding abiogenesis a really tough thing to even, because you could have one without the other, right? You could have life come from an asteroid impact or some other sort of spark.
You can't.
How did it get? No.
Yeah, the life would have the genetic code for that life would have to be on that asteroid then.
Yeah.
So you believe in the Big Bang, right? You believe in the Big
Bang? I would say about the Big Bang, it's too complex for me to even have a reasonable
Come on.
opinion. It doesn't make any sense to me, the idea that everything started off as a singularity, there was no before because time didn't exist. All of that is very confusing to me.
Yeah. No, but I mean, if you're believing in the mainstream narrative at all, like, you'd have to accept Big Bang. You'd have to accept that somehow life sprung out of nowhere, just like the universe. You have to come up with something, and an asteroid collision doesn't do it because you'd already have to have that life.
Right, but the suggestion of panspermia is life could have initially propagated somewhere else in the universe.
Well, how did it start there?
In a place where
let's go there then. Let's go to that place and let's look at how that life was created. So, was it then created by a creator, or did it somehow form out of its lonesome ownsome?
No idea. That's always my answer to it. I don't know. But could it? I would find abiogenesis less difficult to believe if it were in different conditions that we haven't been able to replicate. So if there is some place where a protein folding for some unknown reason does happen, and that caused the original building blocks that turned into DNA, and then that shot here. So as a result, when we try to do research and figure out how abiogenesis could happen, we don't have enough information. We're making it based on faulty assumptions, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, completely. Correct. Faulty assumptions.
Yeah, it's the same thing I say about
that's about
what
right.
you guys would say about the Eratosthenes experiment of shadows of certain lengths, that somebody could have been doing what seemed to them like good science, but based on faulty assumptions, maybe was just barking up completely the wrong tree.
Or barking mad.
Could be, yeah, absolutely.
So you are an evolutionist who doesn't believe in the prerequisites in order for evolution to occur. All right, cool.
Because evolution isn't describing the origins of life. It's describing the increasing complexity or development of life. It doesn't. At least my understanding of evolution, I didn't think it made any claims as to where life started. I thought that was actually one of the main things Darwin said. It says this. I thought he said something like it doesn't not only not answer it, it makes it a bigger question or a harder to answer question.
You do realise that everything that Darwin had laid out, he said there are certain things, right? Things that needed to be proven to be true that would disprove his. own ideas, would destroy it, right? You heard this?
Say again what you mean by that.
So Darwin basically had a list of things that, if proven true, would falsify everything that he has said.
Okay, right. Good. I like a bit of falsifiability. I like that in my science.
Right. So what we have here is, have you heard of Darwin's black box?
Tell me about it. I don't think I've heard of it.
The biochemical challenge to evolution.
Tell me about it. The black box, the biochemical.
It's a book by Michael J. Behe. He's a biochemist. Right. Basically, anyway, the point is he used to be an evolutionist until we actually look further into this shit, right? And essentially, by looking into different microbiological machines, basically stated that even if we would have the ability to have chain links of abiogenesis, let's say it exists right now, it works. You can prove it works, right? Okay. Even though we can't. Because we can't make an amino acid into a protein all the way up to DNA expression. But let's say it works. We'll give it to you right now. It still doesn't explain shit, because how do you have something that is irreducibly complex, right? Meaning, let's say it's 60 parts. Take one part away, it will not be able to work or feed. It needs every one of these parts in order to function.
What would be an example of something that would be that irreducible?
Well, you could say a mousetrap or a bicycle, or you could say the flagellum.
Yes. I just posted about the flagello. And if you guys don't mind me reading the most pertinent part. So the flagella of certain bacteria.
This little outboard motor. Sorry, carry on.
What did you say?
The little outboard motor that bacteria seem to have.
Yeah. It is extremely complex. So the flagella of certain bacteria consist of molecular motor requiring the interaction of about 40 different protein parts. Behe presents this as a prime example of an irreducible complex structure defined as a single system composed of several well-matched interacting parts that contribute to the basic function, wherein the removal of any one of the parts causes the system to effectively cease functioning, and argues that since an irreducibly complex system that is missing a part is by definition non-functional, and it could not have evolved gradually through natural selection. You can't have one part of this molecular motor structure to warrant something functional in order to grow the rest of it. I mean, come on, really. It's all or nothing. Does that make it? Please say that makes sense to you.
Yeah, it makes sense, but it sounds to me like an argument from incredulity. It sounds like
no, we know exactly what it means.
Therefore,
hold on. Argument from incredulity means that we don't understand it. Therefore, we're arguing against it. Yeah. We completely understand that if you remove one thing from a mousetrap, it's no longer a mousetrap. Right? So if you have a termite, right, and it doesn't have the bacteria in its gut to digest the wood, it's not a functioning termite, right? Because it won't be able to digest its food.
Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying? That sounds to me like an argument from incredulity?
Yeah, you're saying that we don't understand what we're talking about, and we're making an argument from ignorance.
No. Different.
Oh, okay, continue.
So the argument from incredulity, the reason it sounds like one to me is it's saying this is such a complex thing, which I agree with you. I've seen that statement about the flagellar motor, this sort of revolving part of a bacteria, and it seems the argument is somebody saying, I cannot conceive of how this could still operate with a lower degree.
No.
Okay. No, you're wrong. You're wrong completely. So what you're not understanding is you agreed earlier that abiogenesis is probably unlikely, right?
I didn't say probably unlikely. I said I'd really struggle to comprehend it or get behind
So
it as a theory.
you have to understand that each part of the flagellum has to go through abiogenesis, right? So amino acid into a protein, different variations of expressions needed, which is millions, in fact, for two proteins to connect to one another, right? And then it's exponential. So now these two parts have to connect to the next two parts, right? And while it does so, it has to have an ability to feed in order to feed the energy to do this process. In a cultivated environment, like you stated, controlled environment, we cannot go past just one amino acid to protein, right? So how is it that this is ever occurring, that we're going all the way through these different expressions needed to even build one part of the flagellum, right? Which is not just one part of protein to whatever, right? This is multiple parts. And even if you did build, let's say, half of it, right, there would be no useful function because it's irreducibly complex. There would be no useful function. So it's not that we don't understand how it could happen. We're saying that the way that we're not saying it can't happen. That's why it's not an argument from incredulity. We're saying it can happen, but the methodology of abiogenesis and evolution is one that would not ever be able to explain this thing's existence. That's what we're saying.
Right. It sounds like I'm mixing two things. As far as I understand it, abiogenesis is only speaking about what could potentially be a single incident in the entire history of the Earth, which is when at one point something that we would not consider to be life turned into something that we would consider to be life. But that doesn't speak. And then it is that sort of cascading complexity that then leads to the flagellum odor. I don't believe that, at least my understanding of it, and I'm not a biologist by any stretch of the imagination, is not suggesting that abiogenesis keeps happening in order to create this complexity. In each time it happens, it's just one time an origin of life is what abiogenesis is talking about. The biogenesis.
Yeah, I get that thing can really produce the next. Listen, this is the point, mate. No, you're not. I don't think you're understanding it for some reason.
Okay.
So even so they misnomer this as well. This is ridiculous in the sense that the middle part of it looks like a basically a viral super injector, right? Because it looks similar to that, the middle part of the rudder. They try and say that it may be evolved from that thing, even though in their own evolutionary catalog, right, the injector actually came after the flagellum. And they lie out of the side of the mouth every time they do this, right? So if you're not understanding that abiogenesis, when we're talking about that, I understand what you just said, but it doesn't quite follow. The point is you would have to be able to explain how this thing would be able to get to the point it is, to where it's irreducibly complex, using the methodologies that are pushed in the framework, of evolution for evolution to be true. If you can't explain it, then evolution is basically pseudoscience and a lie.
But couldn't it be possible that it is as yet unexplained, but evolution was still accurate?
No, because this is just a flagellum, bro. How did evolution and abiogenesis and conversion of amino acids into proteins ever create a person who can't explain this thing?
Right. I think the argument, as you're saying it, is this thing is so complex that if I took out any part of it, it would become non-functioning, and therefore...
No, it's not. It's so complex. It isn't. It's so complex. It is irreducibly complex, meaning you take one part away, the whole thing won't function. Like if I take your heart out, you will not function. You are irreducibly complex as well in certain ways, right? Right.
Sounds like you're.
But this thing is more like you can take any. Listen, this thing is more like you can take away any one part. Any one part you can take away. I could take your arm, you might still work. I could take your liver, half your liver, you might still work. I take your toes, whatever, you might still work. But with this, it's any one individual part. So the point is there's no way for this to slowly build itself up and continue to eat. It would never function as something that's able to collect food with any of these parts not there. So how did it go all the way through all these different expressions, all of these different changes evolving, when it would never be able to feed itself on the way to the journey to the end point of where it needs to be for it to function?
Right. So then help me here, because it sounds like yeah, I think
sounds like you're arguing from incredulity, buddy.
In what way?
Where are you now?
You're saying I don't know half the fucking time what he's talking about. So you're ignorant to what he's saying, and then you're still arguing about it. And then you're projecting yourself like always, Eggshells. You don't see that? Everybody else can see it.
Where are you now? Where are you now? Where are you?
Where are you?
Yeah, where do you live, bro?
P-Mac, you're hot micing. You're hot micing P-Mac.
Sorry, no, I'm asking where he lives. I'm asking Raiden where he lives.
It's from Australia. Australian, bro.
I'm not asking you, bro. I'm asking him.
Yeah, I'm answering for him.
And there you're over talking to him again. Thank you. Would you kindly shut up?
Shut up. P-Mac, you're muted. You sound shit-faced. Sorry, buddy.
Does sound a bit pissed.
He's always shit-faced.
Yeah, so because my answer to that would be I have no idea how it could work.
Exactly. So you're arguing from incredulity. Thank you very much.
Right. So here's the definition: personal
not incredulity, though, Vlad.
Because you
Vlad.
hold on.
Thanks, Vlad.
Defining words: personal incredulity, because you found something difficult to understand, or you're unaware of how it works. Just like I said earlier, you made out that it's probably not true.
That's kind of what he claimed of me, though, right? First.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
What I
yes.
said is, are you talking about the original discussion about abiogenesis?
Well, it's just when you said I was arguing from incredulity because you just don't understand how this thing works. It's like, well, no, it's not. I'm not saying I don't understand how it works. I get how it works. I'm saying it doesn't work under it doesn't exist under the framework of evolution. It can exist under that framework.
But the way I would potentially reframe that is I don't understand how this thing could have come to be so complex without the other steps. I do not understand what the steps leading to this could have been. Therefore, they do not exist. That's the bit that to me that sounds like.
How do you say
No, we're not saying that. No. That's not what I'm saying. That therefore the steps could not exist. No, I'm saying that this thing, right? Regardless of how you cut it, you could take. So what would be the steps, right? So we could get this thing, and let's say it's 40 protein pieces, right? Individual pieces. So we know exactly how this would have formed if it was evolution, right? As drawn out by the evolutionists of how these things work, right? One bit at a time, right? So what we can do then is work out how many variations of this thing can exist, and they've done this in the lab. They've taken away all of the parts that apparently would have been last. So they say this bit would have formed last, this bit would have formed last according to evolution. They take that bit away. Does it work? No. Take that bit away. Does it work? No. Does it work? Every different variation. It never works. It's irreducibly complex. You can't take away one fucking part, bro. So the point is this thing came into existence, how it is, almost fully put together, or someone else superseded what it is and helped put it together, right?
Because I heard this similar argument many years ago about the human eye, or the sort of the eye, the eyeball, that it wouldn't work without other. Every part required every other part. Someone hot micing, or is someone talking to us?
Probably a hot mic.
But then I've also, so my answer would be I don't know, but I'm not sure if whether I knew or you knew how this came about, whether that would influence whether evolution is true. Certainly I would say if what they're presenting is something that is impossible, that would, and that sounds like what you're saying, but the reason I was saying it sounds like an argument from incredulity is because the answer that cannot happen sounds to me close to
exactly what it is. It's projection. I do not understand how you don't understand Eggshells. See, why are you fucking twisting it? He always does this, eh? He doesn't fucking understand. He says he doesn't know, but you're arguing from incredulity because I don't understand. Are you fucking retarded, bro?
Vlad, you're brilliant.
No, but they do this every time, bro. Every fucking time. He's about to get banned by certain people, bro. Real people are gonna ban you, Eggshells, because you do this every fucking time. And it's not me. I couldn't give two fucks. Other people are gonna ban you.
He's not gonna get banned this time, you know, but
other people want to. Other people want to get rid of this guy because he keeps talking shit all the time, and then he records it for his live stream and then cuts it and chops it up. And then posts it on his. Yes, he does.
No, don't edit it.
Yes, he does.
Just inaccurate. That's just a lie.
Yes, he does. Now you're lying about it because last time you admitted it, but now you're lying about it. Good job.
No, that's not true. And I know
that's 100%. Oh, you're not on Facebook right now. You're not on Facebook Live right now.
Huh?
Yeah.
Not
No, I'm live on YouTube. I told Crack that
Oh,
before.
there you go. So that's recording. That's recording, right? You know that,
Exactly,
right?
but I
Yeah,
don't edit it,
and then you're
Vlad.
gonna
And you
edit
know
it.
that's not true, and you're the one here who's
Nope.
spreading mistruths willfully.
Nope.
Sure. Okay. Fine.
Nope.
You said something interesting, Crack, that I thought was worth asking. You said something. I'm going to forget the wording, but like you liked me up until I said I thought that evolution might be the case.
Oh, it was a joke. That's called a joke.
All right. Okay. I just wanted to check. I was like, I thought we had a good rapport.
Well, no, I was just saying, bro. Like, it's more like a thing of like, I think that you're potentially highly intelligent, but it's kind of like you don't want to be the person who's the highly intelligent guy who isn't part of the mainstream, the status quo. I actually feel that you believe your career necessitates that you stay in the status quo.
That would probably be accurate. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I certainly
so you
think
can't really be
if I started saying I think the Earth's flat, I think that I'd really struggle to get work. Yeah,
not
definitely.
true. Not true.
Or in
fact, actually, I'd help you get work more than you've probably ever had before.
Yeah, I think I just struggle with the work I currently do. I think I would.
Well,
yeah.
what's the work you currently do? Eggshells. What's the work you currently do?
Corporate communication skills training.
Exactly. What does it matter?
Because I think I don't know what you guys would be better positioned than me. I'm basing it largely on assumptions that I think that wouldn't you say you're guarded sometimes about sharing with people your flat Earth views?
No, I'll share anything pretty much, but it's just advised not to on here. Because if people find, I could do something wrong in real life that could affect the way this place looks, right? So it's more about I personally, I don't care. I just know that I'm more likely than most to end up making this place look bad from doing something crazy in real life. Yeah.
Eggshells. Important question. Hello,
G'day,
everyone.
mate. Hi there, Get Bigger.
What's your YouTube channel?
So I do my motorbike videos as riding on eggshells, and my own videos as my own name, which is Harry Key.
Harry K. Okay.
K-E-Y, like door key, car key.
K for Catman.
Exactly. Those days. Oh.
So you have no flat earthers videos?
No, I didn't say I don't have no flat Earth videos. I've been sometimes live streaming chats with flat Earthers. What I was disagreeing that Vlad seemed to suggest that I was misrepresenting people by editing them and cutting it deceptively. And I just don't edit it at all.
Probably do.
Oh,
I don't trust you at all, bro.
That's good if you do that.
It sounds like you're believing in things without evidence or measurement.
No. That sounds like you, buddy. I just have very good intuition. And my intuition doesn't ever prove me wrong, bro.
Right, but could that be a confirmation bias, particularly if you don't go measure?
I just heard a little birdie tell me something. I'm not even gonna say it. It wasn't me that said it. It was
Present some
somebody
evidence,
else.
and I'll turn on the spot, and everybody.
I don't want to look at your fucking channels. Like, I actually couldn't care two less.
That looks like somebody deliberately avoiding going and finding evidence.
I couldn't care less.
Which I don't know.
I just know how much of a snake you are. That's it.
I know what you're saying is,
You just know that I know, so that's it.
Oh, right. Okay.
Man, you caught Vlad on a good day. You're lucky, Eggs.
No, Vlad usually gets very.
I can push Vlad off a bit. We can make it about it. Fuck you, Vlad.
It's okay. I'm gonna go make some music. Fuck you all.
Oh, what? I wanted to piss you off a bit and make you rip.
I can send you guys a video here. I'll send you guys a video of what I go through sometimes. Yeah, I'm gonna send you this guy, this cocksucker that tries to get into my door because he's too fucking drunk.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, same thing happened today. He woke me the fuck up with his fucking.
Don't worry, I know all about it, bro. I know all about it, man. You know.
I'm gonna fucking. Oh, I can't even.
Who's that, Jazza?
No, some asshole fucking drunk.
Hey, you let Jazza in, bro.
That was I don't know. That was what
DM. I got DM from Jazza yesterday.
Well done.
fucking.
So what was it you wanted to ask, Get Bigot?
Sorry?
I thought you were asking something.
No, I just wanted to ask you that about your YouTube channel because
right. Yeah, sorry.
Luca, I think, asked in the live text chat. So
listen, Ride on Eggshells YouTube channel is a good channel, man. What I would say is this, yeah. I believe Eggshells that actually probably don't really care too much about this topic. What it is this, right? You're locked down in your country, you're bored shitless, you've got no way of making any content, so you're sort of just spreading your arms out to a different place. But what I would say is look at it from the point of view, you are not invested in any one community currently, right? Right?
Yeah.
Like, you're not like a big friends with everyone over at Gems and all that shit, right? Like, you even know that they're wankers, and you know it.
No, he loves them there, bro. They have fucking fun conversations there, bro. They love each other.
They like me there because Chemo came in. There was two people in a row that I had long conversations with. That as a result, people say nice things about me in there. I don't know. I'm not too invested in any single community. I think I'd agree with the first statement. I'm not.
Well, but listen, do you know what that is, right? When you first went there, mate, they were like, "Oh, look at this, who the fuck's this guy?" And as soon as they realised, that you would, potentially be over here more than over there, they're like, "Oh, we better start putting some, muscle into like talking to him." Like the people over there that are Globers that could debate, right? The people over there that are Globers that could debate me, they won't. It pisses me off. I go over there and they just talk about bullshit. You have Mippet with the little snidey comments occasionally. Twitwit's the only sound person over there, for one, right? Literally the only sound person, one of the only people. Right?
I think there's quite a few good people there.
Writing. Can I put forward something though?
Nobody over there ever says anything nice about anybody. So if this happened,
it's very lowly moderated. Yeah,
it's very insincere, and I'd watch out.
Writing. Can I put forward something?
Go for it.
You've created the fact that you're doing the live stream and then asking us questions and all that.
Can we let him reply to what I said first? So I said basically that I believe you're stretching your tentacles out into different arenas because you don't have anything to do because you're on lockdown, right? But
yeah, a little bit.
I need you to look at this from a different perspective and plant your feet somewhere else for 5 fucking minutes, bro, right?
Australia's not lockdown now.
Listen, no, there's not much you can do at the minute, trust me. It started during a process. This shit started him looking into this and investing his time into this when he couldn't do other things. I'm telling you, right? It's just addictive.
Yeah, I was meant to be. We started the whole Riding on Eggshells channel because I wanted to talk to people with different beliefs while riding. Me and my missus riding our motorbikes to
But
London.
you couldn't ride for a bit, so you come on Discord. I know that because I watch your channel. I sub to you. The day you come in here, I told you. Oh my god!
Yeah, I know. I tickled. I bumped into a subscriber.
I recognize your name. You're a YouTuber. Remember? So basically, my point is this: Eggshells. You're not invested in anyone's side. You don't have to out yourself as someone that is skeptical of the globe or anything like that. I'm not saying you need to do that, mate. But what I'm saying is you could be someone that's a critical voice of both sides, someone who's genuinely unbiased at this point, because you do understand both sides' arguments. You do understand that our arguments have got weight behind them because I've heard you say this, right? And you're not invested in being best mates with all those twats over there because I know you're not because I've heard you pull them up before and say, "Oh, well, why are you speaking that way to Crack?" Or or like you're straw manning him or whatever, and you stuck up. So you can be a little bit unbiased, but I feel like ever since you've been in there, you're a little bit less objective about opinions. And I feel like you can't be objective while you currently admit, basically, that it would be a problem for my life if I was to agree with certain positions, right?
Yeah, but I think that's an important part of being unbiased. Trying to be unbiased is to recognise what biases I might have.
Yeah, of course it is. That's why I'm able to have this convo with you. Yeah, that's why we're able to say this right now.
Fair about all views while also trying quite hard to not misrepresent mine. So I want to be fair to a view without going, I share it with you, if you know what I mean. Because I think that's
you don't have to share it, but you have to understand that it seems dishonest when I can tell the weight of something that's just said, and then you say, "Oh, it's argument from incongruity." come on, man. You know what I'm saying, right? The prerequisites to all of these different amino acids and the expressions needed in order to go all the way up to the level of DNA is even higher than the flagellum, bro, right? So when you're talking about shit like that, right, something that's irreducibly complex, like a bike, you take away the chain, it no longer functions as a bike, right? So the flagellum, a super rudder motor, the most crazy biological super machine, very efficient. This thing won't work with one part taken away. It will not be able to eat, right? So then you have to ask yourself, if the methodology of evolution cannot create such a thing, what could? What could create it? I don't care if it's other little beasties out there in the fucking water. There still be its creator, right? That are putting parts together and keeping it alive, because they want a fucking rudder motor, right? But then that would then fly in the face of evolution again, because you'd have bacteria essentially creating engines on a microscopic level in order that they can travel through rivers faster and shit like that. But how did those bacteria get to that level?
If I found there was something compelling on the other side that answered that question, that would sway me. But I feel that the answer from the other side is similarly complex. You could say irreducibly complex. That part of it cannot.
Falsification is independent of replacement.
Right.
So and would you not say that if you look into this honestly, Michael Behe, Darwin's black box, right? This has been falsified.
Not sure. Yeah, if I read something that seemed like it did falsify it, that I would find that very interesting. I'd be very interested to read.
But if everything I just told you is true, yeah,
right. But I'd still need to sort of balance it out with, like, my brother. As I told you before, my brother's a biochemist, so I'd need to balance it out against like asking him what he thinks about.
So you believe him just
get your brother in here. Who's doing that? Get your brother in here, man. If your brother is still someone who believes in Darwinism, then he is somebody that is basically
Yeah, I have thought about actually getting him, inviting him to this Discord to see how that goes. Particularly if you wanted to have a discussion about biology, that he would be
definitely, that would be brilliant, man.
Especially because a lot of the stuff that you say about like science, he would have a lot to say about, because he's not just a
That's appeal to authority, though, and appeal to consensus. That it's because something that you might struggle with. Yeah, of course, we value your opinion and his opinion, but like, is it because he has a degree or PhD or something? That's why he can know more. He just knows more of the mainstream, maybe.
Maybe, but what I was going to say about the science is that he's a like scientist in the way I would put it, in that he half of his work is about debunking or disproving other people's science. So he's been working for years now on a paper showing how it's extraordinarily likely that a large amount of the science that's come out of China over the last decade is just totally false, which I find a very interesting thing, that a brave thing.
Is he a postdoc? Has he done his postdoctorate? Is he working as an actual biologist?
Yeah, years ago. Yeah, he's been.
Can you share what area?
So he's particularly in.
You don't have to say what university, just what area.
No. Oh, he was working for a while for Harvard, and his work there was, I'm not going to get the name right, but basically psychoactive. He was doing research on Salvia divinorum, which, if anybody's heard of it, is like
psychoactive compounds. Yeah.
It's a weed that you kind of smoke and you get real high. Yeah, and you get
Salvia divinorum.
Yes, really. I've read about it. I've never taken it. Really powerful hallucinations.
Called the magic mint.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, magic mint. And you have really powerful hallucinations. But he was doing research into whether that would even out people who had bipolar, when they go through their dips and their peaks and troughs, whether it could level off the peaks so the troughs weren't.
Did he consume that?
What's that plant called again?
I wouldn't want to say that kind of stuff on his behalf. He could feel free to come in here and talk about.
Oh, he's talking about salvia?
Okay.
Legal. Yeah, salvia. Yep.
Yeah.
It's everybody knows internet comment etiquette with Eric. He first became famous doing gardening on salvia.
Yeah,
That's why he calls him.
True.
That's why he calls himself Big Money Salvia.
Yeah.
How do you garden on salvia?
That's the point. That's the joke of the video. He sits there with a trowel and goes, "I'm going to do some gardening." Then takes a hit of salvia and just face plants into the flower bed. Lies there till the end of the video.
It only lasted.
I don't advise people to use that plant because it makes them lose their mind.
Yeah, it's certainly one I'd be worried about. Despite I think that there could be utility for hallucinogens. That one seems like
no, salvia is stupid. I've seen a guy take salvia and jump out a fucking window, and he didn't even know that.
Yeah, if you're going to do salvia, make sure you have at least 2 people there to fucking hold you down or whatever.
Two large
heavyweight babysitters.
Yeah, I legit saw the devil. Like, I saw demons and fucking the devil. I walked in the other room, and when I came back, it was done. It lasted like a minute. But I was scared shitless. I really felt like I saw demons.
Also, that ayahuasca mushroom or
I've heard some interesting things about
mushrooms are fine. Ayahuasca's fine. Salvia,
a lot of people say it helps them get off stuff. Like they can be like basket case addicted to heroin, go and do a session of ayahuasca, and it's easier to. It's like it's the easiest way to quit. They just take a look at their life and go, "Well, this isn't working," and come back virtually. Like they think it might reset some sort of thing that.
Those drugs, mushrooms and ayahuasca, they help you get over. If you're an alcoholic or if you have drug addiction problems, these things will help you get off because. Once you go through a good enough trip, you'll never want to do drugs ever again. That's
it's a little bit like because on a chemical level, it's not quite. You won't want to do drugs ever again. In a sense, that's the effect that's caused. But so that ibogaine and ayahuasca in tandem as a treatment, ibogaine essentially like it sort of paralyzes you for 12 hours, and it does flush out most central nervous system depressants, things that make you. Things that are physically addictive, right? But it also it's not able to reduce the size of your receptors of how they're ruined, how they've been stretched over the years based on abuse of drugs. But it can realign your acetin, or, noradrenaline, dopamine, oxytocin, all these different parts of your brain, right? Serotonin, all of it. It can realign it to some form of an equilibrious state to how it would be normality. Which can help with the idea of, it helps with the ability going forward to not continue to use drugs, right? Which is interesting, but I don't want to obfuscate from the point of being honest. What would be the perfect evidence then for your belief of evolution? What would be the perfect evidence?
I think what I've read about the fossil record is pretty compelling. So the idea that you can dig and at a certain depth you'll find life in a certain form with a certain amount of complexity. If you dig deeper, you will find related but different things that are often decreasingly complex, depending on how you would define complexity, because I think bacteria is pretty impressive, like the flagella motor, as you're talking about, pretty impressive. But the fact that it seems to go in a really sort of plodding fashion and there's such relationship between it. And then even, I think, to add to that, the sort of evolution you can see in a virus, the sort of change and grow and shift and drift.
But listen, this is just a narrative, bro. This isn't something you can prove. It's not an evidence. This is a narrative. And would you want to know how we know that this is a narrative? So like, my friend literally DM'd me and was like, "Look, this guy, if you ask him about the perfect evidence, this is word for word what he's going to say next." And he literally, I'm not even joking you, I could screenshot this and show it to everyone and show the time and how I've asked this after he's already basically said what was going to be said. So, he basically said you would say about the ages of the layers of the earth or fossils and, which is all presuppositional basically. And he basically just stated that all of these things that you were going to say, like word for word, right? So it's a narrative that you're being told. Where did you ever validate those things that you just said, though, to be true? How did you? Like, would you be able to even...
I don't know them to be true. I don't know.
But earlier you said, like, I said you believe in evolution.
The alternative. Because what is... Maybe...
I know, but listen, this is what I'm saying about... I feel like you need to understand why people start thinking you're being a bit dishonest. Because earlier when I said you believe in evolution. Well, I don't believe in it. You said, I think I know it to be true. And now it's like you don't even know.
No, what I say is I think I find it a really compelling answer. It is, I find quite convincing as an answer. I don't know because, like you said, knowing is something that's really difficult to do. I'm not able to go and test things, and I could be mistaken. I could be doing the tests wrong. I could be coming to poor conclusions. So my standard answer for everything is I don't know, and that's when I try to lean then towards what I think might be the case.
You often say I don't know.
All right, okay. Can we just? All right, last question. So
sure, go ahead.
Where did they get the dating methods originally?
The which methods?
The dating methods in which for the fossil record, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Is the answer I'd come back to? I think the idea is originally it was guesstimated with tree rings or something like that, where you could find trees that sort of you tried to find areas.
Fossils don't have tree rings, though, do they? That's the only issue with that.
No. Fossils. No, to then find a certain depth of rock. So we go right. We're assuming this layer was laid down blah 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 million years ago, and we're finding these kinds of fossils in it. And so it's ballpark assumptions is what I believe they make.
Well, it's like when they find so that there have been animals according to the evolutionary calendar and fossil calendar that existed at layers, right, where basically there'd be no way for this to be here, right, because according to them that's 10 million years down, but there's like loads of animals that are from like according to them 4 to 6 to 10 million years after that point. So because obviously we have rapid changes. Well, we have rapid changes, and then we have sedimentary layers rebuilt up. We've literally in my lifetime seen a forest that's deforested, doesn't even exist, unarable, be completely churned over and become new arable land again, just based on vitamins and minerals from different things being trod into the ground and over time. So
I guess for
nitrates.
If I found, because I know that you say falsification is independent of replacement, and I think that's right. If I was saying one thing isn't true, but what I'm doing as an individual is I'm trying to weigh up the two arguments.
But that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea.
Embrace instead of evolution.
You don't have to embrace something instead of it. Falsification is independent of replacement. If something is wrong, it is simply wrong, right?
Right. So what do you?
Unlucky, there isn't something to replace it for you. Unlucky.
So
currently,
the start or the complexity, sort of the variance of life around us.
The point is we know that there's no start to the individual processes or parts, right? Because they can't be individually put together in order for them to work. So the thing come into existence as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Well,
that's just on the face of it true. But the thing that
follows. Because that's where I'm saying that sounds like an argument from incredulity. Because
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because there is no other option. There's no other option, buddy. Because if this thing cannot exist as individual parts being built up into a whole thing, then that meant that the whole thing had to exist as a whole from its beginning and conception.
So those, to me, then there's no other option, and that thing had to exist as a whole. Say that again. That thing had to exist as a whole.
No, but see, this is where Crack. If you'll indulge me a little bit, Crack here, where I'm trying to say that writing. I had a quick look at your channel. I think, or one of the links anyway. You see, I think you stumbled onto something really big here, and I'm not saying it's something too big for you to chew off because they'll be very condescending and judgmental. But this topic is very big because once the ball gets taken away, the now normal human instinct is to try and fill it with something. So if it's going to be taken away, that's going to be a big process. That's just what I wanted to say. So I don't think you're a shill. I don't think you're being disingenuous. I just think you just got to be aware. It's a very big thing you've stumbled onto.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I would agree with that. I was having a chat with Merle, who's a flat earther in the other Discord, about that the other day. It would be a huge thing to change one's view of the shape of the planet, and it's not something I imagine that happens easily or quickly.
It's not a planet.
Sorry, Earth. Beg your pardon. It's just for me. I would. Although I agree with what you're saying, Crack, and I think it's valid to go. I can throw out this. I could say to somebody, where were you last Tuesday? And they said, I was at your house. And I'm like, well, I was there. No, you weren't. So I don't have to come up with an alternate theory in order to disbelieve them. And I think you're right about that. I do.
Yeah, see, the thing is,
it would make it easier for me in this case if I knew what the alternate proposal was and I could weigh them on their merits.
Yeah, but that's the challenge here, is that Flat Earth is really the Rosetta Stone. What I would say is Flat Earth is the Rosetta Stone to decoding a whole bunch of other conspiracies. So the path that some people take normally is, okay, 9/11 was an inside job, this and that, this blah, 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 moon landing was a hoax. Then they get to here. But you see, if they haven't warmed up to that in some way, then they're being hit with boom. Okay, Flat Earth. That means, what is space? Is there space? Are we the only place in existence? Is the creator right above us? And then what is NASA doing with the money? Then if everybody's in on it, what happens? Like, your brain literally can just run away with that, and it's a very big red pill to swallow. And that's why even some of the more famous hardcore quote unquote conspiracy theorists flipped out when this was becoming big in the past. Like 4 or 5 years ago, whether it was Alex Jones or a few other people that were famous, they started attacking the flat earthers because they were saying that we were, was it Max Igan? I don't know where his stance on it was, but the Australian Max Igan, he was pretty upset for a while. So yeah,
saying sort of paid controlled opposition kind of stuff. You're
as a psyops, controlled opposition, this and that and all that. So it's a very big red pill to swallow because it will remove pretty much almost everything. I would say there's very little in the current sort of conspiracy research sphere, pardon the pun, that remains once you take this red pill. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Sure. Yeah, and I think I would agree with all of that. I think I just could, but where I think I would disagree with a lot of people is I agree that you don't need an alternate theory, but what I would disagree with is I think you guys do have an alternate theory. I think I can understand why, for the sort of good functioning of this community, you sort of don't sort of propose a single theory because which is understandable because that'd just be sort of splitting factions off. But I don't think, like as
that's another reason
it's not a ball. This is not called an it's not a ball. So.
Well, there's another reason. The other reason is, and that's why I like this Discord particularly, is because you see the main issue. A lot of the at least the golds and moderators. I mean, I'm not trying to kiss up to them, but honestly, the silvers, the golds, the moderators, the people that've been here a while, and some other people as well that have been here a while. The part of this Discord and the direction of the Discord is that if we just give you a replacement, then you're just going to be indoctrinated into it. I'm not saying you, I'm saying any visitor, you see.
Right.
When the main issue is people haven't been critically thinking, haven't been understanding, and of course credit to Quantum Eraser as well, because we can't just shove something to replace it, because then, we're just doing the same thing that happened to you in the first place.
Yeah, and I interrupted over you there, and I do think that's an important point, that you don't want to just replace one form of indoctrination with going, well, they've shoved this ball model down your throat your whole life. Now I'm going to shove this particular flat model down your throat.
Because that was the problem in the first place.
That is what happens here. Like the one of the standard questions, how can you have gas pressure without a container, is asserting, even through a double negative, that's asserting the existence of a container.
Well, what other way can you have gas pressure if the very definition of gas pressure is the pressure that gas exerts against the walls of a container? It's like saying goggle fog. I got goggle fog. Well, prove to me that you have goggles. Well,
sure,
that's the
point I'm making, that it requires the assertion of the existence of a container. So it is in some ways asserting an alternate proposition, right? It's making a proposition for a container.
You mean it's the primary opposition?
Before you guys go too far, I want to say one thing to riding on eggshells. Do you know what I mean exactly when I say it's just not a ball? Do you know why I say that? It's because not all flat earthers agree on, like, we don't agree on a map or a model or anything like that, because for one thing, this is beside the point that it can't be independently verified, but the only thing that all flat earthers agree is that it measures flat and we're not moving. Okay? So saying that it's just not a ball says that you don't have to replace it with something.
Right. And
it is what it is.
Another thing you said also is, like, you said you think we do have a theory, but see, you may have heard also in here, it definitely wouldn't be a scientific theory. It's not a cause and effect, relationship question. It's not even a science question. So if you're going to use the word theory, it would just be theory in the colloquial sense, which
more like conjecture or something.
Should be all speculative, and it would just be replacing a belief with a belief. So yeah.
But so then what would you say then to the challenge I was suggesting, that how can you have gas pressure without a container is in some ways asserting the existence of the container?
No, I mean, I agree with that statement, but because we don't have, like, any physical proof of the container other than the physical, the antecedent, which is the pressure.
Yeah, sort of infer the existence of it based upon the gas pressure.
You know what, writing, you've never seen those explosions during Operation, was it Fishbowl? See, now you go look into that one for me, please.
Sure, Operation Fishbowl.
Operation Fishbowl, yeah. After High Jump, Dominic, and Deep Freeze.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I kind of cut off Riggs a few moments ago. I think he wanted to chime in with something. Riggs, did you still want to say what you wanted to say?
You're nice, Jenny.
No, I've already forgotten everything, but thanks, Jenny.
You're nice, Jenny. I say that day after day when I come in here, that you're, like, mindful of giving the floor to people and making sure people get heard. I think it's a really nice quality.
That's technically what a moderator does.
Well, Jenny never speaks, so when she speaks, I just shut up.
Oh, you're so nice, Riggs. Thank you. Anyway, that's all I wanted to do. Carry on, you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, so if they had an operation or a quote-unquote thing that they were saying and they labeled it Operation Fishbowl, don't you find it strange they named it Operation Fishbowl? Because this is documented.
Yeah, there's a funny name for it, yeah.
It's a very funny name, isn't it? And then if you've ever seen the explosions, you can actually see the reflection off of the firmament.
I think I remember what I was going to say.
Blue, it's not black, right? Why is the sky blue?
Go ahead, Riggs. Before you forget.
Well, so eggshells, you kind of have a problem with the idea that we kind of infer a dome or some sort of containment, right?
No, I don't have a problem with it per se. I just am suggesting it's at odds with the suggestion that we don't have an alternate theory, or that an alternate theory is not.
I just gave you some evidence, bro.
Okay. Well, are you indifferent, or are you just kind of pointing that out? I mean, do you have a position?
Well, because my position is it does. I do believe that I think close to everyone, but my feeling is most people in here do have a theory because a dome.
Okay.
We can infer from the existence of a dome certain other things, right?
Okay, but that would be their belief, right? That no, I don't think anyone here would say there has to be a specific type of shape or dome or anything. I think some people they maybe trust more historical claims or ideas than a lot of modern science might presume. So But in the strictest sense, I mean, if you have a problem with the idea of a dome or some sort of container, I mean, you'd have to at least show us some way that you could have this effect without it. And the default position is that pressure needs containment. So why would you even have a problem with that idea?
Because I think the idea is, unless I can do an experiment then that shows that I can have gas pressure without it.
Okay.
Then,
let me make a comparison. Okay. You stand at the seashore and you see water everywhere and you see the seashore. Mm-hmm. You have to believe that it's being contained somewhere else to create the ocean, because you can't see the whole seashore. But it's fair to assume, right? It's fair to infer that there is a shoreline that extends all the way around that ocean, right?
Sure, yeah.
I have a problem with that, because you need to show me some evidence. And I think a lot of people on your side of the argument, they have a theory that this ocean is contained, and I just don't think that's, compelling.
That's a good one, Riggs. I like that one. That put him in his place. I like it.
I'd kind of like to make another comparison too. So this problem with the container, like, maybe you just don't like the word, but we know that we need to have a limit to the environment, right? Like there's you can't go any farther, so that's your containment. In comparison with
how do we know that?
In comparison with your own model of space, like they say that there is a limit to how far space is, but it's growing, but it's not infinite. It is a finite amount of space. Does it have walls? No. But what is on the edge of space? So like that's basically, I'm making the same comparison. Like they're pretty much the same idea. It's just that ours is much more local, like whereas yours is just so far and vast that nobody could ever,
What are you suggesting, that the Helio model involves a barrier as well?
Do you want to
a limit?
I'm not sure many people. That's certainly not something I think to be the case. I think it's entirely possible that it continues forever and or gets to a point where there's
space. They tell you that I guess this would go back to the Big Bang thing. It was all compressed into one like singularity, and it exploded, and it's expanding out. But that means that it has limits, and the limits might be growing according to that, but it still has limits, at least in this moment, right?
Right. Okay, I see. Well, I'm not sure about that. Yeah, but sort of, I wonder if it's sort of limits to us or actual, limit. I don't know. Yeah.
Do you have any example in your, natural reality that doesn't have limits?
It depends what you'd mean, but what you'd mean by limits. I guess I have another question though. Which we can get to in a bit. I'm still.
Well, no, let's get. Wait. What was that question that was just asked before?
Do I know of anything that doesn't have limits?
Yeah, if you don't know what that means, whoever said that, could you elaborate?
Yeah, so like a flower has a stem and petals, and then it ends, and then it goes to dirt, right? And then you get something else. Everything has its little portion or thing. Even the ocean, it doesn't go forever. It's contained somewhere. Or maybe it changes from salt to fresh water. Like everything changes, doesn't go forever. You don't go to the store and buy unlimited paint. It doesn't happen.
Right. So on that case, I would agree with you. I'd say each individual thing appears to have limits. at least what I conceive of space to be is a lack of things, and I think it's possible for a lack of things to have no limit. If that makes sense. So to be a continuing absence of that stuff, or mostly absence.
Well, would you at least admit that's a belief?
It's the case. This is where I keep coming back to. Although I still slip up and sometimes use the word belief, largely speaking, I try very hard to not hold beliefs, just thoughts, things I think with differing degrees of certainty, differing degrees of confidence, I should say. Like,
this guy's a politician, right? And you should be a politician because they all speak like you.
Right?
You know that, right?
Right.
That sounded like a lot of wordplay.
It's exactly what it is. It's pure wordplay, and you're a politician. It's disgusting.
What
Go ahead.
Politicians do is bullshit you with false certainty. That's what everybody I
That's what you're doing. You're bullshitting. You're pure bullshitting.
False certainty? I'm trying to propagate uncertainty. I think uncertainty is good.
Right, okay, guys. So I just want to take it back a wee bit, right? So this is one of my problems here, right? And is that so you're saying that okay, maybe it couldn't occur on Earth, abiogenesis, right? Maybe these things came from an asteroid from outer space, right? But you do realize that the only place that exists, according to NASA and the people you believe in, is actually this place where life can even be supported, right? So I would just find it weird why you would even listen. I would just find logically why, in any way, you would even think that somehow something is more likely to be able to create a form of life that exists, is able to support life in terms of amino acids to proteins or whatever the methodology is that you're presupposing. These methods don't work in a cultured environment, in a controlled environment, given all of the different things needed to actually speed this along, right? So how would you even expect that something that is existing in the area of the uninhabitable, the area where we don't see life, we don't see budding life, we do not see these different things happening? Why would you think that life would come from the outside of this system that contains life to it?
Because I don't think we don't see is evidence for it not being there, is the way I would put it.
No. I'm saying that as purported by the people who run the heliocentric model, the places out in space where the asteroids, let's say, would come from, it is admitted that these places, and they make very bold claims about the actual environment of this place going back a very long time, right? It's admitted, implicitly inferred time and time again, that basically there would be no way of life being able to sort of continue to exist in these environments. So the idea is that
claiming they found bacteria on
bacteria, buddy, bacteria. Cool. Have we got a name for said bacteria, what type of bacteria it was? And then also we would then have to transition said bacteria from said place onto said asteroid and then transport it here, and then also prove that those same bacteria could exist on said asteroid through said medium all the way through into crossing into the atmosphere, burning up, all of these different things, and then splash landing and then existing from that point. And
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Actually, if I recall correctly, I remember when there was a claim that they found, alien bacteria, and then it quietly they came out and said that it was contamination. That it was actually,
we found it. We found it in life. It was right at the end of this drill bit that I handled with my fingers before sending into space. Yeah, I
do get my point. Do you get my point though? That if it can't be done here, then why the fuck would it be done in the places devoid? Like, we're the anomaly, right? The place here with life budding everywhere in the so-called universe.
Observe,
yeah. So, but anything outside of what we could observe would be way, way, way past the point of being able to hit here, because outside of our solar system, basically, and then also outside of our solar system and further, to the furthest reaches of what we can see, it basically means that from a singularity of a Big Bang, it means that everything expanding outwardly, right? At this point, would suggest that there would be no way of an inversion of something outside of this very trajectoral system with our gravitational forces. We're not pulling in planets and fucking solar systems from other places toward our own solar system at this point. That this isn't occurring. So,
but again, it sounds like it's saying we haven't seen it there, and that I would agree with. It sounds like you're saying we wherever we look.
Listen, it's not just that we haven't seen it. It's not just that we haven't seen it. What I'm saying is that if we were to even see it, that thing itself would be a falsification of the heliocentric model anyway. So, under the framework of which they lay out this universe, the ideas inside of this universe is that if we were to start being able to pull things from outside of here where there could be life much, much further away, if that would start to suddenly coagulate here where there is life and somehow come toward it in any way, or how a vector would be created to do so when those things are in their own gravitational solar systems that would keep them in lock there. That's why we can predict things like asteroids and meteorites here, because they're apparently in tidal lock, right? So, again, that would be ridiculous and redundant anyway, but it would ruin the point of the heliocentric model, wouldn't it? Why? Because it would go and fly against, it would fly in the face, it would point towards a geocentric Earth, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So you're saying because we see this life and this complexity here, if it's because it's happening here, nowhere else, it's sort of going back to a geocentric.
Well, we know it is in their own claim. What I'm trying to say is in their own claim, anywhere that could interact with us has no life that could give us life. And then if it was to have come from a place that we haven't observed and then give us said life, right? This would go in the face of the heliocentric model, the idea of these planets expanding in an ever-expanding universe, always increasing in proximity towards one another as they go outwardly, rapidly, much like gases in a crepuscular-type fashion, right? From a singularity Big Bang, it would be impossible for any of these vectors to change from solar system to galaxy to where one galaxy that has life that we can't see is somehow ending up here. That would be ridiculous. It would be flying backwardly in a vector against its own trajectory in a straight line of its own solar system and all the different vectors in that. It would have to escape all of the gravitational forces within inside of it. Then it would have to exit its galaxy. Then it would have to somehow enter our own.
Well, yeah, I certainly don't think there are any bodies that are traveling into galactic space. I don't think. Yeah.
Right. So how is the life form? Let's say abiogenesis can't give us what we've got with the flagellum. So how is it that it's coming from maybe a meteorite? Does that make sense? Because as we know, anything that's a meteorite that can come here currently under their model would never, ever be able to support life, because we know this according to them.
Yeah, and that's certainly something that casts doubt on the panspermia idea, which is how could stuff survive not just the harshness of space, but the extraordinary expanse of time that would need to pass. You know,
panspermia is like totally unvalidated, unverified, untestable.
Yeah, all of them are not even theory; they're conjecture. They're just sort of like
total speculation.
A bit like evolution, really,
absolutely.
I guess. Yeah.
Well, I think evolution's got a bit that you can test where you can go, I expect to see, this is at least my understanding of what the biologists claim is, you can expect to see.
Are biologists claiming anything about evolution, are they?
Yeah, that you expect to see certain fossils of certain kinds in certain layers of rock.
Is that biology?
Yeah, absolutely. It relates to biology. That's much more.
Fossils in rocks is geology and archaeology, but
archaeology, that's the word I was looking for. But yeah, they have a lot of crossover. But the thing, because I think this actually relates to the conversation we were just having about the gas thing, which is we do not see gas without a container. We do not see life randomly, rocks randomly popping into life, abiogenesis. I wanted to ask a question a while back, which is taking us a while back in the conversation, and then I think we can loop it back to the life thing is, I'm guessing there is a certain point, I posted a link in the chat, I can post it again actually because it's going to be a while back, of a Aussie backyard astronomer took a photo of Jupiter with his telescope. I've just posted in the chat, do you think that that's the case, that's possible for amateur astronomers to take photos like that, or do you think that might be a lie?
Not me.
It's a sort of general open question to everybody.
I don't know. Say 4 more words about it again, so a little bit of it slipped by.
Australian. I just posted a link in the chat. There we go. Thank you very much. Not enough names, complainer. A backyard astronomer took a pretty claims to have taken a pretty impressive photo of Jupiter.
Right.
So the question I would have is, first question would be, in order to make the discussion at all meaningful, is do you think that they did do that? Do you think that's truthful, or do you think that they are sort of...
Yeah, I reckon they're claiming that they took a pretty impressive photo of Jupiter.
Yeah,
Right.
let's say we give them the benefit of the doubt. How do we know it's a giant ball of gas, however 100 million
So,
miles
we
away?
might not know it's a giant ball of gas, but the challenge we have is when we have the discussion about the gas pressure, people say, well, can you go down to the shop and get gas in your hand? Or have you seen any examples of it on Earth? But it seems those miss the claim of the Helio model, which is I would need an extraordinary amount of mass to do that. So the predictive thing you could do is go look at things with large mass and see if they do appear to catch gas in proportion to their mass. And so the question I would then have is, at what point do you feel that these real photos, or possibly real photos of Jupiter, turn into fake things that NASA says?
Hey, by the way, that the source of that link, I haven't looked at it just yet, but I can tell you right away, just looking at the picture, they use a program. So what the astronomer, what they do is they take a bunch of pictures, like, I don't know, 60 to 100. They mash them together using a program, and that program highly, highly modifies the actual source images to a point where it has a desired outcome. So there's tons of filtering added to make these pictures, because no picture comes out like that when you actually take them. They're using a software for this, and I've downloaded the software before, and it has a bunch of tools. I threw some random ass pictures in there, and it did all kinds of modifications to my images. So it's not original. It's a processing of a set of images, and I would have to see all the source material and what program they use. So just so you know, like, that's how that works. They don't just get a picture.
Sure, but we could accept that and still say lots of people take photos and get this, because the main story.
One moment writing though, because you did ask a question. Sure. You did ask a question. At what point does it become incredible and unbelievable? Notice in the very page, there's the first picture of Jupiter. Then there's him with his equipment. There's another picture of Jupiter, and then straight away below that, there's some fantastical Jupiter's Great Red Spot taken by NASA's Juno spacecraft. So this clearly demonstrates what you were asking about, how on one side we have, let's say, something replicable with image filters potentially by average people, but then we have this Juno spacecraft thing, which that's totally unverifiable, right? Because only NASA's Juno spacecraft can give that. So that's where, and then the third thing, of course, is it a giant ball of gas?
And that's exactly my question. It would seem less probable to me that this backyard photographer happened to photograph this gas storm. Sorry, this what do they call it? Something storm.
Yeah.
He photographed the pattern though. I mean, I know I'm being a bit aggressive now, but you keep saying gas and ball and gas, but all he photographed is this beautiful pattern. That's all we know.
I'm pretty sure I've never seen a picture of Jupiter without the Great Red Spot being on it.
Right. So what do you think's happening there between when it gets from the astronomer taking a photo that appears to show a big red spot, and then NASA faking the same phenomena that you or I could go out and buy a...
It's not... Whoa. What? Say that again. Restructure that in a slightly better way.
Okay. It seems to me that the photographer, this person that seems we're comfortable believing from Earth, took a photo of Jupiter, and in that photo they have a photo of that red spot, which is, and I'll get to the gas in a moment because I think the red spot speaks to the gas. And then what it sounds like you're claiming is fake
It's all
from
gas.
NASA's Juno spacecraft appears to be showing the same thing. So in terms of answering someone's question in the chat that I've lost now, is how is it falsifiable? Take a photo and show it's not there and you falsified it, right?
Well, no, that won't falsify shit. Because the it's an unfalsifiable claim almost. Well, this is a storm made of gas on Jupiter. That's what we say it is. Well, it's falsifiable in essence that you motherfuckers have never been to Jupiter in your life. You can't prove that it's gas. You can't even prove that that is a storm, for one. For fucking two, right? This is ridiculous at best. It's not. Listen, it's an unfalsifiable claim because there's no way of actually leading toward a conclusion that would say it's anything different other than their claim. Because I could turn around and say, listen, I could say to you right now that actually that's a load of dick missiles firing in a cylinder, rotating, and they're all painting with actual agricultural acrylic paint toward an end that's called anal spectroscopy. Would that be true?
It'd certainly be falsifiable.
No.
It'd be a possible claim that one could test.
How is it? Prove me wrong. Go on.
It's not just because it's falsifiable doesn't mean I'm able to or have the equipment or the ability to falsify.
Well, so then you're not somebody that could claim it's falsifiable, then, aren't you? Because you can't falsify it yourself. You wouldn't know how to do it.
That just looks like a bunch of dick missiles, though, right?
That looks like dick missiles to me. That looks like dick
think
missiles.
it does. I think it does.
That does look like a load of dick missiles.
Do you guys understand the question I'm asking?
Yeah, I'm replying with the fact that basically they're claiming it's something that it apparently is, and saying therefore it is. My claim is it's this, therefore it is. My claim is dick missiles, so there it is. Falsify it. Tell me I'm wrong.
So, right, if someone were to say Jupiter is made of cheese, or let's say your car is made of cheese, I wouldn't need to falsify that in order to assert that that was a falsifiable claim, right?
No.
No. That's not how falsifiability works. If someone says a car is made of my car, or let's say Crack Villain's car is made of cheese,
sure.
It is falsifiable by someone going, looking at the car, taking a lick of the car, taking a sample of the car, and seeing if that's cheese. The claim about Jupiter is unfalsifiable because no one can go there except this one supposed agency or person or authority that claims it. So it's not falsifiable. It's not empirical because it's not falsifiable. Whereas a car made of cheese,
So
unless you say the car made of cheese is in the sky floating about and no one can get to it, then that's unfalsifiable.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Now we're agreed. So what we'd be saying is whether something is falsifiable is independent of whether it has been falsified.
Exactly. So that's the problem with NASA is most of it is unfalsifiable. Like, that's why we can't even begin to try and falsify it. Where something like the curvature is falsifiable.
Right, but we're just looking at something like the existence of a big red spot. And it seems that what NASA would have to do, at least this is my understanding of what your position would need to be, and that is that there is a thing that we don't know what it is because we're not able to go there, but there is a thing that a human on Earth can get a telescope pointed at that thing and give us images which show a big red spot.
That is falsifiable, that you can look at it and it can look roughly like that.
Can look at the same thing and go, no, that's not where the big red spot was on that day, or it's a big purple spot, so that's falsifiable. And then it seems that NASA shows the same thing. And that to me is then
But
confusing.
NASA shows something additional though, because in the alleged Juno photo, that is something that is much closer, much nearer, at a claimed much closer distance, taken in space. So that is unfalsifiable. So this is the trick that NASA does. They take falsifiable, repeatable, testable stuff, which is looking through telescopes.
Falsify it. It would be falsifiable if you go, well, I tried to launch a satellite and it hit the dome. So that's obviously bullshit.
Well,
it would be possible even if I didn't have the equipment to do it thus far, right?
Yeah, but that's also part of the problem with the falsifiability is that nobody else can get as high as they claim they get. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
Because then this becomes important because that Jupiter is mass attracting and holding gas, seems.
And so that claim is now unfalsifiable because no one knows that it's made of gas except NASA's claim, which is unfalsifiable.
Sure.
The gas claim is unfalsifiable.
Well, no, hang on. We've got to go back again. Whether I can falsify it is independent of is it a falsifiable claim? Because the falsifiable, what you had to do to make the car being cheese, what you had to do to make that unfalsifiable was put it in the sky somewhere that nobody could touch it. But this is not where, at least according to the Hilo module, this is not something that nobody can ever touch. This is something that only we can touch at the moment, right?
Yes, so it's only something that one particular entity can actually reach, touch, and sample. So for all intents and purposes, right now, it is unfalsifiable. Now, if people believe at some stage it can be falsified, but right now, nobody else can do that.
Right.
So it is. I would say it is unfalsifiable. I mean, because how else are we going to test it? Because let's say, because you can make a claim that, let's say the car made of cheese is in the sky, and then one day we'll be able to fly to the sky to test it. So therefore, it's falsifiable. No, it's still not falsifiable because no one can reach it.
Invisible. I thought, you were adding a kind of metaphysical quality to it, because that's quite often the things that tend to be unfalsifiable are things that quite often end up being metaphysical, right?
Yeah. So this is a physical claim of gas.
You know, spirit healing or something like that, faith healing, ends up becoming unfalsifiable because quite often built into the very description of it is a sort of get out clauses that go.
That's right. So this is a physical claim of a giant ball of gas a certain distance from Earth, and no one else can go there, touch it, take a sample, take a picture. So it's unfalsifiable for all intents and purposes. I mean, it's only a faith-based claim.
So if we were to accept that it's unfalsifiable for all intents and purposes, I would. That's why I would copy that wording of yours. What would you then say would be a reasonable position to hold about its existence, or whether it is a gas giant? To be naive, to remain agnostic?
It would have to be. I mean, it would have to be a faith-based position at this point to believe it is a ball of gas, because once we go look at something that is falsifiable, which is the curvature of Earth based on the maths and the numbers, and that falls apart, then all the unfalsifiable stuff starts to just become a fairy tale, as in it's just a story that you can choose to believe or not to believe. So the issue now is that we have falsifiable things like the curvature of Earth and all that.
Hang on, sorry.
Then you have on the other side everything.
Oh, sorry, this is very interesting, and I'm trying to write bits down so I'm able to use your words. Not use your words like that, but remember what you said. And then when you said believing in it, therefore, would be, you said because Jupiter is, for all intents and purposes, unfalsifiable, believing its existence would be a faith-based decision.
That's right. That means it would be a decision based on faith. That means you have to take on faith that NASA has gone there. NASA is doing what they claim it is. NASA says that it's a gas ball. This so-called spectroscopy is a legit thing. They've actually measured the distances. So it really is a house of cards in which one has to believe in, because it's unfalsifiable. Therefore, it doesn't follow not just the scientific method of cause and effect, but in this case, empiricism, where something has to be testable, repeatable, falsifiable. And repeatable doesn't mean NASA going there 20,000 times. So NASA sending a rover to the moon 5 billion times doesn't matter, because it's the same entity. Yeah, so it's not falsifiable because it's not independent. It's not repeatable. Just because, like, I can repeat saying that I have a car made of cheese, but then that doesn't mean it's repeatable just because I repeat it, because it's only me.
Like, I went out to the garage and I checked; it's still made of cheese. You're like, well, can I?
That's right. No. That's what NASA has been doing. Basically, they're saying, "Oh yeah, we went to Mars. You had rovers there. Yeah,
so
everything is still red."
Would be the reasonable position to hold towards? If what you're saying is we're the existence of Jupiter, or particularly that it is a gas giant, is for all intents and purposes unfalsifiable and a faith-based claim. What would you say would be the reasonable position to hold about its existence, or that it is a gas giant, given that we're not able to falsify it?
Pretty much nothing. The only thing you can fall back on is maybe spectroscopy, but I think quantum eraser did a pretty good job on that, and because even with spectroscopy, you still have to demonstrate that you know what's between here and there.
Yeah,
which is again unfalsifiable.
What I'm asking, sorry, I don't think I've asked the question very well. What I'm asking is then, what is your position about the existence or whether Jupiter's a gas giant?
My position is I don't think we can go above maybe 100 miles, 100 kilometers, 150 kilometers, because from what I've seen, everything above a certain height becomes unfalsifiable. That's the situation we're in now, whereby everything above a certain height becomes unfalsifiable because 100 miles and above.
The question then, if things that are 100 miles above are unfalsifiable, what position do you take regarding their existence? Do you believe that they do exist, that they may exist, that they probably exist, that they probably don't, that it's not a question worth asking?
Oh, then it becomes a question of faith. And in my case, my faith is, as a born-again Christian, is the Bible. So we have where physics and physical reality can be tested and where faith can be taken. So if we agree that physical reality can only be tested to say with planes and balloons and everything beyond is faith, then one can choose to believe in NASA or one can choose to believe in the Bible. So where it becomes faith, I believe in the Bible.
Okay. So, because I guess we actually kind of agree, if I were to supplant that same reasoning, and I would say that's my same position then about the existence of a container.
What, as being faith-based?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. At least you're honest about that. That, you know, which a lot of globers or new people, they don't have the honesty, and sometimes some Christians also, or quote-unquote religious people, will try and muddy the waters as well. But Ken Hovind sort of, in a lot of his talks, put it quite well. He said, look, it's not about science versus faith. It's about science versus science and faith versus faith, because the boundaries of science and what's physically testable, what's physically, you know, even the word science is abused, but let's give it, what's physically testable is science versus science. After that is faith. That means whether you believe NASA or you believe the Bible. But what we can test and falsify is, say, the curvature or the lack thereof, the spin or the lack thereof, gas pressure needing a container or lack thereof, and so on.
But, yeah, what I mean about the container is it seems to be above this limit that you say is unfalsifiable. I've asked about evidence for it, and the evidence I've heard for it is inference through reasoning. And when I ask about sort of evidence or how one might gather evidence, it seems to be almost quite strictly unfalsifiable in that you cannot go there, you cannot know. And so, as such, same as I imagine yours or many people here's position would be on whether Jupiter's a gas giant, I would hold that same view about the existence of a container, that given that it is unfalsifiable.
Yeah, I mean, the nature of the container is unfalsifiable in the physical sense. So, yes, unfalsifiable by any reasonable measure for all intents and purposes, because no one can go there, take a sample of the container. Is it gravity, so-called gravity holding it? Is it the waters as described in the Bible? Is it a firmament? Is it molten glass? Is it a kind of special gas? Nobody knows. So, yeah. But
hey, can I butt in for a second?
Go ahead, guys.
I got some fucking questions for you, dude.
Go for it.
All right. So do you find it at all compelling that just about 500 years ago, or not even, that the Mercator map that we currently use today actually shows depictions of land around the North Pole? Do you find it at all curious that the any of the maps we see today show no land at the North Pole, and that also the access to the south side of the Earth, if it were a globe, beyond the 60th degree parallel south, is very unwelcoming. Like, the ability to travel there freely is so restricted and so guarded that it's pretty much not happening unless you're a billionaire and you know people. So do you find that all compelling. I mean, compelling at all. And not only that, hold on. That there's no, not even photographic evidence from Earth looking straight up 90 degrees from both.
I think we lost you, buddy. Anybody else lost Riggs? Because his mic's still showing as on for me, but he's silent.
Yeah, we lost you, Riggs. Just wanted to say that meanwhile you're walking on eggshells, you're questioning if chickens...
What happened? Did I die?
Yeah, we lost you for a second, Riggs. Go ahead.
You, buddy.
Oh, where do they...
I shot you to a different room, and then I'm going to shoot you straight back because just refresh you, you know what I mean? Because we lost
okay, so...
about photos 90 degrees up from the poles, I think.
Yeah, so... It seems within very recent history, using even maps that we use today, showed land previously in the North Pole. Okay, all maps today don't show that. Second, beyond the 60-degree parallel south is very unwelcoming restrictions, right? And you don't have any really good evidence or any evidence at all of those poles at 90 degrees straight above you. So it seems like not only can we, flat earthers, cannot come up with all this supposed evidence you guys are looking for, but even to verify your own ball theory, those things seem to be very contradictory to, evidence.
If I believed it were the case that people were prevented from going to Antarctica, I would find that very suspicious. But my stepdad claims that he's been to Antarctica and has showed me photos.
Bread on your head.
So I don't think I agree that I don't think that people are prevented from going there.
What did he do in Antarctica?
Further, I would find it. What I would expect would be to see evidence of that, which would be, people being turned around in boats or people, military personnel who had been there and that had been their posting and they'd spoken about it and gone, I just had to go down and protect Antarctica. It was really weird. I think I would see evidence if there was something that big, a conspiracy that big preventing people from doing that. And it seems again.
How long was he there and what did he do?
He went on I forget what it was, how long it was. I was quite young, but it was like a cruise thing that left from, I think, down in Tasmania or something like that. Or maybe he had to fly to, I don't know. I was young.
Okay.
But then he went there on a boat.
What you're telling me is that he couldn't have even validated that he was where they told him. Right.
Right.
That's basically
but then we get into this tricky territory of you're suggesting that people are prevented from going there. And then I present what seems to me pretty good evidence that they do. And then it seems you're using the assumption that people cannot to demonstrate that they don't go there. Like it becomes a self-reinforcing loop, right?
Okay, so if you travel to New York, could you make the claim that you've been all over America?
No.
Okay, so if there's a peninsula that sticks out of Antarctica and, boats happen to fucking swing by it, do you think that counts?
I certainly think it'd do a lot to cast doubt over the idea that we're not able to go below the 60th parallel. Yeah, if that's below the 60th parallel and that's where they go, then yes, that would cast that into a great amount of doubt.
Seriously? So if you're on a cruise and you get to see the shit from your boat, that gives you. I mean, are you serious? Are people just going to jump out and swim over there and just figure it out?
It got out, wandered around on the shore and sent me photos of it. And I went for a walk somewhere. I don't know where they went, but and sent a map of where he went to. But if your claim was people cannot go below the 60th parallel unless they're billionaires, and I'm fairly certain that he's not a billionaire. I'm
talking about the kind of travel that would even evidence your ball theory, because I'm saying there's no photograph or video of any pole just above you. You'd
Well,
think that would be very easy to attain.
Right, but every bit of evidence that is easy to attain that is presented to you, you throw out, right?
Well, isn't that a fallacy just to swap it up like that? That's false reasoning right there, man. Like, just stick to the point. You don't have to invent another one.
Everything that's attainable to you from the 15th century should be good today in 2021, right? I don't think so.
I don't know what that means. Have I missed your point, Riggs?
Yeah. I mean, I think you have. You suggested it.
All I can do is try to convince you I haven't intentionally missed your point. But it seemed that some of your point rested on the suspicions that it would cast on the existence of, say, an ice wall or some sort of barrier, is that we're not able to go there. And then when I said some people are able to go there, it seemed that then you needed to present.
Maybe I can help.
Sure.
He's not talking about an ice wall barrier. He's talking about some validation that it's an island on the bottom of a ball. Like, we need to be able to get to the center of the thing, not just, touch the shore and say, yep, Antarctica's here, and this confirms my model. And when it comes to the free travel, like, I'm sure the Antarctic Treaty's been brought up with you. Are you denying that there's the Antarctic Treaty?
I've heard of the Antarctic Treaty, yeah, absolutely.
So traveling below the 60th parallel, it breaks, that's going against the treaty, right? Like, on your own. So with, like, you can get sanctioned, cruises, and you can get passes to take some of these little tourist things, but you can't just go down there.
I don't know. I'm unsure of whether that's the case. What I thought was the Antarctic Treaty was about not mining or putting military bases there. I didn't.
Yeah,
think
no.
How many alive?
The whole thing about people going beyond the 60th parallel, like, that's part of the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah. See, this goes with the point we were talking about with evolution, and with the point we're talking about with gas, which is, it seems that a lot of these evidences are pointing at the absence of evidence to the contrary. So I'm trying to think of what they've been. Let me go back. This is why I try to make. So we don't see life outside the solar system. We don't see any other option for how a flagellar motor could be. We don't see any evidence of gas without a container. Of gas without a container, sorry. And those, while they might be interesting, are not evidence to me of the contrary. And that's I think really important, given that one of the key proofs is that black swan, and that to me is what that whole black swan thing is meant to be. That saying I haven't seen a black swan is a poor reason to believe in their non-existence.
But see, what you're missing is you're asking us to prove a negative, basically. Like, again, I mean, you've been over the 3 points. What we experience is flat and motionless. The positive claim is that of the globe, and that needs to be proven. So all of those things should be there.
Yeah, but I think that what we experience is flat and motionless. When I ask for evidence of those claims, what I get is evidence of absence of them being correct. So I haven't seen yet a claim that presents flatness. What I've seen are claims that present.
Oh, you have. You've seen the list.
Let me finish the thought, though. That disprove or seek to disprove a specific radius. Do you get what I mean? Like, disproving.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Water. Pretty simple.
Okay, so the significance. I'm sorry, man. my phone may be lagging, but the significance of disproving the radius is it points. I mean, there's really only one conclusion, and I think the problem here is maybe you're thinking, oh, well, maybe the Earth is misshapen, or it's a different size than maybe what they've told us. But if that's possible, then everything that they claim wouldn't work because of the dimensions. Like you have to have exact numbers. So that's not a possibility. But what is possible is that the Earth actually presents itself flat because it is. And there's no evidence to the contrary. Right. So there's really only one other conclusion.
So there's no evidence to the contrary.
Zero.
That's exactly
it's
what
not
I'm
a claim.
saying.
Like it's not a claim. You don't have to claim that the Earth is flat because that's what it is. The claim is the ball.
You were kind of presenting it like there was some kind of double negative going on, but it's really just the baseline assumption because that's what we observe.
The double negative was about have gas pressure without a container, is using a double negative to assert the existence of a container. I'm not saying that's the case for all of it. What I'm saying is a general theme of a lot of these proofs is pointing at an existing claim made by scientists and saying, I don't see evidence for that being true. And then reasoning from there that therefore the opposite or an alternate thing is
why
true.
would the rules suddenly change for the size of the Earth? If things are contained by all example, why would the rules change otherwise? Is gravity not scalable? Do you understand that in reality, everything is scalable? This whole gravity thing we don't experience, not scalable. Doesn't comport with known fucking rules to physics. But you just want to be like, well, it's a good story.
Gravity is not scalable.
It's not scalable. We don't observe it. We don't experience it. It's so large.
Can you produce an Earth in a classroom is what he's asking. And you would say no because it's so big and the mass and this, just a bunch of stories.
Everything that is real in science is scalable. Your theories are not.
They should be able to find gravity on the quantum level, but they don't even consider such a thing.
I'm not even going to pretend to understand quantum. That stuff does my head in and sounds to me like a faith. I probably have the same amount of skepticism towards what I hear about from quantum stuff as you do towards a lot of these claims. I find it sounds to me like bedtime stories, a lot of quantum stuff. So when the point about you can't produce gravity in a classroom sounds to me again like a claim of absence of evidence. But what would you need to create gravity in a classroom if it wasn't something massive? And massive I use in the literal sense of containing lots of mass.
Nothing.
It's unfalsifiable. That's the point.
That's right.
If it existed everywhere in every portion of every facet of everything in front of you everywhere, I don't think you would need to do too much to produce it or see it, right?
You would need something massive. That's all you need.
No, listen to what I said. Listen to what I said. If you see it everywhere, like say everything was blue. You were blue, I was blue, the ground was blue, the stars were, everything was blue. Would it be hard to see blue? Do you understand what I'm saying?
It never makes sense to me, mate. I've tried to discuss with you a number of
Hello?
times.
It doesn't make sense to you what I just said? If everything is blue and blue is a constant and blue is everywhere and it happens on everything to everything that's mass or matter, right? Then how would it be hard for you to show me blue? Do you get it? It's just like your word gravity. Do you get it now?
You're very silly.
I want to just go back a minute also then when I mentioned something about, finding gravity in the quantum level, and you're just like, yeah, that sounds like fairy tales to me. Like, I
didn't mean, I realized
you said that you don't understand. I just, it's okay. I'm going to move on from that. But I just want to say that you should be just as skeptical then of these fairy tales that are on the astro, like the much bigger, larger scale.
Yeah. And what I want to be clear about what I was saying, I didn't mean what you're saying sounds like fairy tales. What I mean is, of the little bits I've read about quantum, it seems like they do things like a double slit experiment or the quantum entanglement and notice something weird, and it seems like the scientists then come up with that what to me on face value seem like absurd. This is my own argument for incredulity. I do accept that, but I didn't mean that about your views. If that's
I'm saying it's just as absurd when they talk about things being the sizes and distances away that they are, and how the gravity would work and everything. It's all just stories that don't add up, that don't make sense. Just like what you're experiencing when if you start looking into anything quantum.
Right. Yeah, and I would agree. I think all claims, particularly ones that are in any way impactful to life or are making extraordinary claims, need more evidence. We need a lot of evidence. Whereas if somebody said, I've got a dog, I don't need a lot of evidence because I don't care and because it's not that improbable. But the point I was making was more about that a lot of the proofs that I've heard from being here over the last couple of weeks are evidence of absence, but they then seem to be used to make contrary claims. So that
hold on. How can you prove something that doesn't exist? If there is no curve, how can you prove a curve?
Yeah, you're not smart
Answer that real quick. Answer that for me.
You don't make any sense. You don't seem like you're even having the same conversation as other people.
No, I don't think you do. I think your power of persuasion is like lost on me, buddy. Listen.
Could be. I'm not really trying to persuade you. I'm just trying to dissuade you from engaging.
Yeah, I think you're trying to persuade yourself of persuasion.
Intelligent thing.
If there's no curve, what do you find? What do you do there?
I'm kind of picking up on the same scent, Eggshells. I think you even know they, like you're trying to come off a certain way. It's really not.
He's avoided three of my questions, but go ahead.
Dude, like he didn't answer my question really. He pretended like he fucking walked right by it. Like there's something so fucking slippery about you, man. I really don't trust you at all.
That's fine. Tell me your question, Riggs, because I'd be happy to try and answer that.
What are you doing here? Are you writing a book or something?
No, I don't think I'll write a book. I've written one. It didn't do too well.
Okay, well, you're writing down notes. You tend to read them off. Have you learned anything? Or are you just doing some kind of weird psychoanalysis? Because it's actually fucking annoying when we go through detail and give you great fucking examples, and you're just kind of like
he's live streaming this, guys.
You're like a limp noodle, man. It's really fucking weird. Like, what are you doing this for?
I've made that clear from the beginning. I'm happy to repeat it, but I think most people here.
Can I insert what I wanted to say a while back, please? So now you have two things that are unfalsifiable, right? And you agree that gravity, that's not false, that's unfalsifiable. And now here's the curve, that's unfalsifiable. You go out, you use your eyes, and you say, my eyes are not reliable, right? And then we say, what about the motion of the earth? My vestibular system, it's lying to me. So you got two things here, right, that you're supposed to use to know things. You know how you cross the street without getting hit by a car? That kind of shit. You're saying that these two senses, right, out of your five senses that you use to operate and move around in this world are lying to you. But you go to school, you write down notes, you take your pencil, right? And you've got these fine motor skills that you use to move that pencil, and then you say to me, that line is actually a curved line. And then you go back and you write your notes down, contradicting every fucking thing that you're saying. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
2 senses down, 3 to go. Yes. Right? Is that what's going on here? Are we moving into the digital world and ignoring the real world? Is that what we're trying to do here, mate? Do I make sense at least to you?
Yeah. I think what you're saying is you rely on these senses, which are very reliable for so many everyday tasks.
I hope you do too.
When it gets to the shape or the size or the movement of what you're standing on, you'll take it from a book or something and distrust your senses. Is that what you're saying?
Not just from a book. It's from anyone, right? Who has a bigger gun and a bigger degree and claim to have a bigger brain than you.
Right. Yeah.
And I would say that. Say, you're smarter than me. I trust you because you got a lot of money and you're able to go to places that I'm not able to go.
Mm. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's accurate. Not that I put faith in it, but certainly that I hold it to be possible or likely that we're on a spinning ball.
So are you saying that 2 out of 5 of our senses are not reliable enough for us to know these things, but they are reliable enough for us to eat food, to catch food, to do all these more complicated things, more complicated than just looking at stuff and saying that's what that is. You're just a walking contradiction.
Well, because I think that it would be important, because again, remember, it goes back to evolution. I think it would be important to evolve senses that led to us being able to eat.
To what? You see, this is what I'm talking about. To evolution. We're not talking about evolution. You're in that world.
Let me finish.
You're in the real world, right? We're talking about real things, and you're invoking things from your imagination and want us to accept that as your base. Based on this truth called evolution. That's not truth. But this is how you're processing the information that you're given through a lie. You know what I mean?
Well, even if it were creation, I can see why a creator would give us the ability to perceive or act or give us senses that would
not
allow
talking
us
about the creator.
Let me finish,
bro.
man. Come on, let me finish.
5 senses. Stick to the senses.
Let me finish a thought, though.
Okay. Try.
Be it creation or evolution, it seems to make sense that organisms have senses, all 5. There's meant to be 9 or something like this, whatever they are, that gave us the ability to eat, because that's a pretty primary one. I don't see any reason why, be it a creator or evolution, would invest the whatever was necessary, the systems to be able to detect the spin of the planet. That just to me seems like a waste of time.
The fact that you are reasoning this out is proof, okay, that your senses work perfectly well, that your eyes are not unreliable. You get what I'm saying?
My senses are not reliable in detecting the presence of.
Then how the hell are we having this conversation?
My senses are not useful at detecting the existence of liquid petroleum gas, which if I breathe in too much.
What the hell does that got to do with you moving?
We're not talking about that. Yeah.
Because my senses are inadequate for a great number of things.
Well, how about the reason your senses are inadequate is because it's an imaginary thing that you think you're not sensing or sensing. It's an imaginary idea that something's moving. Yeah, you could be.
I'm not saying that you can't see, or you can't see the infrared light that's over. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is a straight line, and this is a ball. And you're saying, well, my eyes cannot detect that. I don't know the difference between a straight line, 80 degree line, and a 360 degree, a ball. I don't know the difference between these two things when the scientist tells me to look at the Earth. You're saying that. You sound crazy, bro. Like, I just want you to hear yourself, like what you're saying. It's like
right. He keeps implying things.
You're saying all of that stuff. You're not really letting me say what I think. So if it sounds crazy, then that's something worth meditating on for a moment, right?
So if a jaguar is chasing you, are you moving or is a jaguar moving?
I would hope I would start moving pretty quick.
You would hope. So you wouldn't automatically know as a common sense person that you got to take off running because the jaguar's coming at you and you're not the one fucking spinning around in circles towards the jaguar?
It's just such a dumb comment, man. You say some stupid shit.
It's just like a stupid ass fucking planet moving through space, right? That you think you can't feel, but you say it's happening. You insist it's happening, but yet there's no fucking way you can detect it or feel it, right? That sounds fucking stupid to me.
Right. Okay. Yeah. But that's not. That's not.
So I would hope I was the guy standing still.
So the point that I was making is that just because I don't see it doesn't mean it's not there. Absence of evidence is not.
I don't see unicorns.
You sound stupid.
Does that mean they're not there?
Right. Just because I don't see water curving doesn't mean it doesn't.
You sound stupid.
And just because I don't see invisible gnomes pulling things down to the Earth doesn't mean it's not there. So fuck gravity. Your idea of gravity is weak.
Let's use it then. Let's use it. Let's say
what, invisible
let's say-
gnomes? Yeah, 9.8 meters per second square. Yeah, just remove G and replace it with GNOME. What's up? I think you scientists are dumb, and I have way better theories for gravity than any of you dumbasses who come up with these silly ideas and these
Same
silly
here.
names.
Right. So it seems that what you would say is our senses do not perceive curvature or spin. Therefore, it is reasonable to doubt that we are on something that curves.
No, I say we do perceive. If there existed curvature, we would perceive it, which we don't because it doesn't. We would perceive spin if we were moving, which we aren't, and we don't perceive it. So, do you perceive? Do you think you're fucking spinning right now? Tell me.
Do you perceive a container?
Do you think you're spinning right now in your chair sitting still? Do you think you're spinning?
Spun my chair at 1 revolution a day. I don't think.
Do you think your fucking body would actually let you sit still and move at the same time and you wouldn't tell? That's fucking insanity. Sure.
So
now you sound like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. Sure.
Rig or bong? Let's measure these two claims. One is, I don't see curvature, therefore I doubt its existence. And the other is, I don't see a container, therefore I doubt its existence. Let's weigh them. What would be the best way to weigh those?
The thing about the container has to do with pressure, right? And the thing about the globe Earth is that it doesn't have a container. And that's the problem about the globe Earth. It's not about seeing or not. It's just that there are things in this world that shouldn't be if the Earth was this model they taught us. It's not about.
But you know what? Actually,
the most basic.
The only reason why even the globe Earth, the only reason why the container is needed is because of the vacuum of space. So, like, what do you get what I'm getting at? Like, if they claimed space was something else, like a fluid, then that could be the containment.
Yeah, some sort of viscous thing or something.
But the fact that they've made the claim that it's a vacuum, that's the problem.
Right. So you would say, even though we don't perceive its existence, we can infer its existence through other things that we might not be able to know, but we could make a reasonable assumption about it. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
because we can. So let me put it again in a way that you might agree with.
Well, if I put look, hold up, man. There's a steak. Okay, this is the best example. If somebody served you a steak, right? Are you going to wonder where the steak? Well, how do I know it really came from a cow? Cows exist because the steak is in front of you. You need the cow to have the steak. You know what I mean? So, in order to have gas pressure, any kind of pressure, this is what you need, right?
I'm not unaware of the gas pressure argument, Bong.
But it's different. But it's not the same thing as not seeing curvature. Okay, it's different. When you don't see something, right?
It's different. Excellent. So, in what way is it different?
It's different because a container is actual real science we can do. Okay, but when we look at something,
tell me about the science that's been done on the container. That I would love to hear about.
I don't have the time to give you, these basic lessons. You need a container to have pressure. Okay, do you understand that?
That's not science. That's inference.
Right.
Is it?
Okay, but when you look at something, when you look at a woman, okay, and then tell me, did you know that is actually a man? It only appears to be a woman, right? If you say something like that to me, do you think I'm going to believe you? Do you think I'm going to consider the possibility that you might be right? Here, let me take it another step further. When you tell me that there's a woman standing there, okay, that wants to marry me, I just can't see her, but it doesn't mean that she's not there. Right. Do you expect me to consider that? Really? Would you consider such a silly, idea? No.
I would.
Think about the boobs, the curvature of the boobs.
Suggested to me the existence of something that I was unable to perceive. I think you would be right to doubt its existence. I think you would reason. You would try to use reasoning to infer its existence. I think you would try to measure it and do empirical tests. But it seems like you have one rule where you go, I can reason by inference that a container exists.
Yeah, wait, that was
inability to measure it. But then when I when I don't perceive a curve, I need to go and measure that. I need empirical evidence on one side of this claim. But on the other side, I can just go, probably.
I like this curves conversation. This is great.
The curve
Exactly.
is
Like
the.
if you see the boobs, the curve or the boobs, there's a curvature going on. The curve of the butt, there's a curvature going on.
Yeah.
The Earth is supposed to have
The
the
hips.
same curvature, but it doesn't.
Right.
We're
So
gonna argue
if,
about the flat Earth again.
so if we don't observe curvature, we can infer that it is not curved. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So our observation of the lack of something can make us infer of the positive existence of a different thing.
This guy's smart.
Okay. So I
I
do
like
not.
this guy.
I do not perceive the existence of a container, so I can infer that a container doesn't exist.
Yeah, it was.
Why does the logic work in one place
Container?
but fail in a different
so
area?
much head handstand.
My wife's boobs don't exist.
Containers exist, just not gravity containers. Containers of temperature. The air is a medium which you can wave your hand in right now. Don't tell me you can't fucking fill a container. Don't tell me you don't understand resistance, Mother Hubbard.
Don't tell him nothing.
Does anybody here
yell at you.
understand the point I'm making such that they might be able to explain it?
Resistance. Read that word. Read the dictionary. Do you understand it? Hey, book writer. Dictionary. Resistance. Mediums. Air. Water. What we live in.
It's just dumb, man. You're just not a.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. You don't understand what resistance is. You're the fucking dumb one. You don't understand what blowing smoke out with a cigarette and watching it go around in the air is, retard. You're the dumb one. You can fucking certainly watch the medium that exists in front of you. How couldn't you? You still can't watch gravity, mofo.
There's no curvature of my wife's breast.
And you still
Stop
can't
with the
watch
peanut
gravity.
gallery shitter. I'm serving you.
My wife's butt is flat.
Hypes
There's
up
no
and says-
curvature.
Oh shit. So Luca seems like they understand what I'm saying, but it's suggesting it's a false.
Yeah, so they think your driveway's bubbled when we clearly go out and see no bubble exists, and you and them are going to stand there and say, but it needs to be, it should be, we want it to be bubbled. We want a bubbled driveway to go up and around and over. But golly fucking gee willikers, look at that. It's level, straight, and flat and horizontal. Sad for you boys.
What?
Does anybody else understand what he's getting at?
Well,
I would be embarrassed. letting him
yes.
speak.
For a book writer, you are pretty dumb.
Yeah. So
You don't even have
You look
comprehension skill.
when you look at the horizon, eggshells,
Yeah.
what do
Yeah.
you see? What do you see with your eyes?
It certainly looks flat. Yeah.
What in your mind, right, tells you that it's not flat?
Well, some of it I might do the same thing where I would say, I would go, the simple answer that I could infer might be that although it looks flat, I'm seeing a very, very small part of something very vast. I could infer.
Where does that thought idea
evidence.
come from? Where does the idea come from? Does it not come from calculus or math or these scientists?
Yeah,
Is
exactly
it an
what it is.
original thought that you had, right? It's not.
Right, but flat's not an original thought you had either.
No, listen. It being a ball is not something that you would have thought of if it was not presented to you. You would have never thought that it could be a ball. Why? Why is that?
Can we just establish that you understand what I'm saying about these two claims so that I can answer these questions? Because I feel like we're dancing and we're sort of repeating ourselves and it's not being very
Okay,
productive.
go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
What I'm saying is the same heuristic you're applying to curve is I do not see it, therefore I doubt its existence. When I measure, it doesn't appear to be there, therefore I doubt its existence. And then I'm saying you appear to have the opposite heuristic when it comes to the existence of a container, which is I reason that it might be there, therefore I trust that it is there, even though we do not observe it and cannot measure it.
All right.
Do you
Let's
understand
clear
that?
up the container then. Let's clear up let's bring this, let's fix this up. So the container, we know that to have pressure we need a container. We know this. Can we agree on that? In order for any system to have pressure, it needs to be closed up. It needs to have a container, right? Do you agree?
I'm not sure it needs to be closed up, but what I would agree for the sake of this is that it does appear to need to be contained.
And this is where the disconnect, this is where the miscommunication is happening, because the definition, right, your understanding of pressure and how you can have pressure is different from our understanding of pressure, which comes from Stanford University. Okay. All the universities, okay, like this is the definition that we're using, okay? And somehow people keep coming in here saying no, it can be an open system. The globe can have pressure without a container, gravity. Okay, so this is a misunderstanding. This is why we're not. Yep.
Can I then ask you the question? What is a container? Or what is the container?
A container is.
It's not gravity.
Anything that contains
physical thing with volume.
Whatever.
I don't know. I haven't looked like what the definition of it is, but
if you have water, you're gonna need a cup to contain it, right? But can you use that cup to contain gas? No. Right. So it depends on the medium, right? That you're trying.
I just want to say stuck on this definition of a container. So it's anything that contains, but that's got the word container in it. So it's not gravity.
Well, we're talking about pressure in the context. The context is pressure. Okay. You said, do I have to see the container? Right.
Or anything that
do I have to see the cow? Go ahead.
A volume of matter, like then you're not using container in it.
Say again, sorry.
How about like any physical thing that can hold a volume of matter? Like
good, yeah. Physical thing.
I just made that one up. I didn't look it up or anything, but
I like that.
Or mass.
So when we say we don't see the curve, right? And then you say, what about the container? Well, that's different, right? A container, how you're saying we have to go and see the container in order to know that it's there, even though we have pressure. In other words, it's like you're saying, we don't know anything about pressure. Let's go look at this container. It's as if we're ignorant of pressure. So it's not the same thing. Pressure.
Because I think it's okay to infer the existence of something, to reason something, or I think it was possible to. But
if I see a lake, I know that the bed at the bottom of the lake is containing the water. For a fact, I know that is happening.
Yeah.
And I know that the lake wouldn't be there without it.
Right. So
and then there's the second thing that's happening. I forgot my point.
Oh, sorry, man.
Yeah, you're saying that we have to see it, but we don't have to see the container in order to know that there's a container there. Oh, the second point I was going to make was, if it were possible, then we would be able to go and see this container. So now we're talking about NASA space restriction. You're not allowed to do these things and that thing, right? So that's the second thing. So, but we do know that in order to have pressure, it needs a container. It needs to be contained. And the globe Earth model is not working for us. That's what we're saying, because pressure. Okay, so have we cleared that up? Like in your mind,
sure.
Would you agree somewhere?
Would you then agree with the statement that we were talking before about Jupiter being a gas giant, because we're not able to go there for all intents and purposes, it is unfalsifiable? Would you say that about a container?
Well, Jupiter is not the Earth, right?
Yeah. And how do you know it's made of gas?
No, yeah. Sorry, I'm not talking about Jupiter. What I'm saying is, one of the things we talked about when we were talking about Jupiter is, because nobody except a set agency is able to go there, for all intents and purposes, for us ordinary mortals, it is unfalsifiable. And then I'm saying, would we say that same thing would be true of the container, that for all intents and purposes, the container is unfalsifiable?
No, we could go there. If people were able to freely go to Antarctica and all kinds of people wanted to go check it out for themselves, I bet someone would come up with it, because it's right here on Earth. It's not trillion apparently light years away or whatever.
Say that again. Sorry.
If we wanted to go to Antarctica and find out for ourselves if there was something containing us, we physically should be able to go there. It's just a boat and or a plane or a way to get down there. That's not that hard. Going to Jupiter is an entirely different scenario.
Right. So can we do that? Can we go down to?
Not according to the United Nations. No.
So is it, for all intents and purposes, unfalsifiable?
No, it's not unfalsifiable. It's unverifiable because government organizations are not letting you go do it.
Okay, I'll do it.
And you're saying trust us, not yourself. Just trust us. We're telling you the truth always.
You're still thinking that you can have pressure without a container, right? Is that where are you still in that?
Say again, sorry, mate.
Do you think that you can have pressure without a container?
My standard answer for all of these questions, and generally questions in life, is I don't know.
Oh, check it out then. So, real quick. So, do you think containers can be non-physical? Can you show me an example of a non-physical container to contain fluid?
Can I show you an example of something as different to do I think it could be possible?
No, I'm looking for any example of a container to hold something that's not physical.
I'm still not 100% on what we mean by container here. I think the closest I've gotten.
How do you not understand it? Like you're getting down to like, come on, man. A container of anything that can, like a laundry basket, is great for holding laundry. Is it good for holding water? Not very much, no. But it's still a container.
Right, but if you said to me, can you define a laundry basket? I would go, yeah, it's usually about yay wide. It's quite often got holes in it. It's got two handles at the side.
Right, and it's physical.
Under the shelf. Yeah, and it's physical. And I buy it at the shop under the shelf that says laundry basket. Here's a photo.
Right.
Here's a photo.
And now, can you show me any container of any kind containing anything that is not physical?
Okay. No, I'm not able to show you that.
Well, thank you.
Okay. So are you
you're not having gas be contained by anything that's not physical, correct?
Are you able to show me your container, though? Wouldn't that be an important counter question to ask?
Well, we see pressure.
I'm unable to show you the existence. Because one is a definite thing that exists in a particular place.
Yeah, pressure exists all over the place.
But the other is you're saying, can you prove that something exists by showing it to me right now?
How can we? There's a guard. How can we if there's a guard? There's a guard standing at the gate, right? And that's where the container is. How can we show you that if there's a guard there with a gun telling us, stay out of here, right? You're not allowed.
Frequency can contain, temperature can contain, but none of these have to do with gravity. The ground can contain.
Frequency can. Tell me about that.
No, hey man, you're asking us to show you the cow, right? Like I said, unless you think you can have pressure without a container, okay? There is a cow. It came from a cow. Show me the cow. Show me the cow. This is what you're doing. You said I can't see a curvature. Well, what about the container? It's not the same thing.
Two speakers can hold something if sound's focused at the object. That's frequency. Get the fuck out of here with that book right.
Look, man, journalists and people who write books and content, right, are looking for something controversial or looking for something to hook the reader, trying to twist the... Maybe that's the problem with how you're processing the information, right? You're trying too hard to entertain, or I don't know. Because everything we're saying is controversial as fuck, and if you write a book about it, you might get in trouble and it might blow up. But it might not be so good. So what kind of book are you going to write about all this that's going to bring you any success?
I said I'm probably not going to write a book. I'm not. Yeah,
right. Okay, good. All right. But you sound like you're researching something to write something entertaining, right?
Truth asked him if he's
he's live streaming this, guys.
Raz.
He's live streaming this. He's already revealed that. Sorry, just wanted to mention.
And he is training his salesman skills, aren't you, writing?
Training my salesman skills, not so much salesman skills, but certainly how do we reach good conclusions and then convince other people of them? Yes.
Yeah, convincing other people's to your narrative. That's what you're training in here, right? So we're just your guinea pig. We're a guinea pig here.
I think a guinea pig would be a good interlocutor, is what I would use, like somebody I can talk to. People I can.
But see,
an open forum.
So we're not here to entertain your. How would you say this? We're not here to entertain your training goals, right? We're here to talk about the shape of the Earth and not you trying to convince or train us, train yourself.
So would you say we're exchanging intellect?
Yeah, I would say. I am with most other people.
If you're going to say, if the whole point is to convince other people, right? And which is not, I'm not trying to convince them, I'm trying to show them a way to use their own brain to be, people have to start thinking for themselves and not just believe what other people are saying, right?
Yeah.
And what we're saying is that what we've been all taught, what I used to believe, what you currently believe, what I used to believe for 35 years is unfalsifiable. We can't prove any of it, and we've just been indoctrinated. We were just convinced of it because we were all taught the same thing. Now, if you are going to really talk about how to scrap that and start over, you need to throw all of that stuff away. You're still clinging on to that old stuff and also trying to fit a new round peg into a square hole. You got to get rid of the round peg, get a square. Like, you got to figure, like, you got to start over with everything you think you know. Not try to fit both things into both ideas into one concept. That's not going to work.
Yeah, I would. Well,
if they're lying about any one part of the heliocentric, if NASA is lying in any one way, shape, or form, that means they're probably lying twice. And if they're lying twice, what else does that mean? Right. So,
but it doesn't. That wouldn't go so far as, like, I know people in my life that are dishonest. I don't assume.
How much do you trust them?
They speak. Yeah, I don't trust them. That's true.
Okay. So if someone's dishonest, then we don't trust them. So if NASA is dishonest, and once, twice, 3 times, how much is too much to be like, okay, fuck off?
Yeah, that's. I think that would be accurate. I think, yeah.
The same is true with government organizations, right? The UN. How many times have the United Nations lied to us? How many times have the government ever told us the truth about anything? You have to get rid of everything that the government told you to be true, because almost every single part of it is a lie or fabrication or a bending of some actual truth of some kind. Every single thing they've ever said.
Don't you guys think that in order for all of this NW New World Order to be where it's at today, that the world had to be a ball? Imagine all this on a flat Earth, right? We wouldn't be where we are today because people would be onto shit. You know, people would not. But that's not the case. Okay, we're here because the Earth is a ball. This coronavirus, all these things that are happening, world wars. Think about that word, world war. Yeah, it's so common to me because I've grown up listening, but you've never known a world war. What the hell is a world war? You know what I mean? Like, it happens on a ball. You ever, well, you want to think about all that speculation. I just want to see things that are not really there. And come on, man. Like, where are you living? You know what I mean? So crazy. You what do you think about Einstein? I mean, do you have a high opinion of Einstein? Eggs? Eggshells?
Einstein. I find the whole E equals MC squared incomprehensible. I've tried on a number of occasions. I've watched sort of all of those, like, explain to me like I'm a 5-year-old, explain like I'm 5 videos.
So do you think it's possible to fly over the Antarctica and the North Pole and go all the way around? No problem.
Sure, yeah, I think it's possible.
So why don't birds fly any way damn way they want?
That's a question I would probably leave to an ornithologist, but my guess is they follow jet streams.
Hold on. So birds fly in one direction. Your thought is what now?
I think they'd probably follow jet streams and stay where they're not likely to freeze to death.
You know what an ornithologist does?
So why would you need to follow one jet stream, one direction? Listen, if we're on a ball, where's that jet stream at?
It's going to keep going around the middle part generally.
Oh, okay, so it's everywhere. So now my question again is, why does a bird need to fly one direction on a ball to go anywhere it needs to? It can go any direction and get to the same spot, right or wrong?
Wrong.
Wrong. So if I take my finger and move it around this basketball any direction, I can't get back to that same point?
Right, but we just established the
Hold on. You said wrong and right in the same sense about the same thing.
No, I didn't.
I said, can the bird fly any direction and come back to the same point and get to where it needs to anywhere on the ball?
No, they cannot.
So my finger can't move around the basketball anywhere it wants and get back to the same point.
I don't know. Are there jet streams on the basketball? Are there temperatures that would freeze your
Listen, we're not talking about your imagination. I said a globe, right? A sphere, a bird. Why would a bird need to fly any certain direction to get to the other side of the ball? I need a real answer here.
Tell me why a bird would want to fly over Antarctica where the jet streams aren't, but you don't seem to be able to comprehend that fact. Why would
Did I say that?
fly over Antarctica? What would
around Antarctica?
But I'm not quite sure what you're talking about with the bird. They would need to stay within a food supply and stuff. So I don't know exactly what you're proving. Like they're not
going down there to die.
Can I just continue with Einstein, because I've got to put. You're still standing on the shoulders of giants, and even if you listen to what we say, you're still gonna hide behind those people, right? That's why I'm asking. Like, do you even know? Because you said, oh, you don't understand Einstein's theories. You don't understand them. Well, who does, right? Who does? The only way you can understand it is if you accept these thought experiments and go through your imagination, right? Then maybe then you'll have, because that's what you have to do to understand them. You got to take that trip with
what
them
else
on the
you can
freaking
do?
light beam, right?
You know what? If anybody took a rock and trajected it hard enough, you know how David beat Goliath with a rock? If you shoot a rock hard enough and it always comes back down and it never ever goes into orbit, what does that tell you? Eggshell.
You're not able to throw rocks very hard?
Did you hear me?
That would be evidence that you're not able to throw rocks very hard.
Say you can throw it as hard as you wanted in your imaginary ball mind and it never left anywhere and it always came back. What would that mean?
You're not able to throw rocks hard enough. That's what it would mean.
No, listen, retard. I said you can throw it as hard as you want, right? That means you can throw it 57,000 miles an hour. Now imagine that 57,000 mile an hour rock you just threw up in the air comes right back down. Why would that happen?
It won't. Do you understand that your thought experiment is like, hey,
did you hear me? Are you fucking retarded or something?
Why is Z
Is there something wrong with you? Can I talk to a 5-year-old,
he thinks
please?
he understands the question. He thinks he understands the question, but he doesn't. No, hold on. Just calm down. Don't get excited.
Ask why it's an impossible scenario.
Hold up. What would happen? What would happen? Explain what would happen in your mind if this rock was thrown up at 57,000 miles per hour. What would happen to the rock?
I could offer conjecture. I think that there's a chance that, depending on the size of the rock and the composition of it, I think there would be a good chance that it would burn up. I think if the rock was strong enough or sleek enough, or for whatever reason big enough, you could throw it such that it reached escape velocity and left our planet.
What's escape velocity?
The size of a bait.
Yeah, well, it's just when you talked about before. Remember how we have to throw out everything that now.
I don't know what escape velocity is, but as what it is as a number, but as an idea, it is the velocity you would need.
But it's an idea. It's just a concept, right? Have you ever seen this happening in real life, or are you just believing what NASA's told you? Because remember, we have to throw that out and start over, right? If they're not going to be if they're going to be liars, which we can prove they are.
I don't need this from NASA.
Well, who else tells you?
If what it is I think we live on a ball, and then if you said, what do I think would happen if you threw something vertically 90 degrees from the ground upwards?
What is it that makes you think that you're on a ball, other than what NASA told you? It's just if you had to throw out everything the government told you and what NASA told you, what makes you think you're on a ball?
If the two options are flat or a ball, then ball is much simpler model than yours. Yours requires incredible.
Well, that's because you have. That's because you have the explanations. That's why, and these explanations didn't come to you by way of explanation.
No. I beg to differ.
They came to you from. Wait, let me finish what I'm saying. The reason why you were laughing is because in your mind you had a model, and in this model, right, you remember how things enter and exit the atmosphere because you saw these videos, right? When things come in, they start burning up. But my question was, how high, right? This rock that's a baseball size, how high in the sky before it starts burning up? Do you have the math for this? Where is it in the ionosphere, the stratosphere? When does it start burning up? It's the size of a baseball. You can't answer that because your first answer came from your imagination. It came from what we remember seeing in TV or learning in school, right? So you imagined it. It's the thought experiment, just like you said. You didn't do any of this stuff. And these thought experiments, these ideas are not yours. And they would have never been yours if these think tanks didn't get together and come up with this crazy idea. Nobody would. It's way beyond your capability.
Can I ask you, out of these three questions, what do you think makes more sense? Sitting still or imagining all kinds of velocity, speeds, and vectors through a fucking medium and gravity?
I certainly wouldn't find it hard.
Hold on. Just simple. Sitting still are all the vectors and all the spins and all the mediums that you have to mess with the idea of balls and gravity. Which one's simpler?
Simpler. I think sitting still would be simpler.
Okay. Ding, ding, ding for flat Earth. Number 2. What about the idea of round versus just flat?
Way simpler. Round is way simpler.
You think a round is simpler than a flat surface?
Sure. Yeah, I can explain if you like.
So going north and coming from the east is simpler than actually having one direction for each area you're going to?
I'm happy to
going around on a ball and not being able to grid it out is simpler to you than having a gridded perfect area?
I'm aware.
See, I think
to comprehend, but that doesn't alter whether I think it is simple or not. If you want to know,
you said earlier,
I think flat's simpler.
There's a lot of different explanations in order to make it work. That's just because you're saying it because you've had your entire life of indoctrination of one way of thinking.
Possibly,
right?
But if
that's not popular, that's exactly what it is.
Hear what I was saying next.
It's exactly what it is. You're only saying that because you think you have answers. Like I could spend all day talking about how real Santa Claus is because elf magic is real.
I can explain to you why a flat Earth is very complex and a ball Earth is really simple.
In your mind, and he just asked you. He just asked you. So you think that going in 11 different vectors at 500,000 miles an hour is somehow a better or a simpler explanation?
Now you're.
I want to hear how he thinks is simpler. I just want to hear the logic. Go ahead.
Sure. So, I'm going to compare the two models. In one model, we would have a sphere or something close to a sphere, i.e., it meets itself in all directions and can fairly simply even out the pressure on itself. It's a single side.
Assumptions, go on. Assumptions, go on.
No, do you have a ball near you? Take a look at a ball.
What pressures on what sides? What are you talking about?
What ball is holding pressure ever anywhere in the world? What are you talking about? Balls are the worst.
That's very complicated.
The outside of a sphere is the worst container possible.
So my tire holds pressure on the outside now, guys.
I'm talking about a container of gas. Just
let him finish. Let him finish. And then let him finish, and then we'll go through it. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So it meets itself in all directions. It is a one-sided object. And when I mean it shares the pressure evenly, I don't mean the gas pressure. What I mean is when you have a basketball, with the exception of the valve, every bit of that basketball is trying as hard as it can to do the same amount of work. And that's why stitching on balls is an issue. Whereas if you get
basketballs push out, the air pushes out.
Yeah. I'm not talking about the gas pressure. I'm just saying.
So the atmosphere.
Stress.
The atmosphere is like a basketball.
We're talking atmosphere. Hold up. We're talking stress. Right? Whereas if it was flat, it would have an extraordinary amount of stress right at the edge. Right? Because that would be
the edge. That would be edge.
Explain. I don't understand. Basketballs are pushing out. Gravity's pulling all the world into itself. So that's opposite of what you're talking.
You got two options with a flat Earth, right? It continues forever, but that destroys your gas pressure argument, or it stops at a certain point. At which point you get a lot of.
What do you mean gas pressure argument? We don't have a gas pressure argument. You do for your globe.
Okay.
No, you just put it in the double negative. Okay. You've got a gas pressure argument.
Don't say edge because we don't know where that is, right? Don't assume that. Don't assume an infinite plane. Don't do that.
Okay. So what could it be if it wasn't one or the other? What could it be? If it wasn't infinite or finite, what could it be?
We can't know that. We just know that it has. It needs a container.
Okay. Hold on. You can't say what it could be. Could be unicorn.
If it's not a globe, what could it be?
Right. Exactly. Because we can prove. We can use the math given to us by the people who we now know are liars to test what they claim about the sphere.
But this goes back to all you're doing then is trying to disprove something to prove something else.
We're disproving what they claim to prove that they are liars and that the world is something other than what they claim.
To disprove what they claim.
Yeah, I don't need to come up with alternate explanation.
The flat Earth doesn't end there, does it? Because you need this extraordinary conspiracy.
No. The flat Earth is not. Listen, the flat Earth is just a name that we use, right, to describe what we're doing. Do you understand? We don't have a model that we need to prove. We only have this globe. This is where we started, and this is where we still are on, right? We're still talking about this globe that we set out to prove to ourselves to be true. Curvature. That's all we can do, and that's all we're doing. Everything else has to be filled in. Okay? Everything that doesn't work has to be taken out. And if it can't be filled in, then it won't be filled in. Do you get it? What's complicated about not knowing?
It seems like you're changing the topic from the complexity or otherwise of one model to
you have complicated it by assuming that we should have a model that has all the explanations that are on the globe Earth. And now you're saying there should be an edge. No, you listen to what you're doing. You're saying there should be an edge. Because you guys claim container, there's either an edge or an infinite plane, and who knows how that pressure system works. Like, you're not focusing on the globe, on what should be.
Yeah, if we're talking about complexity, can you explain the simplicity of a 3-body problem or an n-body problem?
I can finish my
and then there's that.
Feels like we can change.
Well, no, I mean, you're talking about how simple the globe model is. How have scientists gotten over the 3-body problem?
What's the 3-body problem?
See, again, so you don't even know how complex your model is, and you're saying it's simple.
It sounds like you're just trying to lay a trap. Why don't you lay out
models?
No, it's real.
Models, right?
No, it's a serious thing.
Gets more
so maybe Fuzzy can go ahead. Yeah, Fuzzy.
Let him go. Can we let him at least finish so he doesn't get frustrated? Because I think he's trying to get to the end. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
So the simplicity of the globe by itself, ignoring all of the other velocities and stuff like that.
Complexities. The word you're looking for is complexities. But go ahead.
No, I meant velocities. I meant speeds at which we are traveling places.
Which are all very, very complex.
Sure, you could use complexity as well, but that's not what I meant. Whereas
then how is it simple if there's all these complexities?
Andy, you want to hear it or not? Jesus, fuck, you are like a child.
Go ahead. Velocities.
Where a flat Earth would require a container of unknown proportions, of unknown height that we're unable to see, with an extraordinary number of people protecting it, an incomprehensible number of military personnel, scientists, doctors, astronauts, all sorts of people.
You don't need that many people.
The flat Earth would also require, aside from an edge and a container, a moon and a sun that can switch sides, that can cast shadows on themselves in a predictable fashion. Seemingly
sounds pretty
that's
simple.
exactly what I just said, right? You're looking for explanations. Right?
Have a different.
But basically, all of this stuff happens though. Eggshells. It all happens, and it does work, and it exists. So therefore, if we can't find curvature and we know the state of water and we can measure it to be flat, we don't give a fuck how the rest of it works, because essentially it is and it is and it is and it does and it does and it does and it does. But let's keep it cordial anyway, guys.
Freemason.
And is it? It's pretty hypocrite, right? It's pretty hypocrite saying you constantly say I don't know, but you demand explanations from us. You demand it.
It's okay to say I don't know, but if what you're proposing is complex, it stands to reason that you would have an idea. I don't mean you know how the scientists hide it from us, or you know the names.
Velocity, vector, Magnus, Coriolis, spin, matter, size, electrons, particles, gluons, black holes, spectroscopy, millions of miles, light years, light speeds.
So I might dip now, but I'll be back again in a couple of days. It's been nice. Did you get crack before I go? Did you get the debate you wanted?
No,
Did I bring
not quite. No, yeah, you're good, man. I think you're good. I find you interesting to listen to, bro. Some people are, I would have liked to have gone to the full conclusion with the evolution thing, but I had stuff going on.
Yeah, we got
sidetracked
there with that.
Hold on, one more thing. Lockstep, orbit, Lagrange, spinning.
Well, can I say this?
Sure.
At least try to understand, Newton, Einstein, and their theories. At least make an effort to try and challenge what you were taught to be true. What if they are lying to me? Can I understand this stuff? Because I think that's also a big. It's like a blanket that you got.
Expansion.
I think that's a very valid point, Bong, which is that I'm saying I find your method complex, but I don't fully understand Newtonian physics or Einstein, and that could be equally complex, which I think is a fair criticism. I think that's valid.
I think you'll learn a lot by trying to understand it. I think you'll understand what we're talking about if you look into it.
Yeah.
All right, man. Thanks for hanging in there.
Cheers, guys. It was a lovely chat with everybody except Demok.
Can I just say one last thing? Part of what you're talking about complexity, right? It's
right.
When you're talking about, see, the problem is with the government, they have to have answers. They have to, because they have to be in charge, and they can't say, well, we just don't know. They can't come out and say that, right? They have to, in order to maintain any kind of superiority or power, they have to be the ones in charge, and they have to have all the answers. So much so that they actually create problems to which they have answers for, and keeping us busy. But that's the problem, that they have a lot of claims that they have answers for that is just not provable, that we can go out actually and disprove a lot of what they say. It's not that complicated. Like, do we know? Could the actual explanation of what the sun and the earth and the moon all are is a very complex answer on a flat? Yeah, probably, but we don't know right now. But what we know is that the answers that were being given by people in charge, it's just not. It doesn't hold water. Do you know what I'm talking about? That's the more important point.
And that to me is a thing I've said right from the get go. I think, and I have said it before. I'm impressed by people's dedication in here to that empirical research, to go out and test something where the vast majority of humans, myself included, read a book and go, "Oh, it seems plausible," and then go with it. And I think, it's a valid. It's a totally valid point.
And the reason it seems simple
to explain some of the because I know that falsification does not require replacement, but for me to grasp it, it would help. And the other sort of key thing that I was bringing up throughout this discussion is, while those are interesting questions, they're not answers. That most of them seem to be saying, I was told the radius was X and I went and didn't find that. Or I was told that water's curving and I don't see that. Or I was told that gravity is the explanation for these phenomena and I don't feel that. Or I was told we're spinning and I don't feel that. Or we're not allowed to go below the 50th parallel, so we're not able to see that. Most of them seem like they are arguments from going, here's what I don't see. And that, while they are good questions, are not, to me,
measure.
Answers.
You forgot measure.
Your grandma acted like your grandpa. You can see the right privates. What would that tell you?
That we should see these things, and we don't. That therein lies the problem.
Yeah, I think that would be true. Yeah, we're told that we should see these things. We measure them, some of them, not the container, but some of them, and we find them to be false.
So I guess how many lies or disproved notions do you need before you throw out that model of how the world works that you were indoctrinated in, just like all of us? And that's why it seems simple, because they have answers that seem to make sense, because that's what we were all taught, and their answers are backwards engineered for things that we do observe, right? And that's the problem.
My boy Horsey's got a Virginia. It must have fell off.
I mean, seeing is believing, isn't it? I mean, or is that stupid?
Right.
Um,
Check it out.
I think we'd agree that our senses are not like, if our senses are unable to detect the dome, then we would say we would agree that our senses are.
What do you mean? What if the dome was made out of glass? Would you be able to see it?
Right. So you would agree then that our senses are incapable of detecting it.
Well, no, we do. Feel pressure. No, I feel every time I go up a mountain, my senses tell me that I'm getting into a different pressure.
Dome that's detecting a different thing and then inferring.
Well, no, I mean it's detecting pressure.
When you go in the water, when you jump in the water, under a pool, and you go to the bottom of a pool, you can feel the pressure. You know.
Yeah.
Like really, like diver. We used to spearfishing. You know, spearfishing. You gotta hold your breath and go down and shoot the fish. That's awesome. My ears, man. Or divers.
Yeah, that's the one thing I really actually want to do a course on, to do that, like Wim Hof method, to learn how to do some proper like breath holding and spearfishing and diving. My mate's into that. Keeps telling me I got.
Yeah, in the Navy, submariners, they have to learn how to exhale, right? So there's this big tank, and if you exhale too fast, you die. So
I'm going to do that in case they've got to emergency evacuate, and then they exhale and then have to like shoot. Oh, that'd be fucking terrifying.
So their blood doesn't. Yeah. So that's pressure. I mean, obviously, we can sense these things, right?
Right, but we're using our sense of one thing to infer.
And things in our body, is reacting to what we're sensing. Without our senses, we're dead. This is not how the body works. This is not how the brain and all the.
Was it government scientists that told you that you couldn't trust your senses and that you should trust us? Is that who told you can't trust your senses?
I think it's
who told
reasonable
you?
To
Teachers told you. Teachers told you that you can't trust your senses because you
did. Your mom tell you not to trust your senses? Because I trust my mom and my grandma.
That's nice. That's a nice thing to say. So we'll leave it there, but we can come back and talk about the senses. And one of the things that it's just in my head that we can talk about next time is let me find it again. There was something I wanted to talk about next time. I wanted to hear about the sort of when I come back, I'd be really curious to hear about like the who's in on it. So like I'd also love to hear people's personal stories of
I'd say you're in on it.
And who's in on it? Sure, it could be me. Yeah, because I know there's people in this chat have before suggested that I'm some sort of paid shill or something. So I could.
We're all in on it, right? All the world is a stage, and we are the players.
Right. Until we understand we're not in on it, we're in on it until we understand the difference from reality to imagination.
When I say in on it, I mean are a part of the cover-up.
We're all part of the cover-up.
You understand that
part of the cover-up.
Most people are in on the cover-up, but they don't even know that they're in on it. Like I would imagine that all those people in the Mars landing in that control room who are cheering, I bet that none of them, they all believe that they landed some craft on Mars. They don't know that you can't have gas pressure without a container. They think that it's real. They're in on it unbeknowingly. Only a few people at the higher up levels would need to be in on it, and then they just trick everybody else. Need to know basics. Compartmentalization, departmentalization.
It's simple. I'll leave you guys with that one because it's like 9:30 here and I haven't had dinner. All right. But lovely chatting, guys. Thank you very much for sparing so much time for me because I know I kind of clog up the airways when I come here. I honestly do appreciate it. Because even though we disagree, I think they're good chats, and I think that like Bong, you and I disagree quite a bit, but I think you and everybody here except Demok are really reasonable and respectful.
Well, don't be in on it. Have a good day.
See y'all.
Yeah. Thanks for being here, man. Yeah. Hope to see you again. Yeah. Continue later. Have a good one.
Why does he hate me?
It might have been the fucking retard comment. I don't know though.
Oh no.
I'm with you, Denmark. I'm with you. I mean, he told us he was practicing his salesman tactics.
You guys are like negative and positive, you know? It's just the way. Or maybe it's positive and positive. You guys cannot come together.
Because you debate with common sense. He doesn't like it.
You're not speaking his language. You know, I always say this in Cogdis. I speak stupid. I know what you're saying. Nice speaking my language. Who's in on it?
If you don't see a curve, does that automatically mean it's not round?
I don't get this whole having to see it to believe it.
No, if you don't see a curve, it's not curving at the rate that they're telling us it is. So it's something else. They're not correct.
My boy dog's having babies. It must be a boy. So it just must be, I don't know, gravity.
Gravity.
Yeah, refravity.
Because there's a size. There's a place where you should see. I mean, because there's a size, you can see it. You know what I mean? The ball, the curve.
Right. Because a puppy I thought was a boy is having babies. It must still be a boy. That's the logic he's going with.
I've heard a couple flat earthers say that since they learned flat earth, everything makes more sense now. You know, it's so simple. Everything just works now. You know, and this guy comes in and says the opposite, right? Man, what is this guy thinking about?
To imagine all kinds of stuff to make it work. Dark matter, dark energy, right?
Well, he was assuming. He was making all these assumptions. You know,
they've got the
for
end body
flat
problem.
Earth.
They've got the impossible eclipse. But no, it's super simple.
They can't even explain birds flying which way they want to. And I'm talking about the equator. The equator and other areas that are warm, and other places, and other situations, and other areas that are closer. Just closer. If you wanted to fly that way, it would just be closer. I mean, it's probably hard to explain, but you probably know what I'm saying. If I was a bird and I wanted to go from here to here and there was a warmer area 1,000 miles this way, then that way, which way am I going to go?
Where it's warmer?
Yeah, I wasn't saying the bird necessarily has to go directly over.
I mean, do we even know why, when, how birds know? How do birds know when and where?
That's another point. I don't think that would work on a ball. I think it would be more complicated for a bird.
A natural disaster can cause a whole bunch of birds to be flying a certain direction.
So that seems like it would have to do with frequency.
It has to do with magnetic
Yeah.
properties.
Yeah, same thing. Tides.
Wolfgang, my brother.
What's up, boys and girls?
What's up, Wolfgang?
Another call. Yeah, 2 seconds on the call.
You're in the car. Is Wolfgang gone?
Jumped.
Is Wolfgang gone now, is he?
Yeah, I jumped.
Let's all talk shit about
Wolfgang, you still here?
Let's all talk shit about him while he's gone. He's an amazing orator. Dare he be so good at representing that. Tell you what, you're all being a bunch of boring bastards this morning, I'll tell you that right now.
Boring.
Yeah. Bloody boring. Not you, Roger. You're great. And Jenny, you're great as well. Jimbo, you're great. Mike Power Swan, you're great. Moist Muffin Talkie, you're great. Nazafar, you're great. Abarik Work. Jemsy, you're great. Demok, you're great. Breaking, you're great. Adam Unsalted. Bong, you're great. BSI, you're great. Django, you're great. Lad, you're great. Gypsy, you're great. Shit.
Shout out to all the YouTube mods.
Yeah.
Awesome
Moroth,
work.
you're great. Martoth or Moroth, you're brilliant. I love you. No homo. I was kind of hoping all those shout outs would like make.
Crack Villano, you're great.
I know that. Thank you.
Shout out to my nigga Crack Villano.
Bong. Right, that's it. You're banned, Bong. I thought we weren't meant to be saying that one. I suppose there was no ER on the end. It was AA. And plus you're Polynesian, so that's like, you know, that's like
I'm
different race.
Yeah,
than
I got
white,
the green.
guess,
Yeah,
really.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
like
safe.
Shackle. Yeah. You and Shackle are in the
Yep.
same, like.
According to the math,
Yeah.
I am okay to say that.
Yeah, affirmative action, bro. We can't expect you to have proper morals on that, you know what I mean? Fuck that. Bloody hell. That would be wrong of us, definitely.
I am. Yeah, I'm colored. Therefore, I am steady.
You're
And I
colored.
do what I
Oh my
must.
God.
I do my duty.
I do my duty, brother.
Without me, there is no white, right? Right, white.
Yeah, because of contrast, right?
Black's got to be black.
Yeah. Are you black though? Like I thought you sound very white to me.
Hey, if you want to be black, I could be white. You know, it doesn't matter. I don't care.
I am black.
We can do red and blue. I don't know. What's up, love?
Did you not know I was black, punk?
You're black?
Yeah. Obviously, brother.
You sound white, bro.
Thank you. Thank you.
You sound like
Appreciate
Crypto. Wait, is Crypto white?
No, Crypto's black. Crypto's black as well, man.
Okay. You guys both sound white, though. I thought you guys were white. In my mind, there's these white guys talking from England.
Yeah, that's because we're black.
I even thought Jink. Jink was.
We are white. Listen, we are white. But do you know what's funny about that? That an American thought us two English white boys was black. Two Americans. Guess who? Chocolate and Elijah. Chocolate and Elijah were like. It's like, I could have swore you crack. I could have swore you were black and the Crypto. And Elijah said the same. I was like, what the fuck?
Well, I'm brown. You know, I'm not really.
Yeah, I'm with my mate. He's brown as well. The Turk.
Me and Jose, we're brown.
I would say Jose's like white though as well. He seems white to me.
Yeah, I think he looks white. Sometimes he kind of. Sometimes he kind of sounds white too.
Yeah, he's a good-looking dude as well, man. So I mean,
all right. And we're back from
Back to life. To reality. How is it breaking
Earth
down the
is
wall of lies? Still breaking them walls of lies down, brother.
Earth. I don't think Earth is a racist though. The ball. Global.
Global. Oh yeah, great
Global
work by the way,
race.
Bong.
You know
Great
what I
work
mean?
by the way, Bong. Not that we have to talk about the work that you did in here, but great work. Brilliant.
What happened? Oh yeah.
You know, in admin chat, brother.
Eggshells. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 Oh, I get it. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Freaking trolls.
Mate, did you see the little picture I sent as well? Wait there, I'll DM you. Check this, Bong.
I'm high, dude. I'm trying to catch it.
Wait there. It was above the shit that you did, but because I thought the suspicion was correct, and it was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I saw that flicker, like you know that flicker film when they're just in relationship. I saw that flicker about 550.
Yeah, they were exploiting some kind of.
Yeah. Didn't work, though.
Yep.
Oh.
I try to keep an eye on the lobby because, like, when they kick them into Cogdis, then I go into Cogdis, deal with them, try to see who's doing,
Yeah.
who's talking.
Well, I followed that from lobby to detention. All right. So obviously got
detention.
Put there, but
Yeah, detention. Yeah.
Yeah, because I saw that going on, and it was in the lobby first, and then they obviously did something enough times, and then it was being done there. I'm like, all right, all right.
Yep.
It's just mad that it was said that day, and then it's like that's the first time real evidence. But I only caught it because I turned my internet off, bro, right? And then I took a video of my screen, and then slowed it right down.
Yep.
Frame back.
OBS to. Man, I hate Discord. Shish.
I just hate these fucking that do this shit. Yeah, bro. But yeah, man, Bong, you're a little CIA like recruiter. They should be recruiting people. Wow. Yeah, you know, brown people.
Man.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
Nah, smart people. Yeah. That's hilarious. One sec, Bong, I'll be a bit rap. Oh shit. We're not even friends, man.
Yeah,
Bong.
I can't add. I created a new account.
Oh yeah. Check your DMs. I'll send you my I was something I was going to send you before. Obviously, I have to DM it to you. It's a bit of a doc on my.
A Moist Muffin is new. Is he new?
Oh, is it?
Where'd he go?
As soon as you say their name, they disappear, don't they? It's weird. Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
Have a little look at our mission statement and all that stuff. I'll be right back, mate.
Thanks, man. I'll check it out.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go awake, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking.
What? What up?
No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Just listen, how about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up the mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you got home and, I don't know, your wife is banging the next door neighbour. Yeah. Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, oh, I've got a model that explains how I didn't cheat on you?
So, technically,
yes or no?
Most likely.
Why is it whenever I ask Globus yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't a temple.
He's supposed to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
It could. One possibility.
Either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, let me tell you this. My wife, let's say...
seriously, you're going to justify this?
My wife went on Amazon and she found this amazing new thing, which a sex robot.
This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish for him, though. Because he's talking about sex robot. Hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being. That is made. Because no, that's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door. Clearly, if your wife is banging the next objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation. She's like, Maggie, so are you gonna have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like, well, technically I could, maybe, possibly. Maybe I could build a model. And then she's like, fuck it, I'm gonna pursue it. Can you construct a model to explain away the fact that your wife banged the next door neighbor?
Yes. Target quickly. Tell us what you imagine that model might be.
So one possible model that it might be is that she went onto Amazon and there was one dude who has invented this new sex robot who conveniently looked like the next door neighbor. It was like an exact replica. But then she buys it, she gets it, and she's having sex with the sex robot. Then I enter the door. Then I enter the room. And I see she's banging something which resembles and is in every way looking exactly like the So,
I mean, this is what they call in America the good old college try, right?
So then look. But when I am looking at the thing, then I see, she's banging something. It couldn't be the sex robot, but it could also be the next door neighbor who just walked over and is banging her. And like, no way. There's just difference. Like when I enter the room, both possibilities are true. But as you said, which one is more likely? Yes, more likely that my wife banged next door neighbor. But there's still a small, very, very small possibility that it was the sex robot. But then I go over and I look at if the next door neighbor is in his house, and then I see, oh no, he's not at home. Oh, yes, this model is false. Then I have proven that model was false.
You enter that room, and what you see is your neighbor banging your wife, and you're like, holy smokes, it's my neighbor banging my wife. And then that moment goes through your mind when you're like, wait a minute, there might be an explanation for this. And you start thinking about Amazon, you start going through the price range, you start thinking, how much money does my wife have? Is that even possible? But for that initial view, you'd be thinking, well, I'm going to be going with what I see. And what I see is that my neighbor's banging my wife. So that would be the logical assumption at that point, wouldn't it?
No, what?
Occam's razor. It looks like your neighbor. Whether or not you think it's some high-tech sex doll from Japan, it looks like your neighbor. So you're going to be thinking, oh, that's my neighbor. And then it might come into your head, but, oh wait, my wife, she's kind of loaded, she was really looking into those sex dolls, there's a small possibility. But the most logical assumption would be what you observe directly, which is your neighbor, right?
So, you can actually just verify whether it's a sex robot or not. You can just go up to it and go, oh, here's a battery. Or, oh no, it's a human.
So, what I am observing when I enter the room, if I start with that is not actually, I don't observe my neighbor. I observe something which looks like my neighbor. I observe something which looks like a flatter.
Something that it is a robot.
When you get up to
I can't finish the whole sentence.
Sorry, does that mean that when you wake up in the morning, you see whoever you live with in your house, you go, well, that's not actually them. It looks like them, but that could be something else entirely. Is that how you think?
Technically, yes.
Technically, yes.
So, any talk of robots is stupid. No one ever mentioned robot in the example. I know that because I gave the example. There are no robots. Let's leave the robots to one side.
And
I'm sorry, man,
another
but you sound like one of those people that, like, even if you walked into the room and neighbor was banging out your wife and you realized it wasn't a sex robot, you'd be like, well, the neighbor would be like, well, I'm sorry, man, I just fell. And so somehow I just happened to wind up inside her. And you'd be like, oh, shit, that makes sense. Yeah, we can make a model for that. That makes sense to you.
I'll have to get that step from the front door removed so it doesn't happen again.
So, yes, that is true.
Yes,
I agree with that statement.
get your man card back. I don't know where it went.
This would have been much easier for you if you'd have just said at the start, you know what, yeah, if there was a dude banging my wife, I'd be pissed. This would have been over 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, this is an infinite progress fallacy.
But I'm trying to explain my point.
I think to be fair to Pagas, we should let him explain how the neighbor could be a sex doll when he gets shit off.
Robots fucking exist, and we've experienced them.
There be another model, then we know the old model was wrong. Then you have a new model.
Wait, this I need to get for Pagas, right? You check the battery is not there, it is a human. Now you're saying there's potentially another model, could you tell me what that model would be, please, Pagas?
So then that model could be like, oh yeah, he fell. He fell out. Well, actually, that's decided. So, yeah. But
It's not even Italian.
Pagas, so he fell.
He just repeated exactly what I said.
Pagas, I need you to be serious. Pagas, I need you to be serious. What is this other model? After you check the battery pack, it's not a battery pack. What's the model that could explain it?
I think your example, as you said, was very good with that folly. But then I look, what is most probable? What is the most likely? And I say, oh, it's very unlikely that he fell and that happened. So therefore, I choose to believe and I choose to use the model which is the most likely, which is that my wife banged the next door neighbor, and therefore I am the more can't know that she's objectively having sex with the man next door.
Wait. We can, because we verified it.
No, but to verify it, there might be another explanation.
What the fuck are you talking about? We verified it. We checked that the battery pack isn't there. We checked that the penis is in the vagina. It happened. Yeah?
Yeah.
And now we're constructing a model to make the cheating go away.
So the fundamental way of what I am saying is that I can't technically give you an exact model, because the whole premise of this is that it is something which is beyond my understanding, beyond my knowledge. It could have been, like say, an otherworldly, all-powerful being, like a demon or something, which then altered the visions and my memory, as well as my wife's.
And you can't see evil demons, right? Okay.
And then we look, oh, this model, it's an explanation, it's absolutely likely, but it's very unlikely, it's extremely unlikely.
Yeah,
therefore we don't focus on
Pagas, you're embarrassing yourself now.
Hey, Pagas, I just have one question, okay? Very simple.
Go ahead, please.
Do you believe there is such a thing as objective reality?
No.
There you go, folks.
That's it. Nail on the head.
Yes, I believe there is, but I don't believe we can actually. We can't figure it out.
Bro. Dude, are you objectively on Discord right now talking to us?
I can't actually know that. And as Roger, as you said,
then you're a psycho.
Well, then you can't objectively know if I mute you. So I'm just going to do that.
Yeah, that's a good place to put a pause on that, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And really...
PhD, M. Scott Veach, Booger Eating Schmuck, January 2021.
Scott, can you? I want you to answer my questions without obfuscating. So, are you invoking terrestrial refraction? Yes or no?
No, I disagree with your definition.
Okay, so what is terrestrial refraction? I'm slightly wrong. How so?
Terrestrial refraction is refraction that follows the curve of the Earth. That's different than any refraction on the surface of the Earth.
So are you saying
refraction actually carving with the Earth, whereas this could be looming that's not curving with the Earth, it's just a strong looming. That would not be terrestrial.
So, according to the Booger Eating Schmuck PhD, looming is not terrestrial refraction. Let's Let's have a look-see. Andrew Thomas Young, the subject matter expert from San Diego State University Astronomy Department. Looming. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. This effect is caused by unusually large terrestrial refraction.
looking for. High and dry, everywhere. I'm looking for.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off the student loan, it got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief and you listen to the chief.
You know how they raise you in the system. Broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the raves, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
Raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, every baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let a disco. Ultra Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
the real world, bitch, okay. You just a catfish, wanna live lavish. Broke little joke that don't pay the taxes. Gucci bags, but you still got the tag. Shit, ass so thick, yeah, we know it's plastic. They be selling the lip kits, narcissistic. Little dipshits, materialistic. Got the rich outfits in the land of misfits. Hypocrites trying to live a life unrealistic. Yeah, oh my god, look at this. Yeah, got a blue check, now they on a power trip, trip. Oh my god, look at this. We got the cool kids with the Kool-Aid. Got a sip, sip, sip. Oh my god, look at this. Yeah, got a blue check, now they on a power trip, trip. Oh my god, look at this. We got the cool kids with the Kool-Aid. Got a sip, sip, sip. Sad what it's done. Sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb. So stupid, stupid. Sad what it's done. Sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb. So stupid, stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya go stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya go stupid. Sorry that your Twitter feed made you stupid. Sorry that the president made you lose it. Looking like a fool, what the fuck you doing? Come back to the real world, bitch, okay. Oh my god, look at this, yeah. Someone made you mad, now you had another fit. Oh my god, look at this. Gotta post it, gotta bitch. Oh my god, look at this, yeah. Someone made you mad, now you had another fit. Oh my god, look at this. Gotta post it, gotta bitch. Sad what it's done. Sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb. So stupid, stupid. Sad what it's done. Sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb. So stupid, stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya go stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya go stupid.
But Mr. Trump, you're not a nice person. watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.